Cardenas, a powerful military force maintaining peace for this vast empire. Cardenas, a powerful military force maintaining peace for this vast empire.
Among them, the Golden Dragon Knights are the most elite unit, consisting exclusively of bloodline descendants.
The descendants carrying the purest Cardenas lineage are said to have dragon blood flowing through them. True to the name Golden Dragon, they are born with golden hair and golden eyes, carrying the blood of the dragon, a symbol of nobility. Young dragons gather here to awaken that hidden power, from mainline members who can use superpowers called attributes thanks to dense blood, to branchline members who are trying their absolute best to push past their own limits. Everyone is testing their strength and honing their skills right here at the Cardenas training grounds. Everyone is testing their strength and honing their skills right here at the Cardenas training grounds. On the opposite side, Verita decisively unleashes her next counterattack. After a moment, as if he hadn't suffered the slightest damage, she also stops, maintaining her panting, recovering posture. While fighting, various thoughts cross Verita's mind. No way, I honestly thought even if he's number one, if the two of us join forces we could still win. She casts a sidelong glance at Leonard, who was sitting in a corner complaining, wondering how on earth number 4 got knocked out in the blink of an eye. Facing the next onslaught, she grits her teeth, raises her sword, and puts every ounce of her remaining life into blocking it.
Yet in that very instant, a blurred figure suddenly tears through the air with terrifying speed.
Verita is stunned, her pupils contracting in sheer terror. She only has time to blurt out a helpless curse in her mind.
Damn it, I completely couldn't keep track of his movements.
In the end, Verita drops to her knees on the ground, accompanied by William's cold, dismissive remark, "The two of you teaming up and that's all you can pull off?"
It's unbelievable, considering we all share the mainline bloodline that awakened our attributes.
You guys are no match for me at all, so weak, you're no different from the trash in the branch families.
Well, anyway, everything ends here. The winner of this selection is none other than me.
At the headquarters of the Cardenas Young Dragon Knight Order, Fabian stands before the observation system watching the battle from start to finish and shares, "This batch of cadets has very impressive skills.
So according to you, who is worthy of the special rank title?"
He lowers his gaze to offer his opinion. Indeed, there are many promising young talents this time around, but only one person is truly qualified for that title, and that's number 1, William. Even when number 2 and number 4 attacked together, they couldn't lay a finger on a single hair of his.
He nods in agreement, lowering his voice as he continues, "If I recall correctly, number 2 and number 4 also belong to the mainline, right?"
He confirms that is precisely the case.
Fabian continues to ask, "How is the situation with the others looking?"
He reports the situation seriously. The branchline rabble has pretty much been completely wiped out by now. Only a few survivors remain because they latched onto teams led by mainline members. Hearing this, he comes to his own conclusion.
Sure enough, the wall of bloodline is something that simply cannot be crossed.
Out on this training ground, numbers are the ultimate measure of strength. In other words, number 1 represents the strongest among hundreds of cadets. Therefore, it is only natural that number 1 is chosen for the special rank. Fabian makes his decision, but this time, there's really no need for any hesitation or comparison. He listens and immediately locks it in, then will lock in William for the special rank position. Bruno, who has maintained a silent demeanor this whole time, finally speaks up to cut into everyone's thoughts. "Hold on a second, let's observe for just a little bit longer."
Fabian can't help his surprise. He lets out a soft exclamation and asks, "What's the reason for that?"
Bruno looks straight into the other man's eyes, seriously presenting his perspective. "Actually, there is still one branchline member who stands out quite differently. I believe that after you see his skills, it won't be too late to make your decision."
Hearing this, he seems to have his curiosity piqued. Fabian continues the conversation with a question, "What's his ID number?"
Bruno immediately replies without a moment of hesitation, "He is number 25.
Seeming to understand his intent, Fabian gives a slow nod, murmuring thoughtfully, "I see."
Turns out even among the branch lines there are those who build up their strength to climb to high rankings. Number 25 is undoubtedly exceptional, but it still doesn't quite meet my expectations. However, since the chief instructor himself says so, there must be a valid reason for it.
Saying that, Fabian mutters the name, number 25, Leonard Cardenas.
Bruno follows up right after. He suddenly shone brightly a few days ago and started defeating any cadet who stood in his way. In just a short amount of time, he climbed straight from rank 381 all the way up to 25. The guy next to him finds it hard to believe and hurriedly cuts in, "You've got to be joking." Bruno tips his chin to prompt him, "Take a look at the screen."
Right now is the exact moment he's facing off against number 1.
At this moment, Leonard is confronting William head-on.
he calls out, "Number 25, you've got some nerve showing up here on your own accord. Did you come to beg for surrender? Sorry, but I'm not in the mood to go easy on you right now." Hearing this, Leonard shows neither fear nor hesitation, casually replying, "Well, that's great, then I won't have any reason to hold back either." Snubbed by the provocation, the other guy's pupils widen to their absolute limit in shock. William grips his sword tightly, surging with killing intent as he steps forward to declare, "Trash like you actually has the nerve. Draw your sword, I'm going to teach you a lesson." Leonard looks him over once, already forming his own judgment internally. I see, his number one title isn't just for show, the pressure he radiates is completely different from everyone else. He regains his confident composure, wearing an expectant smirk. "Come on, let's see it." Leonard points the tip of his sword at William and speaks up, "Bring it on, I'm actually the one who's going to teach you a lesson." He tells himself to see just how far he can go with his current strength. With that said, William decisively leaps high into the air, creating a striking posture coming down from above. Leonard maintains an eerie calmness, quietly lifting his gaze to watch the figure lunging at him with blistering speed. He suddenly roars, "Gathering all my resolve to swing this sword with all my might, I'm going to crush you along with that blade." He just stands there staring blankly at his opponent, as if William's killing intent can't shake his mindset at all. Next, Leonard uses both hands to raise his sword high, dead stopping the heavy downward blow from the air, creating a powerful shockwave that ripples all around. In this situation, William is slightly taken aback. The two blades clash directly for a split second, and then with a gentle swing of his arm, he effortlessly knocks the other guy backward. William stumbles, having to struggle quite a bit to steady his retreating body. Leonard looks at him coldly and speaks, "My sword is not going to break easily under the hands of an apprentice knight like you." Finishing his sentence, he brings his sword forward and flashes a confident smirk. William doesn't stop there, tearing through the air to unleash a continuous flurry of attacks. However, every single blow is dodged by Leonard right in the nick of time. Witnessing this scene, Bradley excitedly praises, "Quite a rare sword style. It doesn't look like standard Cardenas swordsmanship." Even so, I'm amazed. Not a single wasted motion, he's batting away every single attack with minimal effort, and he hasn't even unleashed a real counterattack yet. After trading blows for a while, Leonard calmly touches down. Opposite him, William screams angrily, "You pathetic maggot, are you only good at running away?" With that, he swings his sword fiercely, generating terrifying force that blasts Leonard's body backward. Amidst the turbulent mid-air, Leonard steadfastly maintains his defensive role from start to finish. His feet grind violently against the ground to halt his retreat and stabilize his posture. Right after that, the atmosphere seems to freeze as both Leonard and William simultaneously burst out their latent inner energy. William surges forward with a torrent of power like a storm, launching a frantic attack. On the contrary, Leonard maintains his eerie calmness. He quietly stands there, ready to welcome the rolling wave of energy threatening to swallow everything whole. A moment later, Leonard calmly touches down right in front of William. He brushes the dust off his clothes, takes a leisurely step forward, and gently offers his commentary. That output of strength was quite impressive. Contrasting with that composure, William fails to keep his cool. He swings his sword wildly, continuing to unleash a rapid succession of attacks. Leonard gently tilts his body to dodge the razor-sharp blade by a hair's breadth, while ringing in his ears is the opponent's furious voice. "Running around is all you can do and you still dare talk big? Fight me seriously." Leonard doesn't waste words, simply hopping lightly to the side to maintain distance. Leonard's eyes stare straight at William with the thought, strength is one thing, but his judgment isn't bad either. Observing his opponent falling into a frenzy, he calmly concludes, but what he still lacks is the intuition and experience forged on the borderline of life and death. No matter how exceptional of a cadet you are, this is your absolute limit. William's entire body suddenly freezes right after. What? Following the surprise blow, he loses his balance and is sent flying back, struggling to regain his wits. The onlookers witnessing this scene are all utterly astonished. No way, that guy is trading blows equally with number 1. Is he really number 25? It feels like he's turned into a completely different person. Leonard's glowing red pupils shine down like lightning. He nimbly lands on the ground and accelerates his movement. William grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I lost track of him. The moment he sees Leonard closing in right beneath his feet, he is slightly startled. When the hell did you show up? William drops his jaw in shock and yells, "Unbelievable. How can a guy like you?" Without arguing much, Leonard curves the corner of his mouth into a smirk and declares, "You lost, number 1.
Ending his sentence, he mercilessly slashes a powerful wave of energy straight at William. He takes the hit, his eyes rolling back in agony as blood surges up from his esophagus. This ought to have been unthinkable for the old Leonard. Yet all of his memories have now returned. Fragments of memory belonging to his past life as Leonard Run, the man once hailed as the greatest sword emperor in the world. Ren, a man who only knew the sword his entire life, could easily split the sky in half with a single sword strike, reaching a realm capable of destroying majestic mountains and claiming the proud title of Sword Emperor all by himself. However, even that wasn't enough to satisfy him. In the end, he decided to challenge the heavenly demon, known as the strongest being of the era. That life-or-death battle dragged on for days on end. Its sheer brutality far surpassed the limits of humanity. They say the shockwaves from it altered the very geography of that region. And in the end, amidst the desolate scenery under the crimson light of a blood moon, two figures stood quietly facing each other. Covered in wounds, Leonard pants heavily as he questions, "I don't understand, my swordsmanship should have reached absolute perfection by now? Why?" He perplexedly throws numerous questions at the heavenly demon. "Why couldn't my sword even touch you?" Hearing this, the man merely smirks. "That's because of the most fundamental thing. You have never truly understood the true nature of the sword. Dasting to put your life on the line and fighting to this extent, you're not bad. Yet the flaw of overlooking the most basic things ultimately became the fatal weakness that caused your defeat." Leonard grips the sword in his hand tightly, gritting his teeth. "I lack the basics?" An insult that sounds utterly ridiculous and cliché. The heavenly demon abruptly cuts him off. "How pointless, for a stray dog like you to fight me this far is already impressive enough. When you fall, the legend of Ren will close in a bitter defeat. I'll grant you my final respect, rest in peace, you who were once revered by the world as the Sword Emperor." In the end, Leonard lets go. He lies flat on the ground, sighing in disbelief that it all ends this simply. "If I could only do this all over again, would my sword be able to reach you?" And just like that, the legend of the Sword Emperor Ren came to an end in total defeat. But right at that moment, a brand new legend is about to begin in a place no one could have ever expected. Night falls, and beneath the full round moon, noisy discussions ring out. "Really? Is he even breathing? Damn it! Should we go call the instructor?" Emerging from unconsciousness, Leonard snaps awake. He frantically rolls his eyes around the surroundings. What the hell? Then Leonard pants, trying to steady his body. Was that dream again? Someone nearby shouts, "He's still kicking. I thought you bit the dust." He looks up at the crowd in front of him, but something feels off. Seeing Leonard unresponsive, the other side drops a remark. "Well, as long as you're fine." Saying that, the guy nimbly throws a punch toward Leonard, shouting, "Let's pick up where we left off. You gave us a scare, you bastard." Faced with this situation, his entire body suddenly stiffens in shock. Leonard gets up, effortlessly grabbing the opponent's arm. Having his attack blocked, the guy stands frozen, staring fixedly at Leonard. The other two guys standing outside wore a similar expression. He blocked that attack? More surprised than anyone is Leonard. He widens his eyes, thinking to himself that his body is reacting automatically. What the hell is going on here? The opponent's wrist is squeezed so tightly by Leonard that it begins to tremble. Pulling his hand back, he draws his sword and curses, "You little brat." Taking momentum, the guy lunges rapidly toward Leonard. "Don't get cocky, just because you got lucky once." Finishing his words, he quickly slashes a fierce arc, but Leonard tilts his body to dodge it just in time. This time it's undeniable. The guy yells in utter bewilderment. He dodged it again? Looking down at his own sword-bearing arm, he thinks to himself that his body is moving entirely on instinct. Next, Leonard spins around in a smooth circle. He decisively delivers the finishing blow, leaving his opponent in agonizing pain with his eyes rolling back. Having taken down his opponent, Leonard composes himself and assesses the situation. "It's as if something is guiding my every single movement." On this side, the gray-haired guy yells in disbelief, "No way." The brown-haired guy follows up, "This isn't luck. He's completely toying with us like prey." The gray-haired guy hurriedly denies it as if to reassure himself. "Must be a joke, right? How can someone who didn't even know how to fight back a moment ago end up like this?" The other guy nods in agreement. He's acting like a totally different person. Then his face turns pale. "I don't understand what's going on anymore." The brown-haired guy gets into a ready stance, not forgetting to remind him, "Hey, don't be a coward. Isn't he just the loser we beat to a pulp earlier?" With that, he leaps into the air, swinging his sword to attack. "Let's all go crush him together." Leonard suddenly breaks into a smile. "So that's how it is. I understand now. I've remembered everything." The moment he flies in, Leonard decisively strikes, blasting the guy's body backward.
Next, Leonard builds momentum and leaps into midair,
Finally bringing his sword down with a definitive slash to end it all.
Wrapping up the mob, Leonard calmly puts his sword away.
For the longest time, he's always been having these weird dreams. The dreams of the man standing under the crimson sky, fighting with his flowing robes and fluttering white hair.
Those dreams had tormented Leonard to the point where he couldn't focus on his training.
He had despised them for a long time, but finally understood everything. The life and death of that man are vividly emerging in Leonard's mind.
Inconceivable as it may seem, there is only one conclusion. I am the reincarnation of Run, the Sword Emperor from another world.
Leonard looks down at his hand in surprise, murmuring, "Unbelievable, the concept of reincarnation turns out to be real." Looking up at the starry night sky, he wonders to himself if his final desperate wish has come true.
Suddenly, Leonard's brows furrow tightly, and he lowers his gaze to his arm, sighing.
My arm aches even though I've only swung the sword a few times.
That's the consequence of training the wrong way for so long.
Leonard's face turns dead serious as he clenches his fist and makes up his mind.
With these memories and peak techniques, I will grow stronger without any limits. Whoever granted Leonard this wish, even if it was just a coincidence, it doesn't matter.
The run of his past life couldn't achieve that goal, but the present him will definitely turn it into reality. He will use everything he has to become the strongest sword emperor, surpassing even his past life. Scene shifts to inside the Cardenas training grounds, where whispers echo through the quiet space. The 3 kids mentioned earlier are already injured, they'll be completely useless in the upcoming field training. The crowd is gathered in a corner right now, seemingly trying to figure out a solution to the problem. The black-haired guy smirks and gives his opinion. Our combat power will drop a bit, but it probably won't be a big deal.
It won't ruin the plan. The field practice will be a piece of cake.
Suddenly someone cuts him off, and he turns his head, waiting for the other person to continue. The other side shares the story. I heard the one who took down all 3 of them by himself is number 381.
I heard everything ended in the blink of an eye.
What was the ranking of the 3 defeated kids? They were numbers 329, 257, and 133. He anxiously pushes back. That's a higher ranking than I expected. Did number 381 really take them all down by himself?
If someone like that joins another faction, the current balance of power will.
Before he can finish his sentence, the sight before him freezes him in place. William, radiating killing intent, points the tip of his sword at him and warns, "Watch your mouth."
Do you think I'd be shaken by trash like that? Number 381, right?
Call a few guys to bring him here to meet me, and I'll personally verify if he's really a piece worth utilizing. The heavenly demon says with a cold expression, "I'll take this as a farewell gift sending you off to the other world. The reason you couldn't reach a higher realm is because you started training your internal energy too late. In the 5 elements, foundations and balance are the most important. If you had built that foundation from a young age, the outcome might have been different." It seems Leonard has realized the truth of the matter, his gaze becoming deeper and more resolute than ever. While channeling his energy, Leonard reaffirms what the man said in his heart. That's right, by the time I started practicing internal energy, my prime had already passed. Yet, a new glimmer of hope sparks as he continues to deduce, but if I start building a solid foundation from this age? Immediately, a brilliant green energy begins to swirl fiercely around his body like a powerful orb of light.
Leonard makes his final decision for his next move. First, I need to create a body capable of absorbing mana.
He sits in meditation at the epicenter of an ancient array, his whole body enveloped in a turquoise spiritual energy swirling as if to wash away and regenerate every blood vessel in his body. After a while, the energy gradually weakens, and Leonard looks down at his hand. It worked. He clenches his hand into a fist, telling himself, even if I'm the strongest in the world, at this age I still feel my internal energy is way too lacking.
Saying that, Leonard directs his gaze toward the emblem hanging on the wall, a question popping up in his mind. What on earth is this Cardenas bloodline anyway?
At the cafeteria, everyone is lining up in order to get their food. On this side, he eats with gusto, mentally reviewing, these dishes actually suit my palate quite well. The growth stage requires proper nutrition, I mustn't skip a single meal. Lost in thought, someone calls out, snapping Leonard back to reality. Number 381.
I heard about yesterday's fight.
I didn't expect you to be such a hothead.
Normally you eat like a cat, so why are you eating so heartily today?
You cleaned the whole plate. Hearing the call, he turns over. You're number 8, right? The guy shakes his head in denial. Nope, I'm number 7 now.
I just knocked out the old number 7 the other day.
Leonard casually wipes his mouth, understanding that the system here means winning a challenge lets you steal a higher rank.
As if remembering something, he asks with curiosity, "Anyway, is there something you needed me for?" The guy shares cheerfully, "Why so cold? I planned to come here to bring you good news. Haven't you noticed how tense the atmosphere has been lately? The high rankings are starting to expand their territories. You know how it is, numbers 1, 2, and 4 are."
Leonard leisurely pulls out a chair and stands up.
He carries his food tray toward the kitchen area while replying, "I know. The Diamond-Eyed Freaks, the mainline descendants of the Cardenas family, right?"
Seeing people behind paying attention to him, the guy whispers a warning, "Keep it down or people will hear.
Watch your mouth."
Leonard doesn't beat around the bush, speaking seriously, "Let's cut to the chase."
The guy holds his head in helplessness and sighs, "Good grief, are you stupid or out of your mind? You suddenly turned into a completely different person." Sweat starts streaming down the guy's face.
Seeing Leonard about to leave, the self-proclaimed number 7 musters all his courage to blurt out, "Listen, them expanding their forces definitely has a reason.
It means if we don't team up, we won't survive." He pauses his steps to reply, "So what do you want me to do?"
The guy steps closer, expressing earnestly, "Out of 100 people, more than half have already surrendered and joined their side.
But there's no rule saying branchline members can't form gangs, right? Right now the plan is for me to team up with high-ranked folks like number 3 and number 9. If you pitch in and help too."
Leonard shakes his head flatly, "I refuse.
I have no intention of joining any factions."
Anyway, your information was useful, let's just say I owe you one this time."
Faced with Leonard's reaction, number 7 mutters in confusion, "Did this guy hit his head somewhere? This is definitely not the number 381 I used to know."
Under the twilight, the brilliant golden emblem with a deep red gem in the exact center sparkles against the black flag background, exuding the majesty and nobility of a prestigious family. Leonard maintains an unhurried demeanor, calmly strolling down the long hallway.
Suddenly he stops, slightly turns his head back, and asks casually, "Need something from me?"
The other person approaches, his tone full of provocation, "Of course I do."
"Good meal, huh, number 381? I've got a mountain of things to talk to you about. But first,"
he points his sharp sword tip at the boy and warns, "Big brother number 1 wants to see you.
Yesterday's commotion will be overlooked as an exception."
Seeing you turn down number 7's invitation, Big brother number 1 seems quite impressed with you."
Hearing this, a thought flashes through Leonard's mind, everything going on here leaks right to number 1's ears?
Such childish games, and they even bother to organize it orderly. He lifts his foot and continues walking forward. Before leaving, Leonard drops a remark, "I don't care, get lost and save us both some trouble."
The blonde guy can't take it and rushes in to make a move. "What did you just say? Low-ranked trash daring to act up?" The other guy does the same, yelling loudly, "I'll make you regret those words."
From start to finish, Leonard stays right in his spot. It seems the situation before him isn't enough to shake his resolute mind.
The moment his opponent swings the sword, Leonard nimbly tilts his body to dodge the blow while thinking, he closed the distance with just one kick? For his physical fitness to reach this level at this age is truly extraordinary.
He clenches his fists, starting to channel his internal energy, causing the power inside his body to surge violently. Right after that moment of buildup, Leonard decisively throws a powerful punch straight at the opponent's face with unstoppable speed.
He breaks into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth in surprise. Bare hands? What on earth is wrong with this guy? Then, the brown-haired guy gets distracted by a flying sword. Is that a wooden sword?
Taking advantage of his lapse in attention, Leonard punches him hard in the stomach, causing excruciating pain.
That blow knocks his pinned ID badge right off his chest.
He observes and concludes, even though he's not high-ranked, number 57's skills are quite respectable.
Just as I thought, this Cardenas bloodline definitely hides some secret. Finishing off the brown-haired guy, Leonard glances at the other one. Looks like you realize you have zero chance of winning, huh? Still want to keep going?
The other guy tightens his grip on the hilt, gritting his teeth. Shut up.
I'm way stronger than you, stop acting like a know-it-all. Bring it on.
After observing his ID number, he darts away like a gust of wind. I see. Before you know it, Leonard has closed in right behind him, swinging his fist to declare, then have it your way. In the quiet space, a sharp, metallic crash rings out, cold and steel-willed, sealing the outcome of the match. The ID badge pinned to his chest is blasted straight up into the air by the sudden force. High above, a mysterious figure has witnessed the whole thing. He's completely toying with his opponent like a joke.
Fuguro smirks excitedly. Could it be he's been hiding his strength all this time? I still can't understand.
For an information broker, his background is way too clear. Saying that, he suddenly freezes.
Did we just make eye contact? From this far away, he still realized I was watching? He smiles lightly. Whatever, looks like there's going to be a spectacular upset this time. Hopefully there won't be any cliché developments like last time. I'm counting on you, number 381. No wait, he's number 98 now. Leonard Cardenas.
In the hallway, people rush past while urging, hurry up, looks like number 98 is heading to the training ground. In the hallway, people rush past while urging, hurry up, looks like number 98 is heading to the training ground. She stops, asking with a cold voice, number 1 told you to go catch number 98? Word has it someone's been acting real rebellious lately, turns out it's true. At the training ground, the atmosphere is extremely lively.
Verita glances around and remarks, so a minion of number 1 just bit the dust?
Those guys are supposed to be top tier, aren't they? Walking a few steps, a flying silhouette startles her slightly. Right before Verita's eyes, Leonard is single-handedly fighting off William's crowd.
Shut your trap and be smart about it by joining our team, brat.
Leonard steadies his body, frowning uncomfortably as he repeats, I already said I refuse.
That number 1 guy is strong and all, but is something wrong with his brain? How many times do I have to repeat myself?
With that, Leonard unleashes another move to take down the guy in front of him. Taking advantage of his distraction, he cleverly reaches out and snatches the badge on his chest. Finishing up, Leonard drops a cold remark, your total score, I'll gladly take it. The guy grates his teeth and curses, damn it. Witnessing this scene, Verita leisurely walks up to him. She smiles and speaks happily, congratulations, you've climbed up to the number 25 spot.
Leonard surprises her by firing back, you know me?
Verita returns to her cold demeanor, her sharp gaze scanning over as she denies, no, but I can see right through you. From that weird body to the flow of energy inside, and even the number 25 badge you're holding.
Hearing that, Leonard steps closer and murmurs, clairvoyance? Quite an interesting ability.
He places a hand on his chin in thought, being able to see internal energy means she has at least reached the mind's eye realm.
At this age, huh?
Mind's eye helps see through the opponent's true self and intentions, an extremely powerful weapon when facing someone stronger. Truly a formidable ability from the second ranked.
As if remembering something, Verita asks with curiosity, hey, why do you hate teaming up so much? I don't think you can get through tomorrow's training alone. While the two are discussing, William steps in to interrupt. Hey, that's enough, are you an idiot? Planning to spill all the info to him?
He mercilessly stomps right onto the arm of the person lying on the ground. William grips his sword tightly, his voice cold and dripping with killing intent. I finally had to drag myself here.
What a bunch of losers, can't even handle a tiny task. Listening to what he says, Leonard finally realizes, so this is the famous number 1? His aura is no joke.
Saying that, he takes steps toward him and replies coldly, I've been wondering what kind of person you are.
He stops his steps, radiating killing intent. Finally found you. Leonard continues, number 1, I still have stamina left, want to spar? Seeing the opponent's reaction, William yells angrily, who do you think you're talking to?
Witnessing this, Verita can't help holding her belly and laughing out loud. She wipes a tear from the corner of her eye and chimes in, you're really something.
First time I've seen anyone talk to number 1 with that tone. Everyone is gathered here, right? Looks like number 25 doesn't want to follow anyone. Training starts tomorrow.
William turns around to leave, me neither, I just came to see what you look like. Before disappearing, he coldly drops a warning, don't regret provoking me, number 25. Leonard answers casually without a second thought, be my guest. Then he narrows his slender eyes, thinking to himself, this information is usually only known to mainline descendants, a training session where I have to actively recruit allies to my side. So tomorrow will be a cooperative training session.
At an open field deep in the woods, Bruno curiously asks the person opposite him, have all the cadets gathered in full?
The assistant respectfully raises his hand to report, reporting, everyone is present. However, a rather strange cadet appeared during team formation.
He calmly requests, give me the details. This person is none other than the chief instructor Bruno.
He composes himself and recounts steadily, yes, he participated in the training alone, without joining any group.
Bruno is somewhat surprised, alone? Did you explain the details of the session clearly? The assistant nods in confirmation, clearly. It's a field excursion in the Cardenas wilderness.
During the training, they have to manage their own shelter, forage for food, and hunt, completely self-sufficient. We also announced that there is no limit to the number of members in each team.
As expected, the other cadets formed factions under the top 4. The largest group is Team A led by number 1, followed by Team B of number 2, the second largest in scale. Team C consists of cadets who don't belong to the mainline bloodline. Team D of number 4 focuses mainly on tactics,
and Team E of number 483 gathers those whom no group accepted.
He pauses slightly, looks over Leonard's resume, and blurts out. Lastly is number 25, Leonard Cardenas, making up Team F all by himself.
At this moment, Leonard is scanning the situation with his eyes.
This training area is really huge.
To make use of this terrain, I need to secure a base early.
Number 25. It's unknown when Bruno appeared. He walks over to the boy and asks, "Is that all your luggage? Looks like you only brought some water and biscuits to scrape by. It might be fine for now, but are you sure you'll last?" Leonard glances over and replies calmly, "Yes, no problem at all. Isn't the goal of this session survival and self-sufficiency?"
Saying that, he thinks to himself, but in reality, this is just a game of card snatching.
In the quiet space, footsteps draw closer. Dylan speaks up to interrupt the two. "May I speak with number 25 alone for a moment, Instructor Bruno? Anyway, going into the forest alone is extremely dangerous in many ways. If you are willing, number 25, would you like to join our Dylan team?"
Leonard replied with utter contempt, "Get lost and save us the trouble, it's none of your business." He glanced at the subdued beast behind him and concluded, "Such a cunning bastard. Your mouth pretends to care, but in reality, you just plan to use me and throw me away when danger strikes." Seeing that Leonard wasn't shaken, Dylan tried to persuade him, "I honestly don't understand what goes through your mind. The other teams have at least a few dozen people, and Team A has over 100 members.
I think this is a pretty decent offer for you." Maintaining his stance, he bluntly retorted,
"You don't need to understand, and I have no obligation to explain. I'm simply not interested in your group excursion." Witnessing this, Dylan came to his own conclusion. "Now I understand why number 1 hates you so much. Birds of a feather flock together, after all.
With that arrogance of yours, you'll regret this. Since you won't listen, I'm forced to use force to persuade you.
Consider this my way of gaining an advantage in the training, my apologies." As he spoke, he rapidly accelerated toward Leonard.
Though a smile played on his lips, a deadly, hidden threat lurked underneath. Dylan repeated once more, "Join my team."
With that, he decisively swung his sword down hard toward Leonard's position.
Realizing his opponent had managed to dodge the blow in time, Dylan cried out in disbelief, "What? He dodged my attack?"
Meanwhile, Leonard had already assumed a ready combat stance.
In a split second, he leaped into the air and dropped a cold remark, "Such a bizarre footwork." In a split second, he leaped into the air and dropped a cold remark, "Such a bizarre footwork."
Watching him collapse right before his eyes, he thought to himself, even when swinging his sword, I couldn't sense a shred of killing intent or hostility from him. Could it be that at this age, he has already reached the realm of a supreme assassin? Crash! Dylan's body hit the ground hard, creating a loud echo in the quiet space. Right after that, a hand quietly rested on his shoulder.
Bruno praised in a deep voice, "Good reflexes, number 25. However, since this isn't an official match, the rank promotion won't be recognized."
"Very well, as the smallest group, I grant you permission to set off."
Leonard nodded in response, "Understood, Instructor."
Observing him closely, he thought to himself, "That chief instructor, I couldn't sense his presence at all. Truly formidable. Even my past life self would struggle when facing someone like this." As expected of the continent's top swordsmanship family. Showing such exceptional talent at such a tender age. With so many geniuses appearing all at once, the Cardenas bloodline definitely has some secret. With so many geniuses appearing all at once, the Cardenas bloodline definitely has some secret. He seriously reminded himself, "For now, let's just focus on the training. The first priority is to find a prime shelter." At this moment, system displays began to pop up before Bruno. He seriously instructed, "Report the situation immediately once it starts."
The assistant respectfully presented, "Yes."
This time, the groups clashed unusually early. Team A under number 1 attacked Team C right as they entered the forest without even bothering to look for a base. Team C was caught off guard and completely defeated. Rapid footsteps pounded heavily against the dry earth. The assistant's voice continued evenly, detailing the battle's progress. Aside from number 3, who managed to dodge in time, the rest were wiped out. Hearing this, he nodded with excitement, "Interesting. I thought he was just cautious, but to think he would choose such a swift blitzkrieg.
Indeed, that's understandable given their overwhelming numbers.
Pausing for a moment, Bruno placed a hand on his chin in deep thought. However, he certainly isn't relying on numbers alone. Team A is too large, so they'll face food shortages if the battle drags on. He used his numbers to launch a preemptive strike right before the other groups could stabilize their formations. Instead of looking for shelter as usual, he chose a surprise attack.
This proves he not only possesses strength but also exceptional tactical acumen.
He then shifted topics. Alright, now report on the status of Team B and Team D. Looking at the system interface, the assistant calmly recounted. After seeing Team C fail, Team B and Team D decided to form an alliance. Their shared objective is to defeat the strongest one, number 1. Seeming quite pleased with the outcome, the corner of Bruno's mouth curled up. A wise decision.
These cadets react much faster than the previous batch. They look quite promising. What about the remaining groups under your charge? Let me hear the report.
Instructor Colin, who had been silent until now, was finally called upon.
Colin nodded clearly. Instructor Bruno. Team E hasn't made any significant progress after electing their captain. But as for Team F's number 25, she truly didn't know where to begin explaining.
Memories flashed back to when she was observing from afar, and Leonard suddenly called out Instructor Colin's name.
Colin was slightly stunned with surprise. She thought, did he just call my name? My concealment technique is among the top tier of all instructors.
Without beating around the bush, he glanced in her direction and questioned, I have a question. Hearing those words, Colin confirmed her suspicion. That boy had noticed her long ago. Finally, she leaped down from the tree onto the ground,
crossed her arms, and replied, fine, what do you want to ask, number 25? Leonard directed his gaze toward a certain direction and shared, as you can see, it seems this cave already has an owner, but I want to use it to rest for the night. Is this a beast raised by the Cardenas family? I'm afraid that if I accidentally injure or kill it, it might cause trouble. Observing the direwolf, Colin made her assessment. Indeed, that wolf is a direwolf successfully and safely domesticated by the Cardenas family. But an ordinary cadet couldn't possibly take it down. If anything happens, I'll step in to save him and see if he's just bluffing.
Thinking one thing but answering him another, she said, it's fine, this is also part of the trial. If you can take it down, feel free to use the cave as a sleeping quarters or storage room.
That is, provided you can defeat it.
The moment it spotted the figures of the two, the direwolf began to growl angrily. It let out a roar and sprinted at full speed toward Leonard. Recognizing the imminent danger, he tightened his grip on his sword and assumed a ready stance. For a pet, your skills are quite decent.
Very well, I'll go easy on you for a bit.
Leonard decisively slashed hard at the direwolf, accompanied by a confident declaration, because I won't find any place to sleep better than this.
Sorry.
Taking the hit, it winced in pain. The direwolf scraped its paws against the ground before barely managing to steady its body.
Its pupils glowed with fierce fury. It let out a heaven-shaking roar,
and immediately burst forth with its true power, a potent green energy radiating across the entire space. From start to finish, Leonard remained calm.
Observing it, he deduced, killing intent? Has it lost control? If I hold back and get hurt, the instructor will be in trouble too.
Leonard tightened his grip on the hilt and accelerated toward the direwolf. This might hurt a little. Swiftly, he swung the edge of his blade upward beneath its chin. Spinning around to execute a mid-air somersault, Leonard confidently declared, I'm not so easy to be eaten by you. With that, Leonard finished everything off with a powerful knee strike.
Witnessing the scene just now, Colin stood frozen in utter shock. He took it down in the blink of an eye? I didn't even need to step in and save him? Is this really the strength of a cadet?
After a bout of commotion, the atmosphere returned to its innate tranquility. Contrary to its ferocious demeanor earlier, the direwolf now behaved like an obedient pet following his commands.
Wait, Leonard pointed and ordered, sit.
It immediately sat down with a dull expression.
He requested again, give me your paw.
Without resisting, the direwolf extended its claw in front of Leonard. He softly praised, good boy. Stroking it, he turned to Colin with a proposal.
Instructor Colin, since it seems quite attached to me, may I take it along during this training?
Without answering immediately, she thought to herself, that strength, that unhesitating decisiveness, if someone like that can tame a direwolf.
Colin replied reservedly, that's a bit hard to accept. However, taming it also proves your capability.
I'll agree, but with a few conditions. It is forbidden to participate in battles, though using it for travel or scouting is permitted. Adjusting his collar, Leonard replied, I planned it that way from the start. Before leaving, Colin dropped a warning, then keep an eye on it, don't let it harm other cadets. Having settled that, he slightly narrowed his eyes and said, that technique turns out to be quite useful.
Well then, shall we start the real training now? Go find some food. After traveling for a while, Leonard stopped and made a decision. A fork in the road? Let's split into 2 groups. Bring back anything interesting you find, it doesn't necessarily have to be food. With that, he and the direwolf quickly parted ways and proceeded separately.
On this side, a gloomy voice rang out, frightening number 438.
All done? He stepped back, muttering, monster. Putting his hands in his pockets, William surveyed the surrounding scenery and remarked, do these pieces of trash also possess the Cardenas bloodline? They're hopeless, but the card-holding spots are already full. You're lucky, next time we meet, I'll eliminate you right away.
Number 438 trembled with anger, cursing internally, damn it, I never expected that even with Team E joining forces, we still couldn't beat him alone. I knew from the start we didn't stand a chance, but at this rate, we're just prey for others.
I don't want this. I was forced to be team leader, what should I do now?
Afterward, number 438's gaze locked onto a certain direction.
Team members cautiously asked, Captain, what should we do now?
One of them spoke up, we were lucky to be spared this time, but if another group attacks, we're finished.
Is this really how it ends for us?
He tried to compose himself and reassure everyone, come on everyone, lift your spirits and go find something to eat.
If we know how to hide and wait for the right moment, maybe we still have a chance. Just as he finished speaking, someone's face turned pale. What is that? Following their gaze upwards with curiosity, number 438 asked, why are you all making that face?
Before them, out of nowhere, a giant bear had appeared. He worriedly thought, we're really about to become wild beast food. Number 438 helplessly said, this kind of death is so unsatisfying. Suddenly, a series of rapid footsteps echoed through the space. Leonard surged forward with high momentum right behind the ferocious beast. Terrified, number 438 screamed, no.
Sensing the issue, the bear cast an angry glare backward.
But before it had a chance to attack, Leonard decisively delivered the finishing blow. Under the radiating pressure, number 438 raised a hand to steady himself.
Surprised, he shouted out, you are, number 25?
Seeing Leonard's calm expression filled him with deep annoyance, he cursed internally, his blood running cold, what else do you plan to rob from us? He looked at the fallen creature on the ground with deep regret, realizing the food supply for the next few days was gone too. With a gloomy demeanor, number 438 ignored Leonard while continuing to curse him in his heart, you're truly a heartless monster.
Approaching the group, Leonard asked, are you guys okay?
Number 438 stared blankly at his display of concern.
Leonard slowly repeated, I'm asking, are you guys hurt? Number 438 stammered, I'm not injured.
But upon hearing that, Leonard turned his back and walked away decisively.
Good then. Number 438 was baffled by his action. Stop right there. Aren't you going to rob our cards?
Turning back, he replied indifferently, I saw the situation was dangerous, so I just dropped by.
His words surprised everyone listening. My goal isn't winning or losing, but self-improvement.
I forage my own food, and I don't care about the cards. Leonard frankly stated his direction. Besides, if I want to win, I'll choose a more worthy opponent.
Number 438 wondered, I see.
I heard you planned to rank 25 in a short time, right?
Solemnly, he blurted out, I owe you one this time.
That attitude of his caught Leonard by surprise. Thanks to you, I didn't get eliminated early.
Leonard tried to clarify, that's not what I meant.
They were distracted by something else. What is that? A wolf with sharp eyes bared its sharp fangs toward them. In its mouth, it was tightly gripping a girl.
Terrified, everyone cried out, a wolf? Remaining calm, Leonard shouted loudly, sit. The terrifying giant wolf obediently sat down to everyone's astonishment.
It spat out the girl it was carrying under the watchful eyes of the group.
Recognizing who the girl was, they exclaimed, number 3.
Looking at her battered state, number 438 gasped in shock, no way, the legendary number 3 reduced to this state?
But with that card, she'll definitely survive.
He looked at the huge wolf and Leonard with profound fear. Ignoring them, Leonard focused entirely on number 3's condition. Her wounds are severe.
For a steel warrior like her to be beaten to this state, what kind of monster did this? Could number 1 or number 2 have done it?
The wolf picked number 3 up in its mouth again, while Leonard spoke up to clarify, number 438, you really don't want to get eliminated, right?
Number 438 answered clearly, so what if I do? Do you think that's cowardly? Leonard pointed at the bear and proposed, then I'll give you this instead of taking your badge. This should be enough food for you guys. Overjoyed, he beamed, really? That's awesome. Leonard's parting words left them blank for a moment. Alright, transaction complete. Also, don't be too obsessed with numbers. Number 438 watched his receding figure and called out, number 25. He rethought, maybe he's actually a good person. It seems I misunderstood something. After receiving treatment, number 3 woke up with a puzzled expression, looking at her surroundings. She questioned, where is this? Looking at her bandage-wrapped arm, number 3 wondered, am I being treated? Who did this? Nearby, Leonard's voice caught her attention, you're awake? Without hesitation, number 3 swiftly sprung into action. She lunged rapidly at Leonard to attack, but was easily parried by him. Focusing solely on her leg, he remarked, your leg seems fine now, don't waste your energy, just rest. Sharply, number 3 demanded, return my badge. Leonard cast his gaze toward her. Following his line of sight, number 3 realized the badge was still there. The atmosphere between them suddenly turned into an awkward, indescribable tension. Number 3, stammering, she said, thank you. I really appreciate you saving my life, but I can't give you my badge. Ignoring her, Leonard walked closer to the campfire. I never intended to take it. Holding out a tender, juicy skewer of meat, he offered, sit down and eat this. Surprised, number 3 blurted out, really? He slowly explained, don't hesitate, there's plenty more. He thought to himself, I won't let a child starve. I'll help her no matter what. Number 3 eagerly devoured the skewer while paying attention to his question, you're from Team C, right? What happened to those injuries? Did Leonard think she ran into a monster? Number 3 unhappily retorted, right after we finished setting up our base, Team A ambushed and wiped everyone out. Remembering the scene with deep self-reproach, she added, we didn't even have time to fight back. It was brutal. As the captain, I am deeply ashamed that I couldn't do anything. Leonard didn't try to deny that failure either. It's true that you guys probably stood no chance of winning. He mentally evaluated the battle, noting how different fighting with sheer numbers was. You guys still lack experience, but even so, there is a way to win. Based on his understanding, he realized it was a blitzkrieg and an ambush directed at youngsters who hadn't mastered tactics yet. Naturally, this was extremely difficult. Leonard questioned about her arm. Was your right arm crippled by number 1? Number 3 explained, that's right. Compared to number 2, number 1 is on a completely different level. It was inevitable that my team lacked the strength to match him, but she indignantly blurted out, I didn't even get to fight properly. I'm so frustrated. Seeing number 3's stubborn expression, he smiled with amusement. Even when knowing the vast gap in strength, her fighting spirit refused to fade. Seeing number 3's stubborn expression, he smiled with amusement. Even when knowing the vast gap in strength, her fighting spirit refused to fade. While eating, he made his assessment, anyway, the current situation is terrible. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before teams B and D collapse. Number 3 wondered, could they have formed an alliance? Leonard slowly explained, the morale of the side that just tasted victory will rise. That's even more terrifying than a numerical advantage. And even if they form 2 alliances, they still won't surpass the total winning score of a single team. And even if they form 2 alliances, they still won't surpass the total winning score of a single team. He offered guidance, target Team A's weakness. Number 3 asked in confusion, what is Team A's weakness? Leonard replied, concentrate all firepower to attack number 1. Analyzing the opponent, he noted, Team A operates entirely around him. Because he is the core pillar, their unity and decision-making are extremely fast. But once that pillar breaks, they will instantly descend into a chaotic mob. The opposing side would completely collapse if they followed his plan. Leonard guessed, looking at her as if she desperately wanted revenge against number 1. Number 3 was too predictable, and without hesitation, she answered, of course I want to. With full confidence, Leonard requested, then trust me. Pausing for a moment to ponder, she solemnly asked, should I just call you Captain from now on? William's army was moving in formation, led by William himself. You're late. Number 5 beside him cautiously reminded him, don't be reckless, time is on our side. Just maintaining this situation means victory is guaranteed to be ours, William calmly replied. Before that happened, his next words left number 5 completely confused. It seemed the outcome would be decided soon. Something caught his attention. William gave a hand signal, and number 5 shouted at the top of his lungs to announce to everyone, "Stop! Prepare for battle." The entire group immediately assumed combat stances, ready to engage. "All troops, prepare for battle," William shouted loudly. "It's smart of you to know your limits and hide, but do you finally see there's no hope of winning? Are you going to surrender?" he demanded. "Don't hide anymore, show yourselves." Slowly, another group of people emerged from hiding, leaving William utterly astonished. "You found us?" Verita and Dylan stood on higher ground, looking down at the group below. "This majestic lion has a sharper nose than I expected." Those words put William on high alert. Verita and Dylan stepped forward with mocking taunts. "Or does it actually resemble a dog's nose more?" Unfazed, he harshly retorted, "It's quite easy for those standing at the peak to see through the minds of the lowly. Your little tricks aren't worth my attention." He confidently displayed his arrogance. "I never expected scum like you to dare stand before me," William flatly criticized. "You truly are a disgrace to the Cardenas family." Verita took up a combat stance. "Do you always like acting all high and mighty in front of others? You don't look like a dog at all, more like a peacock spreading its tail feathers." William firmly countered, "This is called dignity." "You incompetent woman." Both Verita and Dylan rapidly charged forward at the same time. On this side, William didn't hesitate to receive them. Thus, the battle erupted with a clash between the commanders. Verita's forces also took the initiative to charge. "All troops, charge! Wipe out team of for me." William's group was no less eager, ready to meet them head-on. "Everyone pay attention, hold a tight defense, absolutely don't let them break through." The two sides plunged into a fierce clash. William's powerful counterblow startled Verita, who thought to herself in shock, more importantly, what on earth is he? She quickly regained her composure to continue analyzing the combat. "Not only is he fast, but every single attack carries immense weight. Even though I blocked it, my wrists are growing numb, and my eyes can barely keep up with his movements." Verita blurted out in annoyance, "What on earth is he?" She drew William's attention, successfully creating an opening for Dylan to attack. "This monster is terrifying." Dylan's stealth attack was easily neutralized by him. William looked thoroughly displeased with the pair's performance. He grabbed Dylan's sword and squeezed it with brute force. "Did the two of you come here just to play these childish games?" William's overwhelming strength caught him completely off guard. He lunged forward and delivered a knee strike straight to Dylan's stomach. Seeing this, Verita quickly capitalized on the moment. "There's an opening." She judged the situation and made her choice. His blind spot is definitely in the back, making defense difficult there. I can clearly trace every single muscle movement. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Wait, such a huge opening is suspicious. Don't tell me. That thought caused her attack to slow down. Was he laying a trap for me right from the start? Verita quickly halted her movement. William calmly lowered his sword, leaving her frustrated by his tight defense. He casually offered praise. "You're at least better than that number 4, but you realized this far too late." In stark contrast to William's relaxed demeanor, Verita was struggling to parry his attacks. Even with eyes capable of seeing through the opponent's movements, it isn't foolproof, is it? William wore a look of utter contempt as he mocked her. "In my eyes, your movements are far too sluggish, nothing like that number 25. With increased force, he slashed downward and shattered her sword. Verita was completely defeated by his overwhelming power. William taunted, "Is that really all you've got?" He bluntly asserted, "Accept your defeat, number 2. You have no chance of beating me." He was fully confident that he was the ultimate victor of this training exercise. Leonard's sudden appearance left both of them completely astonished. "You're jumping to conclusions a bit too early." Seeing this, Verita let out an exclamation. Leonard calmly walked closer to them. "Number 25. William immediately questioned him. What are you doing here?" Tossing aside the person he had just defeated, he replied, "It's nothing much." Without hesitation, he stated, "I'm just here to return the favor for what you did to my team." William let out a surprised gasp. Number 5 angrily blurted out, "A team? Don't make me laugh. You shouldn't even have any teammates to begin with." Leonard slowly explained, "At first, that was true." The surrounding commotion caught William's attention. Leonard's group suddenly surged out to attack. Now, take a good look. William's team was easily beaten down. These are the weaklings you always looked down upon.
This is the rebellion of the people you deemed worthless. Number 438 held someone else's badge in his hand with a radiant, joyful face, flashing back to a short while earlier when number 438's group received the bear. With this much food, we're safe.
Everyone, thanks to this, we can survive. They cheered happily, awesome. Long live number 25. Number 3 spoke up to interrupt, sorry to ruin your fun. But number 438 gasped in shock, number 25, and number 3 as well? Why did you two suddenly show up?
Clutching the food supplies protectively, he nervously stammered, "You're not here to take this back, are you?"
Leonard made a proposition, "Why don't you guys form an alliance with us?" Intimidated by Leonard's proposal, he hesitated, "What do you mean?" "Our team is very weak, even if we join, we'll just hold you back." Leonard reminded number 438,
"Hey, did you forget what I said?" Standing before the group, Leonard firmly stated his perspective, "I told you not to let those numbers shackle you. You are all warriors who have undergone official Cardenas training."
"What does that have to do with anything?"
He tried to reason with them to boost their confidence. "It means that under the same training, our growth rates are hardly different.
Ranks are nothing more than labels." Number 438 listened, still deeply cautious. "What on earth are you talking about? How could you and I possibly be the same?"
Leonard emphasized, "You also carry Cardenas blood. Your talent and potential are more than enough." He explained in greater detail, "It's just that those who display extraordinary traits early on are a minority. Aside from that, your actual capabilities are on par with theirs." Leonard used himself and number 3 as examples. "Look at me and number 3 here. Number 3 comes from a collateral branch, but she climbed up here entirely through her own efforts. I did the same, crawling my way up from rank 381 all the way to rank 25.
Didn't the very numbers you hold in such high regard prove that?" Leonard continued to encourage them, instilling confidence. "There are only a few people ranked higher than you.
You completely have the strength to surpass the rest." The members of number 438's group grew even more disgruntled. "Stop joking around.
We carry these numbers because we couldn't win. Even among equals, we're still at the bottom."
Raising his voice to cut them off, he said, "What you need isn't just strength."
Leonard tried to open their minds. "What you lack right now is courage and self-belief. Have you ever tried pushing your own limits? Have you ever believed in yourselves, even once?" Leonard clearly and loudly stated, "If you haven't, then I will place my faith in you."
His words seemed to make a slight impact on their minds.
"You can win."
Thus, Team F officially extended this proposal to Team E. Leonard reached out his hand and reiterated his initial offer. "Why don't we team up to defeat that number 1? Standing on high, number 3 commanded in a booming voice, "Everyone charge. We can win because number 25 believes in us.
Let's seize victory."
Emboldened with renewed confidence, the crowd surged forward. "Let's go." William stood below, looking up and mocking them with disdain. "Number 3, I never expected you to team up with scum.
Aren't you ashamed?" She fired back, "What did you just say?" "Scum?"
Number 3 proudly recounted. "Listen carefully, I've already fought him once. He caught my kick with his bare hands as if it were nothing."
Leonard paid no mind to her boasting.
"His technique is far more refined than yours." Seeing their confidence only fueled William's anger. "I didn't ally with weaklings. I simply follow someone stronger than me. Besides, just because you're strong doesn't mean your team is strong, right?" Leonard pointed toward number 438 and reminded him, "Look over there, my team is completely crushing your subordinates." Over on that side, number 438 and the others were celebrating together. "We won." Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out, leaving Leonard puzzled.
Verita chose that moment to request to join. "Alright, I get it. I surrender. Let me join Team F2.
Nearby, Dylan followed suit. "Me too." He flatly refused to accept defeat. "Better this than losing to someone I can't stand."
Displeased by their actions, William snapped, "Number 4, even you are betraying us?" He shouted angrily to reprimand them. "You all carry Cardenas blood, have you no self-respect whatsoever?" Leonard provoked him with a taunt. "What are you talking about? Is there anyone here who doesn't carry Cardenas blood? Stop being stubborn and admit defeat."
William remained steadfast in his ideals. "Don't play games with me." He pointed his sword straight at number 25, Leonard. He proposed a high-stakes wager, putting the outcome of all of Team A and Team F on the line. Fight me right here, right now.
William oozed self-confidence. I will personally show you the gap in our strength. Don't even think about running.
Without hesitation, he replied, that was my intention from the very beginning anyway. He drew his weapon.
Though that line should really be said to you instead.
Leonard struck a confident combat pose. Bring it on, I'll open your eyes.
Outside the simulation, Bruno closely monitored their battle.
The duel between number 25 and number 1 had officially begun.
Colin considered this to be the true final match. Bruno eagerly awaited the final outcome of the battle. I can't wait.
Let's see if number 1 wins like everyone expects, or if this rookie talent will turn the tables. Who knows, we might just witness the birth of a genius capable of becoming team captain.
The two plunged into close-quarters combat.
The pace of the match grew increasingly rapid and intense as both continuously traded blows in offense and defense.
Leonard parried while analyzing William's skills. His swordsmanship is rock solid, and his destructive power is terrifying. Number 2 is really something, being able to take those blows. Just blocking them must be enough to shatter one's arms. He could clearly read every single one of his opponent's movements.
Even so, Leonard easily anticipated his attacks.
He's still just a cadet. Hits hard, but his footwork and patterns are far too predictable. In a split second, William's technique caught him off guard.
He finally understood how number 2 had been taken down, a strike from an unexpected, blind angle.
Witnessing this, Bruno let out an exclamation, that's unexpected.
He wondered if number 25 had already seen through number 1's technique. Catching on that fast is truly admirable. He mused on Leonard's talent. Unbelievable, someone without innate gifts doing what even number 2 couldn't survive against.
Leonard reviewed each of his opponent's strikes. I already realized it during our earlier clash.
But he isn't just swinging his sword with brute force. He deduced that number 1's special ability was a form of invisible, shapeless power.
Both of them coated their blades in energy to launch continuous attacks. Leonard observed every minor detail, a sword arc launched from an angle where power could normally never be generated.
He assessed that robust physique, even an average cadet, no, even an experienced warrior would drop their guard, thinking an attack from that angle was impossible.
Leonard understood.
At that exact moment, the opponent used willpower to channel force into his arm and sword, creating an unimaginably destructive blow. William unleashed a powerful strike radiating green light, but it was blocked by Leonard's blade. Truly a power that defies all conventional rules, Leonard silently praised.
This kid is pretty good. William also realized it. You bastard, did you see through my ability?
The two blades clashed against each other once more.
Face to face, William firmly stated, not only that, you're still hiding your true strength, aren't you? William shouted in demand, why are you only showing it now? He calmly replied, let my sword give you the answer. Impressed, William offered praise, that's certainly the composure of a ducal family. William smiled and said, very well.
William's next attack left him thoroughly startled.
Leonard instantly saw through the move while acknowledging his opponent's skill. He uses willpower not just to boost damage, but also to project long-range sword chi? His top rank certainly isn't just for show. William dragged his sword across the ground, arrogantly stating, do you understand the meaning of this attack? Don't blame me, number 25. Leonard countered that arrogance, you're being overly confident. He remained entirely calm to face his opponent's fierce assault.
Let's see what you're truly capable of. A pale blue aura radiated around William alongside a fierce, boiling intensity.
Fine, I'll grant your wish. Leonard calmly formulated a counter-strategy.
With this frail body, I can't unleash my past strength, but I must also not draw attention by using that external energy. Leonard tightened his grip on his sword in preparation.
Then the only thing I can do right now is...
Leonard was pushed back by William's overwhelming force.
He effortlessly dodged his opponent's strikes.
Every blow William swung carried immense power, yet he evaded them all with ease, prompting William to exclaim, you've got fast feet. William launched a surprise attack, then try this on for size. That recent blow instantly snapped the tree behind him in half.
It was an immensely powerful strike, but Leonard's agile footwork allowed him to escape unscathed.
Verita had been closely monitoring the match and realized, I get it now.
Dylan, who hadn't seen clearly, asked, what do you mean?
Watching closely, she explained, number 1 used an ability to obscure his movements so others couldn't see his technique.
Annoyed, he muttered, what? That's playing dirty?
Verita noted that despite that, number 25 still seemed to dodge everything. I actually think number 25 is the crafty one for constantly hiding his true strength.
Number 3 defended him, saying, he couldn't even get close, so how is that being crafty? Dylan seriously reconsidered. Actually, it's the opposite. The subordinates standing next to Bruno noticed that number 25 was getting closer.
At a glance, it looked like he was running for his life to get away from number 1, but everything was going according to plan.
Bruno also understood his intention. He was putting on an act to corner number 1 without the latter even realizing it.
He likened the scene to a predator leisurely cornering its prey. William was steadily losing ground, stripped of his initial momentum, as number 25 closed the distance. Finding that his opponent had gotten far too close, William questioned, "When did you get so close to me?" Leonard calmly stated, "You've lost, number 1. With a powerful strike, he slashed away everything, including William.
Utterly astonished, William refused to believe the reality of his defeat. "No way, is it me?"
He felt a profound sense of humiliation.
"I actually lost to scum like you?" Leonard's recent blow generated quite a commotion,
causing tremors throughout the entire forest.
William asked himself, did I lose?
Sitting on the ground, he braced himself against Leonard's incoming, razor-sharp claws.
No, this isn't just a simple defeat.
The tip of his sword stopped right in front of William.
Leonard remained calm, showing no further hostility.
Sitting on the ground, William let out an exhausted breath and chuckled.
The surrounding crowd stared in blank bewilderment. "I yield." Number 25. Cheers erupted around them as Leonard achieved victory. "You won."
Nearby, Bruno gasped in astonishment. What an unexpected sight. William's words left him thoroughly confused.
"Thanks, number 25. Or rather, the new number 1. You've made things feel a lot lighter for me." Seeing the melancholic look on his face, Leonard asked for clarification. "What do you mean?"
William recalled the hardships he had endured, the strict educational pressures from his father, and the obsessive belief that he had to be the strongest. He remained dazed by those words, while William seemed to have finally cast something away.
Everything had been completely blown away.
Reaching out a hand, he clearly stated, "It's nothing."
William also conceded, "Good match, number 1.
Hearing that, Leonard let out a soft sigh of relief. Leonard took his hand, helping him up.
"Well done, congratulations." Bruno's surrounding subordinates wailed despairingly, "You've got to be kidding me. Number 1 lost? I can't believe my eyes."
It seemed they had placed bets against each other.
"This is bad, I'm going broke.
I trusted number 1 so much."
Bruno was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. Although unexpected, it was a massive harvest.
He emphasized, "The field training officially concludes here."
Verita and Dylan didn't join the celebration, instead standing off to the side to remark, setting number 25 aside for a moment, "I'm genuinely impressed with Team E."
"Right, I have to admit that too. Never would I have guessed he'd coordinate with those underdogs to take down Team A." At this moment, everyone was cheering for Leonard. Bruno continued to watch him closely. Number 25 saw through the true purpose of this training exercise. It was an outcome beyond expectations, yet completely fulfilling. He ordered Colin, "Wait for everyone to calm down, then pack up and get ready to head back."
She acknowledged the order, understood.
He gave strict instructions, and by the way, contact the Cardenas family and let them know it's time to hold the coming-of-age ceremony. Leonard gently stroked the direwolf's head and instructed, "I have to leave tomorrow, but I can't take you with me."
Hearing that he was leaving, it immediately put on a mournful expression, as if unwilling to part. Seeing that gloomy look, Leonard gently stroked it affectionately. "Are you really that sad about me leaving?"
Seeing the direwolf looking so crestfallen, he scratched its head to comfort it. "I feel the same way." Leonard gently stroked its nose and whispered, "I'm sorry for leaving you here, but I promise you this." Looking into its eyes, he declared with absolute conviction, "I will grow stronger and definitely come back for you." Seeing the direwolf brighten up, he said tenderly, "We'll play together again when that time comes."
Leonard turned to leave, but glanced back with lingering attachment. "Make sure to train hard enough to keep up with my journey."
Looking at the majestic figure of the direwolf, a thought welled up in his mind. "Next time we meet, I'll give you a name." Before long, Leonard found himself on a carriage alongside William and a few others. He came to a bewildered halt upon noticing everyone on the carriage staring fixedly at him.
"What are you guys doing on my carriage? Is there a rule that says we have to board by ranking numbers?" Number 3 answered casually, "I'm just following the big boss."
Verita smiled faintly and revealed, "I'm here because today's main character happens to be in your team." Meanwhile, Dylan offered a wry, awkward smile, "I wanted to talk to the guy who pulled off a comeback from the very bottom." Crossing his arms, William spoke in a deep, chilly tone. I wanted to see the face of someone who jumped from rank 381 to number 1 in just a month.
Hearing this, number 3's jaw dropped in shock. You want to talk to the number 1? Verita paused and questioned with a probing look. You're surprisingly eager to learn, huh? Leonard stood there in complete bewilderment. What on earth do you guys take me for?
William suddenly turned to look at him with a deadpan expression. Also, there's something I need to tell you. Hearing that, number 3 chimed in. You've really changed a lot, or did the captain hit you a bit too hard in the head?
He snapped angrily, shut up.
As soon as he finished, he leaned in to whisper to Leonard. All right, listen up.
Starting tomorrow, supplies will be issued based on your achievements. We are the true descendants of the Cardenas family. We're about to resume our training, but before that, the Bloodline Awakening ceremony will take place. A Bloodline Awakening ceremony? The Cardenas bloodline possesses traits ordinary people lack. The ceremony is a special ritual to awaken them.
From now on, training will focus entirely on that.
Dylan let out a yawn and remarked, so that's why the Cardenas training grounds only taught the basics until now. Hearing this, William bluntly shot back, then what happens after the trait is awakened?
He hesitated briefly before continuing to explain. I heard you'll be able to control mana much more freely. Just like number 4 said, that's why spirits and spirit stones are banned at the training grounds.
Spirits and spirit stones? Once the awakening ceremony concludes, the cadets will have completed their preparation and will join the Blue Dragon Knight Order. Everyone was amazed upon hearing this. The Blue Dragon Knight Order? This is the first I've heard of it.
He chuckled and shared quietly, this hasn't been publicly announced yet. On paper, there are only 7 Knight Orders. Hearing this, Verita immediately chimed in. This Blue Dragon Order specializes in training through actual combat.
They gather elites to nurture the next generation.
They design an optimal, personalized path for each cadet, kind of like thrusting you into the real world early. The moment she finished, William immediately turned to look at Leonard. That's why cadets are classified based on rank and special abilities, meaning each person awakens a different trait.
Ah, right.
He also seriously and thoroughly explained, to be precise, they are elemental manas, and the number of cores varies for each person. Hearing this, number 3 suddenly remembered something. I think dragon blood flows within the Cardenas family.
Regardless of the truth, even we aren't entirely sure. William continued his serious explanation. By the way, fewer cores are better, you know. Among them, a single core is considered the ultimate peak. The fewer cores you have, the higher your cultivation efficiency.
He frowned, a look of absolute determination flashing in his eyes, and I am definitely someone with a single core. Seeing this, everyone immediately cautioned him against that smug expression. Verita looked at him with an awkward smile. Don't mind him too much, someone with a single core only appears once every 10 years. Leonard remained silent, deep in thought. I practiced something similar in my past life.
The 5 soul sources were originally the 5 elements.
Leonard looked at her blankly. Don't tell me there are a total of 5 cores. Verita paused for a moment and explained. That's called the 5-core setup, and its training efficiency is unthinkably terrible. With every additional core, you consume twice as much resource.
Not to mention you have to maintain balance across all cores during training. After listening, he nodded in realization, concluding why efficiency plummeted so drastically.
If a single core is 1, dual cores are 4, triple cores are 8, quad cores are 16, and 5 cores require a staggering 32 times.
Those numbers were terrifying.
She looked at him, her tone dropping significantly. You should have learned about this in theory class, right?
Could the number 1 really be that clueless about theory? Leonard frowned and replied calmly.
But Verita suddenly let out a goofy laugh. Hey, with practical combat skills that good, who needs dry theory?
Leonard sighed helplessly.
The concept was quite similar to his past life, so he could still manage it, but if his old methods worked here, it would be a massive opportunity.
A moment later, he suddenly asked, if one could actually master all cores, wouldn't the 5-core setup be the strongest?
Dylan chuckled foolishly. In theory, maybe, but where are you going to find enough resources to train them?
Without resources, there's a limit no matter how much you train.
Leonard and Verita simultaneously shot him unfriendly stares. Therefore, having multiple cores only brings disadvantages, making a single core or triple core the safest bets.
Can someone please shut him up?
Verita later stated flatly, I'd be completely satisfied with a triple core, showing up with a single core stands out too much and is just troublesome.
Suddenly, someone nearby asserted, "Leonard is a 5-core. As he slowly walked away, that voice still echoed in his ears. Think about it, he has swordsmanship talent but no affinity for the bloodline. Oh heavens, why would you treat him like this?
Leonard helplessly muttered to himself, I've really gone viral, but in a way nobody wants.
Then, he stood alone in front of a room, his head lowered in deep thought.
A moment later, Leonard reached up to stroke his slightly curved lips. I didn't mean for things to turn out this way either. Suddenly, he felt an unfamiliar presence approaching from behind. With his sharp agility, Leonard managed to dodge the sudden incoming attack. Turning his head, he heard his assailant murmur, impressive.
The opponent suddenly recovered his strength and exclaimed continuously, to understand the sword at such a young age?
The person standing before him was Fabian, who slowly walked forward. You live up to the rumors.
Number 381.
He seriously introduced himself. I am Leonard, formerly known as Number 381. Hearing of his achievements, the man couldn't help but marvel. Reaching this realm at your age is truly rare.
An admirable level of refinement even without using aura. Leonard furrowed his brow and blurted out, isn't martial arts built from the mind and honed through the body?
Fabian was momentarily stunned.
Leonard boldly elaborated, I didn't think the presence of aura had anything to do with the precision of martial arts.
As soon as his words fell, the man unconsciously burst into amused laughter. A moment later, Fabian looked at him and said seriously, it seems the rumors still haven't fully captured your true strength.
Good attitude, I like you.
With that, he cupped his hands together and politely introduced himself. My name is Fabian, Swordmaster and Commander of the Blue Dragon Knight Order. I pledge upon my honor and title that you deserve special rank status.
I guarantee you'll receive the best treatment. Hearing this, the subordinate behind him chimed in with a reminder, Commander, are you serious? But Leonard was just confirmed to have 5 cores during the ceremony. Fabian loudly asserted, the number of cores doesn't matter. Don't let such trivial things block the path to greatness. Talent must be invested in fully, so don't mind what others say. With no other choice, the subordinate reluctantly stepped forward, you deserve the special rank. Take this, it's a spatial pouch. Everything you need is inside, just take whatever you require.
Fabian looked at him with an amused expression, as a special rank cadet, I'll give you the right to choose. He commanded cheerfully, go ahead and choose freely. Beyond those doors are different training grounds. Normally I would assign them based on your level, but this time I'll let you decide.
Leonard's eyes locked firmly straight ahead. Which place provides resources best suited to my current level? Fabian smiled and nudged his shoulder. Good question.
One who shuns the path of hardship is no true martial artist. Looking at him, Fabian slowly explained, then you should go to Calabog.
That is the Empire's most remote island. Even veteran knights give up because the environment is far too harsh.
It can only be described as wild and untamed. Furthermore, several dangerous areas are no different from a demon's domain.
Sound exciting?
Leonard gently touched his hand and replied politely, yes, thank you for your concern, Commander Fabian. Looking at the mysterious power within his mind, a thought sparked. The difficulty of training 5 cores is simply because people don't know how to train them properly. The 5 elements are both a flowing current and a unified whole. If I can elevate all of them simultaneously, this is a golden opportunity to surpass even my past life achievements. Leonard decided to carry his luggage inside. Fabian watched him go and softly offered, good luck, then. As soon as Leonard stepped inside, he instinctively covered his face. What is this? Looking around, he concluded with certainty, Calabog. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind, welcome. Turning his head, he saw Bradley walking toward him.
I didn't hear a single sound. This guy has formidable strength. Looking him over, Bradley asked, are you the cadet everyone's been talking about? Leonard stepped back and bowed politely. Pleased to meet you. My name is Leonard. He politely introduced himself as well, and I'm Bradley. I manage this Calabog region and I'm a senior knight of the Blue Dragon Order's 1st Basilisk Squad.
As he spoke, Bradley beckoned with his hand, now let's go somewhere else to talk.
You haven't greeted everyone yet, have you? Leonard nodded in admission, yes, that's right. And so, as they walked, Bradley provided a brief preliminary explanation. Everyone here is an apprentice knight.
Even with the rank difference, you should still maintain proper etiquette toward your seniors.
He followed quietly, thinking to himself, judging by his tone, I probably don't need to be overly formal. Walking along, Bradley suddenly stopped. Even if you happen to run into someone, there's no need to be afraid.
There are rules prohibiting anyone from giving a hard time to first-year recruits like you. Leonard nodded affirmatively. I'll keep that in mind. Noticing this decisive attitude, he nodded with slight satisfaction. Good. Starting today, you'll have half a year of my protection, and the remaining half year will be for self-training. After that, you're entirely on your own. Understood? Leonard nodded with certainty. Yes, I understand. Bradley continued outlining a few details. Normally, your food and lodging have nothing to do with me, but since you're a special privilege recipient, I'll at least secure a place for you to sleep. He then led him to a modest wooden cabin. Here, use this room, it's already stocked with all the necessary supplies. Leonard looked around and nodded, bowing politely. Thank you very much. Bradley specifically emphasized that aside from that, he had to provide for everything else on his own. Theoretically, as long as he had spirit stones, he could buy anything. So he should act accordingly. Leonard nodded seriously and cautiously. Understood, Mr. Bradley. Satisfied, Bradley nodded and asked warmly, the basic briefing is done, do you have any questions? Pondering for a moment, Leonard spoke up. What is the difference between the protection phase and the training phase? Bradley kindly explained, there's a slight difference, but it's simple. During the protection period, I'll assist with all your activities, but during the training period, I'll only step in to ensure no one lays a hand on you. Looking around the dwelling cautiously, Leonard asked, are there any rules here prohibiting injury or killing? Bradley explicitly stressed, killing is strictly forbidden. Leonard nodded and stepped inside. I understand. One final thing, could you tell me the value of the resource bundle I was just given? Sure, let me check. Bradley kindly led him inside and instructed, you have 3,000 low-grade spirit stones and 100 bottles of medicinal pills for each attribute. Seeing the pile of spirit stones, Leonard couldn't help thinking, even for the top-ranking cadet, this quantity is excessive. Seeing him fall silent, Bradley glanced sideways with a private thought, I heard this kid Leonard is just from a collateral branch, even members of the main family might not get this much. It seems the commander favors him immensely. Observing the pile, Leonard wondered, what exactly are spirit stones? He kindly clarified, they're ores filled with mana. You just absorb that energy to gradually expand your mana pathways. Glancing at Leonard's heavy luggage bag, he added, with this much stuff, a single core could reach tier 10, while 5 cores might barely crawl to tier 5. Leonard's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Tiers? Is that a ranking system? Seeing that startled expression, Bradley simply chuckled, I'll explain it to you now. First, he taught him how to recognize the stages of a cultivator. Martial artists in this world are divided into 5 major realms and 10 minor realms. Each major realm consists of 10 small tiers, and as you surpass each level, you gradually become a true martial artist. The body tempering realm, this is the stage for forging the physical body. You use the mana within you to widen your mana pathways. Second is the external force realm, where you project power outside the body. You practice turning refined mana into aura. Third is the realm of refining one's distinct self. It's called the Transcendence realm, very difficult to define because it differs for everyone. The fourth realm is the demigod realm, a state transcending the mind, allowing willpower to directly interfere with reality. After briefly explaining those, Bradley emphasized, at the 5th level, you shed your mortal shell to touch the divine. The next stage he mentioned was called the god realm. At this point, Bradley's expression sank. However, apart from the Cardenas progenitor, no one has ever reached that level. He turned around and said in a harsh, angry tone, some arrogant fools even caused trouble, claiming it was just a fabrication by the Cardenas family. Those pieces of trash probably forgot they'd be lifelong slaves if our progenitor hadn't wiped out the evil dragon. A moment later, Bradley gently stood up, coughed a few times, and explained, that's enough talk. Now let's begin the real training. He pointed next to Leonard. Your first task is mana cultivation. Use the resources to strengthen your body and expand your mana pathways. This exercise is simple. You just need to absorb the energy from the spirit stones. After giving his explanation, Bradley immediately opened the door and left. I'll leave you to it. Good luck. Leonard stood there dazed. Pardon? Before he could voice his thoughts, Bradley hurried off, wishing you success. Left alone in the room, Leonard gazed at the spirit stones and pondered, just absorb them? He picked up a spirit stone to observe it. The mana around here is truly abundant. Walking around while absorbing it should be enough for training. Could the act of absorption itself be a difficult challenge for others? Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate to clench his hand and tightly squeeze the spirit stone.
If that's the case, I'm way too lucky.
A smug, triumphant smile suddenly crept up the corners of Leonard's lips, because I've already been through all of this in my past life. That night, when the moon climbed high into the sky, Leonard sat alone in the wooden cabin, pondering and studying. This is strange.
He looked at his muscle-bound, vein-popping arms with a hint of puzzlement. Even with past experience, isn't this speed a bit too fast?
Seeing that the result wasn't quite what he expected, Leonard let out a dejected sigh. I never expected to reach the 3rd tier in just a few short hours.
At this rate, it'll probably only take a day to hit the 5th tier.
A moment later, he collapsed flat onto the floor in exhaustion and thought to himself, thanks to retaining my memories from a past life, this training has become ridiculously easy. The mechanics of the 5 cores are identical to the 5 elements from my previous life, and this absorption method is nothing more than a basic exercise.
But if I finish this in a single day, I'm bound to raise suspicions. Should I sneak off into the mountains to train discreetly for a few days?
Immersed in his dilemma, he suddenly thought of Fabian. Oh wait, the commander actually believes I'm an unrivaled genius. Ideas began popping into his head. If I showcase the techniques of my past life right now, I might just play the part of that genius to absolute perfection. Otherwise, all this wasted potential would be such a shame. At the same time, outside in the forest, Yen and his crew were out on patrol.
Upon catching sight of the wooden cabin, they couldn't help but marvel. That's seriously impressive. Hasn't that kid locked himself up in that room for over a month now? To be exact, it's been a month and a half.
Hayden, walking alongside them, frowned and said dismissively, I bet he plans to stay in seclusion until he reaches at least the 5th tier before coming out. That's the bare minimum required to survive in this hellish place.
Yen shook his head inside. Hearing that just breaks my heart. Finding nothing interesting, Ju suggested, let's just go fishing, boss. We don't have time to babysit that new recruit.
They walked alone, complaining despondently, if we don't catch anything today and tomorrow, we're going to have to fork over spirit stones just to buy food. This is terrible. Anyway, our level is basically stuck around the goblin tier.
Saying that is way too harsh. At least we can beat orcs.
Both of those are just the weakest things around here. Just as their voices faded into the distance, the wooden cabin door stirred and slowly drifted open. Leonard stepped outside, looked around, and let out a relieved sigh. He raised a hand to brush the dust off his face and wondered to himself, should I ask Brother Bradley for a real sword?
The next day, hearing this request, Bradley paused in surprise. You want a real sword?
Drawing his blade, he stared straight at Leonard and asked, what's your reason? Leonard answered honestly, I feel like I need to get used to a real sword instead of keeping on with a wooden one. Deep down, Bradley looked at him and began to sneer. Got a little stronger and now you're acting all cocky, huh? No sooner had he finished speaking than Leonard punched a nearby boulder, shattering it. The strike was so perfectly executed that Bradley's eyes widened in sheer awe. He felt a fleeting jolt of shock and let out an involuntary compliment. I never expected your 5-core setup to reach the 3rd tier in just a month and a half. Hesitating briefly, Bradley lowered his voice and emphasized sharply, this rate of progress is certainly impressive, but,
glaring fiercely, he barked in a loud, scolding tone, don't get too full of yourself, rookie.
Faced with this sudden turn of events, Leonard's eyes widened as he found himself cornered.
What? With my current strength,
Bradley tapped him firmly on the head with the flat of his sword. Don't look so terrified. Withdrawing his angry expression, he put on a caring tone and cautioned, just make sure you don't do anything reckless. Leonard rubbed his head and took the sword. Thanks, bro. Bradley suddenly recalled something. If you lose that sword, you'll have to pay for it with spirit stones.
Leonard asked honestly, what if it breaks?
Pulling out a spirit stone, he chuckled, then you still pay for it with spirit stones, obviously. Leonard gave an involuntary, dry smile. Seems fair enough. Turning his back to leave, Bradley didn't forget to offer encouragement. All right, get to work. Carefully unfolding a map, Leonard studied it. So I've got my sword now. Staring at the map, he began calculating. I should probably go out and do some scouting. Right under the cover of night, Leonard made up his mind to head toward the ruined forest. Blue feet could be seen taking deliberate steps across the dirt ground. Emerging right before his eyes was a pack of rank E2 hobgoblins with extremely hideous appearances. Suddenly, a wave of fresh blood scent drifted through the air, instantly drawing their attention. At that exact moment, Leonard advanced with a sharp blade in hand, murmuring in a low voice, even if you chop them all to pieces, the stench of blood is just too strong to hide. He then gathered momentum, leveraging his strength to spring powerfully forward.
With cold detachment, Leonard unleashed a flurry of sword arcs toward the hobgoblins. I'll help you meet your end nice and quietly. One of them took his attack head-on and was instantly cleaved in two.
Reaching out to touch a glowing stone, Leonard muttered internally, monsters drop a portion of mana in the form of spirit stones when they die. After disposing of the entire pack of hobgoblins, Leonard narrowed his eyes. Sweeping up around 100 low-grade spirit stones a day isn't half bad.
A follow-up train of thought surfaced. In this ruined forest, I probably can't progress any further. Just by the name alone, the ruined forest was clearly a haven for those cast out of the food chain.
Leonard thought with a hint of boredom, only weak E-rank trash lives out here.
Next, he turned his head slightly, his pupils darting backward.
Sensing something moving, Leonard thought to himself, this smell is completely different from before.
A gnoll?
The hand gripping his sword trembled involuntarily as a thought flashed through his mind.
It isn't even bothering to hide its presence, which means it completely regards me as prey. It isn't even bothering to hide its presence, which means it completely regards me as prey. Frowning defiantly, he muttered, "Come on then, you dog."
The moment those words left his mouth, a loud clash echoed out, sounding like heavy objects colliding violently. Right before Leonard's eyes was a ferocious wolf-like beast lunging forward with bared fangs. But before it could even pull off any tricks, Leonard welcomed it with a sobering counterattack. As the thick dust cloud gradually cleared, Leonard appeared with his arms crossed defensively in front of him. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at the monster before him with absolute contempt. "Stop barking, you damned mutt." With vacant white eyes, it opened its drool-soaked jaws and let out a deafening roar. Gripping his wrist tightly, Leonard muttered to himself, just shifting its attack vector and the force is already this terrifying.
He then bounced high into the air to evade the gnoll's onslaught. Guess I'll just dodge every single one of them.
Suddenly, terrifyingly grotesque veins bulged across the hobgoblin's forearms. Seeing this, Leonard glanced sideways and thought, something's wrong with the intel.
These grunts are anything but normal. Ordinary goblins are rank E1, when they evolve into hobgoblins, they reach E2. A standard gnoll is usually rank D1.
Lost in thought, he mused, monsters usually only evolve once and stop there, but this one's strength is nothing like a D2.
If that's the case,
at that moment, Leonard sidestepped to dodge the goblin's assault. What he was facing right now was actually a rank D3 gnoll.
Yet he just smiled with arrogant disdain. Well, looks like I don't have a choice.
With blazing red pupils, Leonard glared straight at it. Looks like it's been a while since I've had a proper workout. Looking slightly panicked, the hobgoblin fiercely swung its weapon toward its opponent.
Dirt and debris kicked up into the air.
Simultaneously, Leonard lightly tapped the tip of his foot against the creature's axe blade.
Wild strikes like that will never touch me. Finishing his sentence, Leonard brought his sword down hard onto the hobgoblin's head.
He then lashed out with a powerful slash straight across the monster's neck, but the hobgoblin remained completely unfazed.
Frowning, Leonard thought to himself, it's tough enough to spark friction on impact?
At the same time, the beast brought its heavy axe crashing down directly toward his position.
But realizing the spot he struck was completely empty, the creature was momentarily startled. Glancing up with eyes full of contempt, Leonard scoffed, "Just as I thought, all brawn and no brain." A matching thought followed, "Here's my chance."
While its axe was stuck, realizing sword slashes weren't cutting it, he suddenly spun around and let out a booming shout, startling the hobgoblin. Frowning slightly, he muttered to himself, "Though its muscles and bones are tough as nails, this blind spot is completely unprotected." Wielding his sharp weapon, Leonard thrust straight upward from its chin right through the top of its head. Above in the sky, sparkling silvery white lights began to bloom.
Seeing this, Leonard raised an eyebrow in admiration. Talk about a pleasant surprise. Finding a concentrated cluster of high-tier spirit stones in this ruined forest?
This single piece is worth 100 low-grade ones combined.
If there are more monsters like this around, my internal energy will skyrocket in no time.
He murmured in a low voice, the apprentice knights wouldn't even deign to look at a place like this. Even so, there's no reason for me to stick around here any longer. A wooden door appeared before him, and a faint blue glow emitted from within the room. Leonard sat in deep, focused meditation, powerful energy radiating all around him. Gazing down at what rested in his palm, he broke out in a cold sweat. I knew things were going smoothly, but I've already hit the 10th tier of body tempering?
A question popped into Leonard's mind, a 5-core cultivator breaking through to the 10th tier in just a few months. Obviously, this is going to cause quite a headache. Is there any way to farm resources without drawing too much attention?
Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him slightly.
Hey, do you think something happened to him?
The person beside him replied, it's been 3 months already.
It looks like he hasn't stepped a single foot outside.
Hayden broke out in a sweat, furrowed his brow, and complained, do we really have to come check on him every single day like this? Narrowing his eyes, Yen spoke in a low tone, we need to be his first friendly seniors. In a prestigious swordsmanship family like the Cardenas, connections are the most powerful weapon.
A relationship established right here is far more valuable than shallow ties with minor families, he added. Besides, he's the number one.
I heard even the commander keeps a close eye on him.
He then reminded them, so at least we have to drop by and say hello. Hayden irritably hoisted a bucket of water and brushed it off. Alright, fine, stop nagging me. Raising his voice, Hayden shouted, Hey rookie, are you still alive in there? You won't get anywhere with your training if you don't eat right. Hearing no movement from inside, he frowned skeptically. Could he actually be dead?
One of the other two suggested despondently, let's just head back, I don't hear a single sound in there. Narrowing his eyes at those words, Leonard thought to himself, they really are nicer seniors than one might think.
So that's why they kept sneaking around checking up on me.
Through the crack, he had gotten a clear look at his face.
If it were Leonard, his training results would be way too easy to expose.
But if he looked like a senior who had lived on this island for 10 years, nobody would suspect a thing. Lowering his voice, he muttered to himself, it's been a while, wonder if I can still pull this off.
Well, might as well give it a try.
Closing his eyes, Leonard threw his hands up, reversing a disguise technique by manipulating the muscles and blood vessels on his face. A man with long white hair emerged. A thought crossed his mind, ever since I became the Sword Emperor, I've had no reason to hide my identity. Leonard's facial features slowly shifted. He muttered internally, never thought the day would come when I'd use this to hide my strength. Glancing down at his hands, Leonard spoke up, alright, with this, they probably won't recognize me.
Wearing Hayden's face, he gently greeted, are you Hayden? Looking forward to your guidance from now on.
3 months later, in the swamp of the Bone Mountains, a desolate landscape unfolded before them. At that moment, an immutable survival rule he had forged himself crossed Leonard's mind. A hard-earned survival lesson, every single creature in this accursed place is venomous and possesses masterclass stealth skills. Therefore, I must never let my guard down. A single moment of carelessness is all it takes to become food for the lizardmen lurking beneath the swamp. Wearing Hayden's face, Leonard narrowed his eyes. Even a regular lizardman is C-rank, and they're way more savage than that mutated hobgoblin.
Since there are so many of them, I'll wipe them all out in a single stroke.
He slammed his foot hard against the ground. Wielding his weapon, Leonard surged powerfully toward a lizardman. With a single blow, he successfully struck down the monster. Coldly, Leonard cleaved the top of the lizardman's head.
As if realizing something, he muttered under his breath, I think I just made a bit too much noise. Looks like the boss around here has woken up.
Instantly whipping his head back, Leonard spotted a lizardman lunging forward with a razor-sharp spear. It suddenly startled and let out a loud screech. Coldly appraising the situation, Leonard remarked, you're fast, but your moves are way too basic. Without a shred of mercy, he drove a forceful kick into the lizardman's spine. I don't have time to waste on someone who knows nothing about proper swordsmanship. The moment Leonard took it down, a glowing spirit stone materialized. Glancing back at the gleaming pile in his pouch, he raised an eyebrow. I've finally gathered 1,500 mid-grade spirit stones.
Time to move on to the next phase. A thought surfaced in his mind, it's time to change battlegrounds.
The total mana accumulated within these 1,500 spirit stones was more than enough for Leonard to break through to a new level in one go.
However, the process of crossing this major realm was violently intense.
Pondering deeply, he thought, I'm currently at the 10th tier of the body-tempering realm. Even though I'm borrowing Hayden's face to avoid prying eyes, if I break through right here on Calabog Island, keeping it a secret is going to be nearly impossible. Taking light, measured steps forward, Leonard swung his sword gently and muttered, I need a place that can suppress mana turbulence and provide cover, at least somewhere to shield me from the elements.
Suddenly startled, Leonard glanced sideways as if noticing something. Questioning himself mentally, he wondered, is that a field over there?
Scanning his surroundings, Leonard thought in astonishment, I never expected to find so many spirit herbs with a mana absorption rate even higher than spirit stones.
A question arose in his mind, could the hobgoblin guarding this cave be the one tending to them?
The stationary hobgoblin suddenly snapped to attention with a sharp cry.
Seeing this, Leonard quickly ducked down. Something is charging this way. A fierce gust of wind materialized right at the hobgoblin's location.
Looming right before it was a ferocious wolf with its jaws wide open.
Startled, Leonard realized, a lycanthrope.
The ground beneath the hobgoblin's feet cracked open as if bearing immense, crushing pressure. A protective barrier materialized before it, blocking the lycanthrope's attack. Sensing the danger, the monster backed off.
Curious, Leonard wondered, are they fighting over territory? Striking out, it shook the entire ground. Have monsters of that caliber already learned to manipulate natural forces? Watching the hobgoblin's actions, he thought, manipulating dozens of tons of earth and rock at will. Even for me, that's no easy feat. But the other beast was also dodging with lightning-fast reflexes. Right before Leonard's eyes was a fiercely balanced battle between the hobgoblin and the lycanthrope, with neither side willing to yield. Both monsters roared simultaneously, trying to assert their dominance. Quietly observing, he predicted, this fight definitely won't end anytime soon.
Seizing the opportunity, Leonard immediately leaped down right in front of the cave entrance. Glancing sideways, he thought, while they're busy with each other, I'll sneak in and explore the cave. Without hesitation, Leonard stepped inside the cavern. If a monster of that caliber is guarding the outside, there has to be something extremely valuable hidden inside. Only the sound of his own footsteps echoed through the cavern. Narrowing his eyes, Leonard muttered, the moment I stepped in, the outside noise completely vanished.
This is the absolute perfect spot for me to break through. A pale yellow glow flickered into view ahead. Filled with curiosity, he wondered, what on earth is this place?
A glowing tree with golden leaves emanated a brilliant radiance.
Leonard couldn't help breaking into a sweat at the sight. Are all of these intermediate spirit herbs? Could that hobgoblin have actually grown this pile?
Next, his gaze drifted toward some turquoise leaves nearby, but something felt extremely strange. Even though the quantity of herbs here was massive, standing from the outside, he couldn't sense anything at all. Following that, Leonard reached his hand forward and unleashed a wave of blue energy. That attack was instantly blocked by a thick barrier, the sound of the collision echoing throughout the quiet space. Seeing this, he broke out in a sweat and smiled wryly. I get it, these things were protecting and concealing this place. Next, Leonard looked up at the golden tree and questioned with suspicion. Everything in this cave is utterly bizarre.
What on earth kind of species is that glowing golden tree? He reached out his hand, gently touching the golden leaves with a look of curiosity. I've heard of intermediate spirit herbs, but does a tree like this actually exist in this world? Must it be top tier? Maybe even surpassing that. I suspect that Hobgoblin doesn't even know the true value of this tree.
I'm planning to break through to a major realm right here.
Must it be top tier? Maybe even surpassing that. I suspect that Hobgoblin doesn't even know the true value of this tree.
I'm planning to break through to a major realm right here. The moment he caught sight of the Hobgoblin's battered figure, Leonard lowered his voice. Looks like I have a visitor again. A beam of light flashed by as if something was moving at high speed. Darting forward like a bullet, Leonard frowned to himself. Because of this place's mana and sound blocking properties, I completely failed to notice it approaching. The hobgoblin behind him looked as though it had been through a brutal battle. Glancing at its body, he thought to himself, good thing the wounds from its fight haven't healed yet. Right at that moment, a massive surge of power radiated from its body, causing dirt and rocks to lift into the air. The sound of shattered stones echoing filled the space.
Leonard reacted quickly, leaping up to dodge the blow. Watching the blocked cave entrance, he thought pensively, instead of a frontal assault, it's targeting the exit to trap me in here? An excited smile appeared on Leonard's lips before he frowned and shouted, fine, have it your way, I'll take you on to the very end.
The sound of falling debris echoed through the silent night. The cave entrance had been completely sealed by massive boulders, leaving no other way out. Inside stood the hobgoblin, its wounded body launching a forward attack.
Dodging the blow while glancing sideways, Leonard wondered, did it realize it couldn't win in terms of speed after just a few moves?
Using a floating rock as a stepping stone, Leonard reminded himself, just a single hit is enough to be fatal. Casting a brief glance ahead, he thought, this guy's pretty sharp.
If that was the case. Having made up his mind, Leonard dashed straight toward the hobgoblin.
With powerful energy radiating around him and a deep frown, he charged forward. Fixing his eyes on the monster before him, Leonard muttered with absolute certainty, I'll finish it off in a single blow. Then, he delivered a powerful sword strike straight to its mouth, causing the hobgoblin to cry out in pain.
Without stopping, Leonard extended his slash.
But seeing it take no damage, he gritted his teeth and muttered, it's protected by surrounding earth and rocks. If it weren't for that pile. Watching the hobgoblin swing its fist toward him, Leonard thought to himself, naturally, bringing a massive amount of destructive power down with it, the blow smashed into the ground, causing it to crack open. Next, the hobgoblin slowly raised the hand it had clenched into a fist. Then he bluntly exposed the truth. You've been capable of using elemental magic right from the start. Infuriated, it slammed its foot heavily onto the ground, causing the surrounding space to involuntarily tremble. Surveying the giant before him, Leonard mused, This isn't something that can be resolved by getting close anymore. If I touch that heat, I'll melt in a split second. I need to find an opening and finish it off with a decisive blow. Having made his decision, Leonard bolted forward instantly. Fixing his gaze on the hobgoblin's legs, he affirmed, "Time's up." With his eyes filled with fierce intent, Leonard sprang toward the monster. Showing no mercy, he slammed his foot hard against the hobgoblin's knee. Looking up, Leonard exclaimed with a sense of nostalgia, "How nostalgic does this feel?" And with that, he launched an attack straight at its chin. "It's all over." A loud noise rang out as the hobgoblin's entire body appeared to fall backward. Meanwhile, Leonard quickly retreated, pressing himself against the cave wall. Gathering all his strength for momentum, he launched himself back toward the monster. Pointing his sharp blade straight at the hobgoblin, Leonard roared, "It's too late." He forcefully thrust his razor-sharp sword, imbued with tremendous energy, straight into its body. Raising an eyebrow at the sight, Leonard muttered, "I pierced straight through its chest. This time it's definitely done for." Suddenly, he jerked his head to the side as if sensing something. An intensely bright pinkish-red light erupted from deep within the hobgoblin's body. It was a stone with a black border and a pink center, looking as though it was about to shatter. And right after that, a massive explosion echoed from that very spot. Fierce flames blazed intensely, gradually sweeping across the grass on the ground. Although the ground was engulfed in fire, the grass remained completely unharmed. At the same time, holding his hand up to shield himself, Leonard gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn it, if it blows up at this distance, it's way too dangerous." Instantly, another explosion went off. The shockwave blasted him backward, his back slamming hard against a tree trunk and drawing a loud cry of pain from Leonard. Blood spilling from his mouth, he told himself, "That impact against the tree trunk feels like it shattered all my bones." Covered in injuries and leaning against the tree base, Leonard thought anxiously, "Besides, in less than 5 minutes, this cave is going to be burned to ashes. In a remote, secluded place like this, nobody's coming to help. Which means whatever happens here, nobody will ever know. I've heard that reaching a higher realm causes the body to automatically regenerate." There's no time to hesitate. Reaching out, he picked up a stray mana crystal scattered on the ground. Clenching it tightly in his fist, Leonard stared fiercely and roared, "I'll see this through to the end." Then he tightly shut his eyes as thoughts flooded his mind. "I can feel it. The mana from the spirit crystal is soaking into my damaged mana pathways. My body is being miraculously healed by the spirit crystal." Moving step by step toward the patch of grass growing on the ground, Leonard realized this still wasn't enough. Bending down, he muttered to himself, "I need to absorb every single spirit herb around here." Pulling up the spirit herbs with his bare hands, Leonard shoved them straight into his mouth. Sitting down on the ground to recuperate, he murmured, "All preparations are complete." An overwhelming surge of excess mana churned violently within him as his 5 cores began spinning simultaneously. "I can feel all the energy merging into one, as if I've just been given a new heart." At that moment, Leonard was enveloped by a powerful, pale blue aura. Both his body and his mana had fully recovered as he broke through to a completely brand new realm. Yet why wasn't that power stopping? Even though he had long since surpassed the limits of what a human body could bear, this truly felt identical to the heart of a dragon. Before him was the sight of Leonard sitting beneath the tree trunk, focusing all his energy on recovery. With a wide-eyed expression of absolute astonishment, he thought, "Not only have the mana from my 5 cores completely harmonized, but my realm has also skyrocketed straight to the 3rd tier of external power." Remembering the faces of the 3 individuals, Leonard muttered, "Those seniors have been stuck at the 2nd tier for years. This is definitely going to cause a massive shockwave in Cardenas." Looking down at the surging power coursing through his body, his wounds were completely healed, and his mana flowed much faster and stronger than before. Clenching his fists with a slightly startled expression, "I never expected that breaking through a major realm would result in such a terrifying progression." Raising his head to look at the gigantic tree with a perplexed mood, "Still, how on earth did I survive that horrifying explosion in such a confined space? I felt an incredible heat that should have been completely unbearable." Suddenly, Leonard narrowed his eyes. "So that's how it is." Right before his eyes hung a glowing object attached to the tree. Without the slightest hesitation, he reached out and touched it. The brilliant light faded, leaving behind a single fruit. At that same time, a thought flashed through Leonard's mind. That abundant spiritual energy was what protected me in this cave from the fierce pillar of fire. Holding the fruit in his hand, he remarked, "Holding this fruit feels completely natural." Then, Leonard questioned with lingering doubt, "Did it really drain every last ounce of mana completely clean?" Turning back around, he called out, "I'll plant a new seed for you. Come to think of it, you saved my life from the jaws of death." With that, Leonard hurried away from the dark cave. Darting forward like lightning, he thought, "If I'm even a little late, I'll raise suspicions immediately.
I need to slip away fast. A loud roar echoed through the space as the rocks blocking the cave entrance were blasted apart by some unknown force. Unscathed, Leonard burst out from within.
Drenched in sweat from exhaustion, he smiled smugly. I might be a bit too strong right now.
I overdid it a little back there, hope nobody makes a big fuss over this.
Standing from a distance, Leonard could already see the city right before his eyes.
Glancing at the fur on his shoulder, he thought, good thing I made it back in time.
Taking stock of his ragged clothes and disheveled state, Leonard raised an eyebrow. Explaining this appearance to the seniors would be a huge pain. I'd better clean up my gear first. A simultaneous thought arose. After all, I've spent the last 3 months meeting up with them at this exact hour every day.
At that moment, Hayden let out a startled exclamation.
Sweating profusely, he pointed toward the door. Hey, look at that, the door's opening by itself.
Shocked by the scene before him, Hayden muttered, since when?
Meanwhile, Yen rushed up to Leonard with a bright, cheerful expression. Hey there, I'm Yen, just call me Senior. Hearing that, he politely bowed and introduced himself. I'm Leonard. Holding his sword, Leonard hesitated before suggesting, Senior, to be honest, my swordsmanship has felt a bit rusty lately.
Would you be willing to spar with me?
Looking slightly nervous and sweating, Yen asked back. That sounds kind of sudden.
I'm fine with it, but are you sure you're okay? Leonard calmly replied, it would truly be my honor to learn from you.
With a confident expression, Yen ran a hand through his hair. Since you put it that way, I suppose I can't refuse. Seeing this, Hayden cried out helplessly, oh come on, Yen. Smirking smugly, Yen proposed, follow me, and I'll show you what the demeanor of a Cardenas knight is all about.
A thought also popped into his head, wonderful. Now I've got them right where I want them.
Suddenly, Yan's eyes widened in shock as if he had just witnessed something unbelievable.
Looking down at his own floating body with a bewildered expression, why am I floating in the air?
The result was clear, the sparring match against Yan had ended in failure. After getting a taste of Leonard's power, Gale sat on the ground and raised his hand. I surrender.
Gale had lost as well. A loud crash rang out, revealing the image of Hayden looking completely rattled by Leonard's speed.
Gritting his teeth with frustration, he demanded, damn it, is this really the level of someone who just left the training grounds? Right at that moment, something suddenly lunged forward, causing Hayden's eyes to widen in surprise. Pure reflex caused him to immediately raise his hands to block the attack. At the same time, a red aura flared across Hayden's arm. Seeing this, Yen yelled out in alarm, hey Hayden, are you out of your mind? Why are you using mana for this? Hearing that, Hayden's face instantly went pale as the three of them hurried over in panic. With a worried expression, Hayden asked loudly, Leonard, are you alright? Leonard replied calmly, his hand smoking slightly, I'm fine. Flustered, Hayden rushed to explain, I'm sorry, it was just pure instinct, so I reflexively used a defensive move. Glancing at the injury on his palm, Leonard thought to himself, turns out just using mana to block a sword is enough to cause damage.
Looks like swordsmanship isn't everything in this world.
A slight smile curved the corners of Leonard's lips. A thought followed right after. I only intended to help them train to repay them for the disguise, but it looks like there's plenty for me to learn here too.
Still looking somewhat worried, Hayden asked hesitantly, aren't you angry at all, Leonard?
Grabbing his sword with his injured hand, Leonard cheerfully responded, I look forward to continuing our training together.
Practicing with you guys should be a lot of fun. Surprised, Hayden questioned, you still want to keep practicing? Leonard answered honestly, if possible, I'd like to train like this every day. Biting his fingernails and sweating nervously, Yen hesitated, fine then, we'll drop by your tent often. For the sake of building connections, I can't let this opportunity slip away.
An image of a hand knocking a few times against a wooden door appeared.
Running a hand through his hair and raising an eyebrow, Yen announced, you joining us, Leonard?
Sorry,
but tonight's training session's probably gonna get cancelled. Opening the door, Leonard asked in confusion, did something happen? Neither of the other two was anywhere in sight. Another question popped into his head, their equipment looked stranger than usual. Are they heading out for a real operation? Yen then spoke up, haven't you heard about the massive explosion near the Bone Mountain Swamp? It's causing a huge uproar, so I rushed over to let you know.
Hearing that, Leonard let out an inward sigh of relief. Good, looks like I'm not on the suspect list.
Sweating profusely, Yen recounted, word is that a werewolf and a giant demon that reached the true demon realm fought over territory in the Bone Mountain Swamp.
The giant demon got roasted to ashes, while the werewolf died a miserable death with all its fur and skin completely stripped off. Turning serious, he continued, that must have been a terrifying battle to the death. Now that both bosses are dead, low-level monsters are swarming to the swamp to scavenge. Sweating nervously, Yen offered, "As you can see, we have to go clean up this mess as part of our night drill. You aren't qualified for real combat yet, so just stay here and get some rest." Suddenly, Yen reached behind his back to grab something. "Almost forgot, I brought you a gift." Throwing several swords onto the ground, Yen said, "You've probably broken quite a few swords by now, haven't you?" "It's nothing fancy, but I brought you these 5 blades, they're pretty decent to use." Leonard looked momentarily stunned. "Thank you so much." Pointing at himself with a smile, Yen added, "Don't forget me if you make a name for yourself later, alright?" Smiling, Leonard nodded, "Definitely, Senior Yen." Before leaving, Yen didn't forget to issue a warning. "Also, don't wander outside today. Most of the knights guarding the island are concentrated at the swamp right now. You'll probably be fine, but you have to be careful. There are things in this world where swordsmanship alone just isn't enough." With a stern expression, Leonard replied, "I deeply appreciate your advice." At that same moment, a thought arose. I never expected this incident to blow up enough to involve the entire Night Order. If I move around carelessly, things are going to get extremely messy. However, this was also a golden opportunity now that everyone's attention had been drawn away. The sound of footsteps echoed through the quiet space. Pulling his hooded cloak over himself, Leonard frowned and thought, "I can act a lot bolder without worrying about running into issues." Even so, using the reversal technique right now was quite risky. With the senior's exact positions accounted for, accidentally running into someone while disguised as Hayden would only stir up a whole new wave of chaos. With a slightly displeased expression, he muttered, "It's a bit annoying, but I'll use the werewolf's pelt instead." Keeping a serious expression, Leonard told himself, "When most people are gathered in one spot, I can move around freely. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Fixing his gaze straight ahead, toward the opposite side of the training grounds, "Let's go explore the grassy plains." Before Leonard lay a vast, natural landscape. He sensed the surrounding atmosphere. It's so quiet. He had detected the enemies lurking around and was waiting for them to make a move. "Go ahead and stand there, observing me from deep within that thick fog. I can clearly feel that murderous glare. But why aren't they rushing out to attack yet?" Muttering to himself, he continued walking forward. "Can't tell if they're just being cautious or if they've lost all their nerve. At this rate, it's just a waste of time." A bird swooped down from the sky at an incredible speed. It stopped right in front of him and stared. Leonard calmly greeted his first opponent. "Are you the first challenger?" "An owlbear, huh?" Thrilled at the chance to test his skills, he muttered, "A beast your size is just right for putting my abilities through the paces." The 5th shadow of Corgis announced to everyone, "We've arrived. This is Calabago's island." Standing before the group, he shared the grim update. "We've lost a total of 2 members. Speaking with a bitter tone, he added, "Looks like they couldn't keep up with the ascending airflow and fell straight into the sea. Just look at this, and we've devoted our entire lives to the motherland." With a frustrated grumble, he let out, "How could the heavens possibly fail to understand our plight?" The 5th shadow of Corgi shouted emphatically, "We must capture that Cardenas trainee alive. We're going to strip away every last secret behind their filthy bloodline." Taking his orders, the group split up to carry out their mission. Don't hold back, even if the target is just a kid. They are the root of all evil. Across an arid wasteland where the sun beat down relentlessly, Gron ran frantically, his mind in complete turmoil. "I ended up separated from the others before I even realized it." Remembering how he got here sent a wave of panic through his chest. Who knows how many A-rank monsters are roaming this island? The mere thought of being without the captain left him too terrified to pick a fight. Gron wondered aloud, what on earth are those Cardenas demons plotting on this island? As he ran, he kept his mask tightly fixed in place, yet strangely, he hadn't run into a single threatening monster since stepping onto this plane. A wave of relief washed over Gron. Thank goodness, looks like the monsters get weaker the deeper you go into the island. Or perhaps someone had already cleared them out. Either way, it didn't matter. Spotting a towering monster standing ahead, Gron didn't hesitate to charge at it. "That's probably an owlbear. It's strong, but I can still handle it easily." He quickly closed the distance to the beast. Just as he was about to deliver the fatal blow, he realized the creature had been dead for a long time. "Wait a minute, how long has this thing been dead?" Standing atop the carcass, he muttered in confusion, "Is someone else here on this island too?" He glanced around to survey the surroundings, only to realize this wasn't the only beast that had been taken down. What a well-trained fighter. A rock came flying out of nowhere straight toward where Gron was standing. Unfazed, he easily deflected it away. "Who's there?" Leonard appeared, asking with a question of his own. "That's my line." Spotting him, Gron gasped in sheer shock. "What?" It felt as though his mouth had been clamped shut, leaving him unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Leonard pressed on with his interrogation. "Who on earth are you?" Channeling his power, Leonard continued, "Can't speak anymore, huh? Fine, I'll just find out who you are myself." Panic surged through Gron as he found himself unable to talk. Damn it, my voice. Clenching his sword tightly, he braced himself to launch a counterattack. He swung his blade with all his might toward Leonard. Calmly dodging the strike, Leonard didn't forget to critique it, a sword stroke filled with pure murderous intent. "Looks like you didn't intend to hold back at all, huh?" Every single one of his attacks was effortlessly neutralized. Stunned by the boy's extraordinary prowess, Gron muttered in disbelief, "My attack, blocked by a mere kid?" Leonard stomped heavily onto the ground and lunged forward, closing the distance instantly. He unleashed a devastating strike that left Gron with no time to react. Frowning, Leonard muttered as the damage fell short of his expectations. "That cut's way too shallow." "Did something block it? A magic artifact, maybe?" Unleashing his secret sword technique, Gron summoned a powerful, golden python aura from his blade. "Never thought I'd have to use this trick against a brat. If I don't pull out all the stops, I'm the one who's going to end up in danger." Seeing the technique unfold, Leonard saw right through it immediately. "You're hiding something inside your sword?" A shady, vicious assassination technique, just like a venomous snake. He immediately dashed toward Gron with a taunt, "Still too green, though. Your sword paths are so obvious they're almost boring." The two clashed in close-quarters combat. Trading blows, Leonard interrogated him. "You've only ever gone around bullying small fry, haven't you?" Despite Leonard's overwhelming strength, a smile managed to creep onto Gron's face. Channeling some mysterious power, he managed to lock down Leonard's attack with casual confidence. "I almost feel a little sorry for you, but to think you'd willingly throw away your own sword like that." Leonard's next move left Gron utterly astounded. This kid, did he really just throw his sword away? Clenching his fist, Leonard prepared to unleash a punch. Completely unfazed by that bizarre restraining power, he struck back proudly. "Did you really think I'd be helpless just because my weapon got locked down? What a childish way of thinking." He delivered a powerful punch that sent Gron flying backward. Unbelievable. Even with his face bruised and swollen from the blow, Gron couldn't help praising the boy's strength. To have such bold striking power and judgment at that age. Could he have already awakened the power of that filthy bloodline? Night fell, leaving only the pale moonlight to illuminate the barren landscape. Leonard strolled along leisurely. Tying Gron tightly to a tree, Leonard offered a warning. "Get a clear picture of your situation yet? I'm certain your mana and body are completely useless right now. But your life is currently right in the palm of my hand." Bound and helpless, Gron refused to behave, spitting out a curse. "Coward." He hurled insults at the boy. "Filthy Cardenas demon. You dare use such despicable power to trample on my pride? I will never forgive you." Taken aback, Leonard stared blankly for a second before pointing at Gron's weapon, which was still radiating a bizarre magical aura, and firing back with a mocking retort. "What kind of nonsense are you babbling about? Aren't you using a similar magic artifact yourself? And after doing that, you still have the nerve to call me a coward? What an idiot." Stubbornly clinging to his stance, Gron retorted, "Shut your mouth. When dealing with the Cardenas bunch, there's no such thing as playing dirty. I'll expose the monstrous power you're using no matter what." Raising his fist, Leonard left the captive looking slightly puzzled. Gron shouted with unyielding defiance, "Just kill me and get it over with." Leonard replied with casual indifference, "Whether you live or die is entirely up to me. You don't even have the right to beg for death." Remaining completely stubborn and entirely fearless, Gron spat back, "Even if I die, I won't utter a single word, you brat carrying cursed blood." Hearing those words repeated over and over, Leonard finally asked, "Cursed blood? You're referring to the Cardenas bloodline." Glancing down at his own bloodstained hand in thought while Gron continued his endless nagging, Leonard listened. "You can't wash away the sins flowing through your veins." Gron pressed on bluntly, "Raised in that evil household, you must know it well enough. Your kind were never truly human to begin with, and if a creature born with monstrous strength like a mutant ever pops up, it's bound to come from your lot." Leonard asked for clarification. "You seem to know quite a bit, don't you?"
Let's see what you actually know. Gron kept pushing the questions. Answer me. If your ancestors had a clean slate, why wouldn't a single branch family ever dare live outside the borders? He argued that if their lineage was truly legitimate and honorable, they wouldn't have any reason to hide. Stunned for a moment, Leonard turned to dismantle his logic. Are you guys just that jealous of Cardenas' wealth and power? So much so that you throw away your knightly honor just to kidnap children? If you wanted a fair fight from the start, why bother with cheap binding tricks like this? He mocked him further. Even if you managed to leak Cardenas' secrets, it wouldn't change a thing. A bunch of powerless, honorless scumbags from the frontier. Stepping closer with a murderous glare in his eyes, Leonard whispered, with that pathetic excuse for pride, what face are you going to make when you meet your ancestors? Still refusing to show fear, Gron snapped back, don't talk to me like that, you brat. How dare you insult the name of Corgis? Realization dawning on him, Leonard muttered, so you're from Corgis. Gron blinked in surprise. What? You figured it out? Leonard delivered the decisive mental blow. When people's minds are in a panic, they tend to forget the most obvious things. Gron managed to gasp out just 2 words, damn you. Leonard gave him a fair warning, you've forced open your mana pathways, which means you're pretty much at death's door. But before that happens, you're going to spill everything you know to me. A flashback began. Corgis, a small kingdom located in the western region of the continent. Centuries ago, it was revered as a holy land for knights. That was, of course, before Cardenas appeared. The Knights of Corgis suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Cardenas Red Dragon Knights. With that single defeat, the world forgot all about Corgis, and Cardenas rose to become the new holy land of knighthood. Leonard interrogated Gron, so you attacked Cardenas just to reclaim lost glory? Before the captive could even issue a denial, he continued, and on top of that, you intended to dig up secrets about their bloodline. Conveniently enough, I'm quite curious about that myself. Cautiously pondering about other equally dangerous threats, Leonard knew the real issue was that individuals who had reached the transcendental realm were currently roaming the island. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he told himself, I need to report this to Mr. Bradley. His sword began emitting dazzling, mystical rays of light. Accumulating power, he thought, the enemy is the Corgis Shadow Knight Order. Pointing the tip of his blade toward Gron with a worried expression, he mused, most of the knights on the island are still just trainees. This situation is far too dangerous. Without hesitation, Leonard slashed at him, sending blood spraying into the air. You called yourself the Fifth Shadow, right? Time to play your part in this little show. The changing circumstances accelerated his train of thought. I don't have time to explain every little detail, I just need enough proof to convince them there's a Swordmaster tier enemy on the island. Glancing down at his sword, he muttered, still just a cheap imitation, huh? A dry, biting gust of wind swept across the plains, kicking up a haze of dust in clouds. Still, this should be just about enough. Leonard made up his mind, I'll be taking these magic artifacts. Slinging the captive over his shoulder, he prepared to leave. Any objections? He began taking steady steps across the firm ground. In a nearby area, a cluster of wooden tents stood packed closely together. 3 individuals were taking a brief moment to relax and catch their breath. Finally, they had a moment of freedom. Yeah, this is the first real break we've had since getting deployed. Walking alone, they chatted casually, please, let nothing happen tonight. Hey Yen, look over there, what is that? All 3 turned their gaze toward the same spot. Is that a corpse? The 3 of them had stumbled upon Gron's body. Call Mr. Bradley right now. Hurry! Inspecting the wounds on the corpse, Bradley realized something significant. Deep in thought, he muttered, Aura Blade Pressure, a technique that only true swordmasters can unleash in combat. Shifting his attention to the letter lying nearby, he concluded, so that letter was telling the truth. The contents of the crumpled note seemed to serve as a confession, filled with remorse for launching an attack on the young trainees. Bradley murmured to himself, the Corgis Shadow Knight Order boasts numerous powerhouses, led by a commander who has reached the transcendental realm, and they were heading straight for the trainee living quarters. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he blurted out, if we pool all our forces together, we might just barely be able to hold out. But that leader is the real problem. Bradley issued an immediate order, Yen, sound the alarm across the entire island. This is a state of emergency. Yen scrambled to follow instructions immediately. Naturally, the atmosphere instantly grew tense.
Everyone moved with frantic urgency, their footsteps overlapping in a rapid, unbroken rhythm rather than a slow stroll.
Seeing events unfold precisely as he had anticipated, Leonard thought, so everyone's being called to gather? Looks like Mr. Bradley caught on to my hint.
Standing before everyone, Bradley made a clear announcement. Listen up, everyone, this isn't a drill.
An extremely powerful enemy has infiltrated Calabago's island. The crowd listened to his instructions with grim expressions.
The information Bradley dropped left everyone deeply anxious, roughly 30 individuals far exceeding the 8th tier of external power, including at least one knight who had touched the Swordmaster's transcendental realm. He cautiously reminded them of the sheer danger involved. You all know how terrifying a transcendental expert is. Just look at Captain Fabian of the Azure Dragon Knight Order.
Think of them as mobile natural disasters. Against them, external energy proficiency doesn't mean a thing. Bradley laid out 2 options. Now, make your choice. One is to open a spatial portal to escape, abandon this island, and wait for reinforcements. His second option sounded just as daunting, or 2, stay right here and fight the enemy. Decide now. The Cardenas trainee knights stood in silence.
Leonard remained entirely calm amidst the brewing storm. A real battle like this would be a once-in-a-lifetime experience for them, provided they actually survived, of course. Naturally, nobody would blame them if they chose to retreat. The reaction of the others caught him slightly off guard.
They made their choice with absolute resolution. We're going to fight. Gripping the hilts of their swords with confident expressions, they declared, we aren't that easy to take down anymore. We've grown stronger too. Let's show them what we can do.
Looking at them in a completely new light, Leonard realized something. Drawing a sword to fight when death was staring you in the face was no easy feat regardless. They were true knights after all. He had underestimated them. Raising their swords high, everyone shouted in unison, "We will fight." The scene was filled with an overwhelming surge of momentum and power. Seeing their actions, Bradley let out a pleased smile. Stepping forward to open the large gate, he didn't forget to praise their courage while maintaining a cautious tone. Good, I respect your decision, but fighting a transcendental is a completely different ballgame.
We'll ask Captain Fabian for reinforcements.
He offered one final warning, everyone, prepare yourselves mentally. Meanwhile, Leonard was heading elsewhere. He stood before the cave he had dug out himself. Looks like I'll have to make use of the hideout I dug right next to my sleeping quarters. Thrilled but keeping his composure, he shifted focus to the task at hand. I'm still technically under protection, so they're having me evacuate.
But that actually works out perfectly for me. Time to check out the new toys I borrowed.
Leonard held up his fingers and inspected the loot.
Most of them were broken.
It seemed only this magic ring was still usable. A minor change caught his attention, leaving him puzzled. The gemstone on the ring began to glow. Watching the stone slowly dissolve, he deduced,
my heart is blocking external mana from flowing in. If that's the case, I can't use any magic artifacts at all.
Re-evaluating his options, Leonard realized the only useful item left was the Shadow Tribe's signal device, and since he had already forced the 5th Shadow to spill the instructions on how to use it, he'd be fine. He told himself that once he tracked them down, he'd set up an ambush, and if his cover was blown, he'd use the device as bait.
Abandoning stealth, Leonard started moving.
The only person worth being cautious about was that swordmaster. A fierce, resolute gleam flashed in his eyes. I won't let you guys do whatever you want. Leonard quickly made his way out to an open clearing. Jogging along, he muttered an educated guess, there goes a distress signal. Judging by the scale, it probably wasn't that transcendental boss who sent it. They still don't know I'm the culprit behind all this, do they? He made his move with absolute decisiveness. While they're still in chaos, I'll finish them off for good. Just wait, I'm coming right now. In another equally barren location filled only with withered branches, a swirling pillar of purple light battered the ground, sending earth and debris flying everywhere. The cloaked figures were being pummeled by something ferocious, sustaining heavy injuries. These despicable bastards. Overwhelmed by the monster's crushing power, the cloaked figures could only endure the beating as they groaned. What the hell is wrong with this island? There's no way our strength can deal with something like this. The strange creature possessed a bizarre, grotesque physique. As if preparing for another strike, it hurled a black projectile toward the group. Sensing the situation was turning south, the group decided to fall back. Mission priority. Forget it, just retreat already. Looks like teammates are heading this way. Running side by side, the two figures chatted, that monster's A rank, but there's only one of it. With backup, we should be able to take it down. Hey! One of them gasped in shock.
Don't tell me that backup is him?
Leonard made a sudden, unexpected appearance and swiftly took down a few of them. He had just sent 3 more of their buddies on their final journey.
Another figure panicked. How does he even know how to use that thing?
Leonard offered a casual explanation to the cloaked men. I barely even had to scare him before he spilled his guts. Turns out the organization you guys boast about so much is nothing special after all. Hearing that, they grew agitated and rushed toward him, losing their cool.
You bastard!
Wielding a sword in each hand, Leonard stood calmly in the middle of the battlefield and declared, I'll avenge my comrades. The cloaked men surged forward in a blazing fury, but one of them was swiftly taken down.
Shut your mouth, this is avenging my friend. You damned Cardenas demon.
Seeing his teammate taken down with such ease, the other froze in shock, not daring to advance.
Leonard reminded the cloaked man, did you forget what you're fighting against? His attention snapped right to it. Meanwhile, that grotesque monster was preparing to lunge and attack.
It surged forward, reeking of a fierce murderous intent.
Leonard watched from the side.
Body of a lion, tail of a snake, and a face entirely covered in goblin features.
It was definitely an A-rank manticore monster. Glancing it over, he wondered, I heard you can tell how strong something is just by looking at its face, but it even has a human face? What on earth are you?
The monster seemed to hear what he said and paused for a brief moment.
Suddenly, it spat out 2 words, human. Its voice left Leonard completely astounded. A monster that can actually speak human language?
Turning its back to him, it stated, if I fight you, I'll die.
Impressed by its caution, Leonard murmured, it can even read my actual strength? Not bad.
The monster dropped a cryptic remark, but I'm not that easy to kill. As long as I buy enough time, he will be here.
Leonard grew curious. Who's that?
The monster delivered a startling piece of information, someone far stronger than me.
Looking at the fallen figures on the ground, Leonard deduced, the ringleader?
They probably call him the 5th Shadow. A single man like him is scarier than all the people who just landed on this island combined.
He immediately thought of a swordmaster.
Given his current realm, he couldn't possibly fight him head-on.
Leonard weighed his options carefully. If this monster was telling the truth, staying here would be extremely dangerous, but out loud, he challenged it instead, you think I'd believe a monster's words?
Burning its glowing red eyes into him, the monster closed the distance and provoked him, if you're not afraid to die, then come and get me.
Turning his back and putting away one of his swords, Leonard prepared to leave. Big talk.
I'll spare you this time, but don't expect a second chance.
As Leonard walked away slowly, the monster roared with fierce momentum, you fool. Leonard turned back to check. Just as I thought.
He swiftly channeled his power, hurling the sword wrapped in his bright blue energy straight at the monster.
His powerful attack landed first, instantly striking true. The grotesque monster took the full brunt of his blow. You knew beforehand? Growling in agony, it retaliated without missing a beat. It hurts.
Wielding dual swords, Leonard dashed in and slashed, tearing open the monster's flesh.
Second strike, hitting the lungs.
Easily dispatching it as he walked past, he delivered the third blow straight through its heart.
Just like you said, I can't linger here long. I'm heading out.
The glowing light radiating from the gemstone left him utterly amazed. Fixing his gaze on the pulsing light, Leonard decisively cast the necklace aside. He's here. A heavily disguised cloaked figure was rapidly approaching. Landing forcefully on the ground, the cloaked man knelt down to pick up the gemstone, which was still emitting a blue glow.
He muttered with a hint of regret, I'm too late. If I'd arrived just a bit earlier, maybe we could have made history together.
The man was on high alert, scanning everything around him.
With decisive precision, he whipped out his blade and shouted, who's there? His strike unleashed a surging wave of green aura.
Hiding behind a boulder, Leonard cautiously beat a retreat.
He can still sense me from that distance? Staying here any longer is a death sentence for sure.
He pulled out all his hidden tricks to make a clean getaway.
Never thought my hobby of digging tunnels would actually save my life one day.
I need to bury myself deep enough to get away from this guy.
Standing completely still, the man looked around and muttered to himself, was I just imagining things? Doesn't feel like me to slip up.
Deciding this mission had gone completely off track and trusting his buzzing survival instincts, he turned and left the clutter of discarded weapons behind.
Rest in peace, everyone's sacrifice won't be in vain. Sleep well,
he muttered under his breath, our main objective is already complete. A hand reached up from beneath the dirt as Leonard popped right out. An injured soldier leaning against a tree trunk caught sight of him and asked, who are you?
Cardenas Knight. You're way too late. Grievously wounded, the soldier managed to realize, a trainee? The knight pleaded with him, as you can see, I don't have much time left. Please report this to the other knights. A single swordmaster wiped out 43 intermediate knights in the blink of an eye.
The soldier recounted how 8 trainee knights who had been out on patrol. The information delivered a massive shock to him. They've all been captured. Standing up, Leonard surveyed the surroundings.
So they've been taken hostage? He thought to himself, how on earth did they transport the hostages through here and escape?
Reviewing the whole situation, their goal was to gather test subjects, which meant they definitely needed the hostages kept alive and safely evacuated. If that was truly the case, there was only one method he knew of that could pull it off.
Mass teleportation, a type of magic capable of moving a large group of people to a single destination simultaneously.
Looking off into the distance, Leonard reminded himself, I need to hurry. They've already achieved their goal. He calculated their likely route. To move that many people at once, they'd require an extremely wide open space, which meant he could figure out where they were heading.
Pressing the soldier for more details, Leonard asked, is Mr. Bradley chasing after them?
Doing his best despite his injuries, the soldier replied, he's already leading a search party across the entire area.
I understand. In that case, you just stay here and get some rest.
His words left the soldier completely bewildered.
Rest? What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Leonard struck him swiftly, knocking him unconscious.
Leonard bluntly muttered, you guessed wrong, Mr. Bradley.
Slinging the wounded soldier over his shoulder, he assessed the situation. I need to find a way to let him know the truth. At this rate, Cardenas is going to get completely crushed. But a warning from a trainee carries zero weight. Deciding on a course of action, he figured he'd have to personally lead Mr. Bradley straight to them. Meanwhile, Bradley was leading his squad in a frantic search of the area, cursing under his breath as he marched.
So they just ran off like that?
A bunch of cowards who threw away their pride as knights.
Suddenly, he barked out, who's there?
Catching them entirely off guard, the unexpected appearance threw the troops into a defensive stance ready to counterattack.
Bradley deduced, that footwork, is that a remnant of Corgis?
Leonard had donned the clothes of one of the cloaked men for disguise. Starting to move, Leonard effortlessly glided right past their ranks while Bradley barked orders at his men. Why are you just standing there with blank stares?
Go take down that intruder.
Seeing them play right into his hands, Leonard set his plan in motion. Great, keep chasing me.
Darting forward while keeping an eye on them, a flurry of swords came flying his way. Don't even think about escaping. Coolly stepping onto a flying blade, Leonard glided along.
Moving with fluid grace as if walking on solid ground, he leaped seamlessly from one side to the next, surging forward.
He landed lightly and softly on the ground.
Bradley remained right on his heels, closing in with a razor-sharp blade.
For a Corgi's lackey, you're awfully quick on your feet.
Leonard smiled inwardly. All right, successfully luring them all the way out here worked like a charm.
He effortlessly dodged the knight's ferocious strike.
You bastard, how dare you?
His bizarre behavior left Bradley completely confused. Spotting the coastline ahead, Bradley realized, how did I get so caught up in the chase that I didn't even notice we reached the shore?
Standing behind him, Leonard offered a silent prayer. Try not to die here, Mr. Bradley. He reminded himself that the true enemy was about to step out into the open. Another unfamiliar set of armor appeared nearby as the cloaked leader stepped forward, reeking of murderous intent.
So someone actually managed to track us all the way out here. No need to rush to throw your life away, Cardenas dog.
The two exchanged verbal jabs. So you're the mastermind behind this entire mess. This is merely the first step toward a grand enterprise.
Bradley scoffed dismissively, calling child kidnapping a grand enterprise? You aren't leaving this island alive. Surrender while you still can. Remaining entirely composed, the man tried to cool the tension. Don't be so hasty.
The hooded boss smiled as he explained. Did you honestly think we'd land here without a foolproof plan? Raising his hand high to stir up a sudden surge of mana, he declared clearly, your side has already lost.
Realizing what was happening, Bradley made his move. Is that mass teleportation magic? In your dreams. Confident and unfazed, the hooded boss replied, it takes 15 minutes to complete. Until then, I'll personally entertain you so you don't get bored. The two locked into a fierce one-on-one duel. Struggle all you want.
Bradley looked like he was struggling to hold his ground against the hooded boss's overwhelming power. Watching from a high vantage point, Leonard offered a silent plea, just hold out a little longer, Mr. Bradley. He told himself, I'll bring the trainees back safely.
At another designated gathering point, a magic circle flared to life.
This appeared to be the camp where the kidnapped trainees were being held, and Leonard had successfully blended right in among their captors. Maintaining sharp focus on his surroundings, he noticed that even though he had suppressed his presence, not a single one of them bothered to glance his way. They were all far too fixated on the distant battle, leaving themselves completely wide open. Taking advantage of the opening, he slipped deeper inside toward where the captives were locked away.
Heavy shackles bound the prisoners, radiating an eerie, mystical aura.
Even so, they were no match for the razor-sharp edge of Leonard's blade. The chains were severed completely in one clean stroke. Once freed, the captives still looked deeply suspicious.
"Aren't you guys part of the Corgis faction? Why would you save us?"
Leonard cut them off sharply. "I don't owe you any explanations, and we don't have time for this.
Get out of here right now."
They stared at him in disbelief.
Leonard took note of their behavior.
Even with mortal danger staring them in the face, these Cardenas knights still maintained their strict etiquette. "We are truly grateful to you."
The group quickly scattered and fled, leaving him all alone in the tent.
"Good. The hostage situation is sorted."
Leonard smiled.
With that out of the way, he casually drew his twin swords and stepped out into the open. He moved with swift, decisive violence against the outer guards, taking them down before they even had time to react.
Time to take out the trash. He leisurely dealt with them one by one.
Over on the other side, Bradley had fallen on the defensive, losing an arm in the process. The hooded boss spoke with casual indifference. "Not much of a workout, but I suppose it makes a decent warm-up."
Clutching his bleeding stump in agony, Bradley cursed, "Damn you."
The hooded boss asserted with absolute confidence, "The game ends here.
Soon enough, Corgis will stand at the pinnacle of swordsmanship once again."
Suddenly sensing something, he muttered, "I can feel it. The pest who wrecked our plans is finally here." Leaving Bradley behind, the hooded boss shot forward. Leonard also noticed the abnormal arrival as the man slammed down forcefully, cracking the ground beneath him. Leonard shifted into a defensive stance. The fifth shadow of Corgis growled in utter annoyance.
"How disappointing.
To think the one who slaughtered my men and ruined our grand enterprise is just a brat. Well then, to honor our fallen comrades, and for everything we've lost, I'll send you straight to your grave right here." Pointing his blade directly at the boy, he radiated pure bloodlust. Logan Cardenas stood tall, tranquil amidst the corpses of enemy soldiers, while the commander glared at him with bloodshot eyes. A soldier's body lay lifeless at his feet, jaw hanging open as if he hadn't even realized what hit him. Scanning the wreckage, the hooded commander's voice shook with sheer disbelief that a mere kid had completely butchered his entire squad. Veins bulging in his eyes, he screamed right into Logan's face for daring to touch his men.
Without wasting a second, he dove down from above like a hawk, his emerald blade gleaming with murderous intent.
Drawing his sword, Logan ignited a surge of blue mana, recognizing instantly that this guy was playing in the Swordmaster League and couldn't be taken lightly. Sparks flew as their sword auras violently collided, Logan successfully blocking the downward slash. The hooded commander froze in place, utterly stunned that a brat could wield an aura blade. Giving him a cold, deadpan stare, Logan told him he didn't need to know the reason why.
Launching a counterattack, Logan slashed forward, his blue aura tearing through the air.
He knew he could only maintain this state for 3 minutes. Going completely berserk, the enemy swung wildly as green mana gushed out like a waterfall, screaming for Logan's head. Sidestepping the flurry with effortless ease, Logan saw right through his opponent's loss of composure, making him that much easier to pick apart. Sliding across the ground, Logan hunted for an opening to finish the fight. Tightening his grip on the hilt, he decided to close in rapidly instead of wasting time playing around at a distance. A twisted grin suddenly spread across the commander's face as he muttered that Logan had walked right into his trap. Standing tall, he proudly introduced his technique, the venomous severance, warning that even the tiniest scratch meant certain death. A maniform serpent materialized behind him, threatening to stop Logan's heart in a fraction of a second. He remained fully confident that this venom would sever all of his opponent's mana channels and blood vessels. Unbothered, Logan charged straight forward, thanking him for the detailed explanation before swinging his sword. A powerful, crushing strike shattered the mana serpent, enveloping the opponent in brilliant blue light. Logan's mana erupted outward, sweeping away the remaining snakes writhing around him. The commander's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief, completely failing to understand why his venom had zero effect on this kid. Darting forward like a missile, Logan wondered internally if his dragon-like heart had actually granted him total immunity to poison. Smashing his blade straight through the enemy's armor, he coldly repeated that the man didn't need to know too much. Knocked backward and panting heavily from exhaustion, the hooded commander forced himself back to his feet. His eyes bulged, stained with a deep, consuming hatred. Pouring his remaining mana into the earth, he summoned an entire swarm of massive, glowing green mana serpents up from the ground. Surrounded by a forest of snakes, Logan watched as the enemy bellowed like a cornered beast. Seeing that the man had completely lost his mind, Logan calmly analyzed what his opponent was trying to pull. The mana serpents whipped around Logan continuously, making it increasingly difficult to close the distance. Deciding against dodging anymore, he resolved to pierce straight through the heart of the swarm. A dazzling vortex of blue mana punched right through every barrier as Logan shot directly toward his target. The immense pressure from Logan's thrust sent the commander flying backward through the air. As his hood slipped off, the defeated man roared in bitter frustration at having his ass thoroughly handed to him by a mere kid. Black blood poured from his eyes. It was obvious he was burning through his very life force to use mana. He staggered to his feet, his bloodshot eyes swearing that even if he died, he would drag Logan down with him. The entire sky was dyed green from the massive amount of mana he was releasing. Logan realized he was desperate, putting everything on this final attack. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, gathering momentum for the finishing blow. Logan glided through the swarm of snakes like a ghost, treating their attacks as nothing more than a distraction. He spun and delivered a sweeping slash, determined to end this quickly. His blade concentrated all its aura to tear through the final mana snake, Logan aiming straight for his enemy's head. Logan Cardenas lunged forward, completely confident he could reach the hooded commander. His eyes burned with fierce determination, refusing to let the swarm of mana snakes distract him. A direct thrust aimed straight at his opponent. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared, shock-bound. Logan had fallen right into the trap. He froze midair, shocked to realize this guy had even hidden a magical device. A pitch-black hand reached out, seizing the opportunity while Logan was completely paralyzed. The commander choked Logan's neck, laughing triumphantly and calling him reckless. He revealed that he had intentionally lured Logan in close to deliver a foolproof finishing blow. "Your luck's run out, kid. Go to hell." He gritted his teeth and prepared to strike. "Too bad that's not going to happen." A low voice cut through the tension. A lightning-fast slash tore through the darkness, severing the hooded bastard's arm. Fabian appeared in all his majesty, powerful mana radiating around his body. The commander clutched his stump in agony, and Fabian now stood towering right in front of Logan. The hooded man screamed in pure terror, unable to figure out where the hell this commander had just crawled out from. Fabian showed no mercy, unleashing piercing blue sword arcs to avenge the fallen soldiers. Logan collapsed to the ground, coughing violently as Fabian coldly glared at the enemy writhing on the dirt. Logan wiped the blood from his mouth, sneering that the guy had been so obsessed with killing him that he didn't even notice Fabian closing in. Fabian turned back to look at Logan, apologizing for being just a little late. He smiled in praise, genuinely amazed at how fast Logan had grown. Thanks to him stalling for time, they had managed to rescue many other comrades, and reinforcements had just arrived. Logan was totally exhausted, just wanting to beg permission to crash right on the spot because he was so beat. Fabian gently told him to go ahead and rest, assuring him that he'd handle everything. Fabian's gaze suddenly turned razor-sharp as he looked toward the enemy. He declared that he had to clean up the rest of this garbage, while the commander was now nothing more than a hollow corpse overflowing with dark energy. The guy frantically used dark mana to lift himself into the air, growling that this wasn't over yet. Fabian clicked his tongue, disgusted by the guy's obsession stripping away his last bit of humanity. He swung his sword, claiming this would be the final stop for him. The commander poured his remaining strength into a suicidal attack, and Logan watched his pathetic figure in astonishment. Fabian suddenly noticed something was wrong, his eyes flashing with worry. The hooded freak roared, swearing to drag everyone down with him, and a blinding wave of white energy engulfed him. Logan's eyes widened, reflecting the blazing light that was about to swallow everything. A massive pillar of mana erupted, shattering the entire battlefield, and bringing Chapter 19 to an astonishing end. In just a split second, the area returned to absolute silence. That was when Bruno finally arrived at the scene. So they really took the boy. I never thought they'd stoop to such cowardly tactics. They probably used mass teleportation to kidnap him, and since the spell didn't fully activate, there's no telling where he ended up. I was so sure I was their target, so I let my guard down. Even Bradley couldn't have foreseen this, never imagining their real target was Leonard. They definitely did this because they considered him such a massive threat that they were willing to betray their own faith. A kid who had just become a trainee squire was somehow forced to face a transcendent-level enemy. I've met tons of geniuses in the Azure Dragon Knights, but I've never seen anyone grow at such a terrifying speed. Looks like a legend is about to be written in Cardenas history. He immediately suggested, "We need to request reinforcements from the main family right away." Bruno nodded in agreement, agreed, I'll leave everything else in your hands. The Cardenas family has to find that kid, and until then, please stay safe.
Scene cuts back to Leonard drifting alone across the vast sea.
His body bumped against a piece of wreckage, making a loud creaking sound. Meanwhile, on an approaching boat, someone heard the noise and immediately stepped out to check it out.
What was that sound?
He was still drifting in and out of a daze.
Are we hitting the sea season already? Am I on a boat?
It took him a few seconds to gather his wits, and then he snapped his eyes open.
The moment she saw him wake up, the orange-haired girl asked anxiously, "Are you finally awake? I've got a ton of questions, so you better answer nicely, considering I'm your literal savior." Hearing those words made him feel a bit suspicious. Saved his life?
Her attitude instantly shifted as she got straight to business. How rude of me, I haven't even introduced myself yet.
I'm Francis, captain of the Aquamarine. And what's your name?
He hesitated for a few seconds before reaching out to shake her hand, introducing himself, Leonard, from the Arcadia Empire.
Hearing that name made Francis jump in surprise. Wait, Arcadia? That place is miles away from here. How the hell did you wash up all the way out in this region?
Having no idea what happened to him, he simply explained, it was just an accident.
I got dragged into a spatial magic vortex, and after that, I don't remember anything.
From behind, Marion walked over and questioned, to survive getting hit by spatial magic like that unscathed.
You aren't from Cardenas, are you?
She deduced, at this age, having a physique trained to such an unbelievable degree, there's no other explanation besides coming from Cardenas.
That made him pause and think, so across the ocean, the Cardenas name is just that famous? He nodded and confirmed, yeah, I'm from Cardenas. Is there a problem?
Hearing that, Marion warned, my lady, if the Cardenas family is hunting for this guy, getting involved with him is way too dangerous.
You'd better be careful.
While they were deep in thought, a soldier burst in from outside, shouting frantically,
Lady Francis! Hurry down to the harbor, my lady! Those thugs are. Luciano's gang is causing a riot out there. That made Marion grind her teeth in anger. Those little rats. How dare they pick the exact day we're busy with council meetings to start a fight?
The two of them immediately stood up to leave, and Francis told Leonard, sorry about this.
I really wanted to give you a tour.
Reading their expressions, he thought to himself, sounds like she's got some bad blood with them, and you can tell just by looking at her face. The two quickly grabbed their cloaks and headed out. Whenever you've recovered, you're free to leave whenever you want. Your clothes, sword, and spatial pouch are all right over there. Watching their retreating backs, he called out, wait.
Why did you save me, Francis?
She paused for a moment before turning back with a smile.
Because you looked like you desperately needed help.
I never leave people hanging when they're in trouble. His gaze turned deeply contemplative at that moment. To be completely honest, Francis, you're the one who looks like she needs help right now. Scene shifts to the outside harbor, where the atmosphere was getting insanely tense.
Seeing the two of them walk up actually amused Luciano a bit. Well, look who it is. Long time no see. Smile for me, would you?
On her side, Marion didn't hesitate to draw her sword, taking a stance to attack. You definitely didn't come all this way just to chat, did you?
You really don't know how to keep your mouth shut. Just met the guy and you're already handing your ship over and getting all mad. What the hell? I came to talk to the boss, so you mutts barking at me should just shut your traps.
Those words made veins pop on Marion's face as she seethed. Luciano Peterson. Ignoring her completely, he walked straight toward Francis. Get your little lackeys out of here.
This is a matter between bosses.
He stepped closer, his voice freezing cold. Francis.
Stop being so damn stubborn. Sell the Aquamarine to me. It's a total waste in your hands.
Such a royal treasure rotting away under a down-on-her-luck nobody is just tragic.
Don't think that just because your old man kicked the bucket, everything belongs to you now. She shot back with ironclad resolve. Get lost, Luciano. I'm never handing the Aquamarine over to you, he threatened. I'm giving you a warning here.
Be smart and just sell it to me while you're still being realistic, before things get messy, eh? I will smash everything to pieces. Right as he said that, something razor-sharp suddenly sliced straight through his arm, sending blood spraying everywhere.
It was Leonard who had done it. He turned back and asked Francis, can I kill this guy?
He thought to himself, best to just clean up this annoying trash right now. She looked a bit flustered. Beat up his lackeys all you want, but please spare that man's life.
Marion was totally stunned by what just happened. What the hell was that just now? Luciano's lackey screamed in sheer terror, boss. Pick your arm up right now.
Luciano gritted his teeth in rage, you bastard, Francis. You dare do this to me? I'll slaughter the lot of you. Kill every single one of them, don't leave a single survivor. On his command, a thug immediately lunged to attack him from behind. You brat. What did you do to my brother? A sharp whoosh suddenly ripped through the air. He drew dual swords and wiped out the entire enemy force in the blink of an eye. He spun his blade around to finish off the last guy, knocking him out cold onto the ground. The speed was so insane it shocked the two women. I didn't even get a chance to draw my sword. What kind of monster is this? Francis was utterly speechless. Is this really the power of someone from the Cardenas family? Leonard gave Luciano's back a hard kick, sending him stumbling straight toward the two women. Looks like he managed to reattach his arm just in time. So, how are we handling him now? The two girls looked at each other, totally at a loss for words. Seeing that, he asked, is something wrong? Francis explained, yeah. Even though he acts like a total punk, he's actually the illegitimate son of one of the most powerful figures in Atlantis. This place, the Atlantis Maritime Alliance, is run by the Alliance Council, and that council is the true ruler of these seas, led by Pablo L. Orlando Peterson. He's one of the top 5 heavy hitters in the entire council. That made him ponder inwardly, this is way more troublesome than I thought. If that's the case, he offered a proposal. Francis, I'll act as your bodyguard for a while. I'll stick by her side to protect her, deal with these problems, and gather some info on the side. After hearing Francis speak, Leonard looked surprised and replied, I'll be your bodyguard. Francis just smiled warmly and held out her hand to him. Deal. You're more than welcome. The two shook hands, and Francis continued, I look forward to working with you. Leonard gave a slight nod. The pleasure is mine, Francis. A moment later, his eyes shifted over to the guy he had just knocked out. Looking at him lying motionless on the ground, Leonard asked, Oh, what about this guy? Shouldn't we lock him up somewhere? Francis glanced at the unconscious man with zero care in the world. As long as he's not dead, we're fine. Seems even his old man has given up on him, so he'll look the other way as long as his son's pride isn't completely shattered. That's a relief then, Leonard replied. Without wasting any more time, Francis stepped forward gracefully. Now, just follow me and don't worry about a thing. I've got places to be, and I'll need you to escort me. Sound good? Leonard started to answer, then hesitated for a split second. So, should I call you Captain? Hearing that, Francis chuckled softly. If you don't mind, Leonard, just call me Fran. All right, Leonard said. Let's try that again. Fran. As he said her name, Francis suddenly turned back to look at him, a strangely joyful look on her face. Can you say that again? Leonard looked slightly confused but repeated her name anyway. At that exact moment, the remaining bodyguard, standing beside Francis, spoke up quietly, My lady. Not long after, a massive wave of water surged up around them, enveloping the whole group inside a glowing, moving screen of blue water. Leonard looked around in pure amazement as the water flowed like living magic right through the streets. What a sight, he said. To be honest, I've never seen anything like this back in Arcadia. Francis walked ahead calmly. This is a trade city. They care about appearances above everything else. It's mostly just for show, but that's exactly why so many adventurers flock here. As they kept moving forward, a massive building came into view, big enough to dominate the entire area. Its elegant architecture and flowing water design made it look more like a palace than an office. Francis pointed at the building and explained, That's Bermuda, the management office for Atlantis's adventure squads. Leonard tilted his head up, quietly staring at the colossal structure. B-07, Aquamarine Squad. Captain of Aquamarine, Francis Lal von Okeanos. Right then, Francis pointed toward an area inside the building while a calm voice rang out like an official announcement. Your credentials have been verified. I will guide you to Zephas Hall. Zephas Hall is the exclusive lounge for B-rank adventure squads. Let's go, Francis said, looking over at Proteinis before leading the group inside. The second Leonard stepped through the doors, his eyes widened slightly at the luxurious interior. The massive hall featured glossy crystal-inlaid walls, flowing water decorations, and elegant chandeliers casting a shimmering blue light across the room. Every single corner screamed wealth and prestige. This place is insanely fancy, Leonard thought to himself while quietly observing everything. Are B-ranks really this high up? If so, Aquamarine might be a way bigger organization than I initially thought. While Leonard was still looking around, a female staff member approached them with a professional smile. Hello, I'm Clara, the staff in charge of Zephas Hall. I'll be assisting you with your squad registration today.
The official squad member count will be 3 people.
Leonard silently reacted in his head to that number, still trying to wrap his head around the scale of the organization he just joined.
Clara turned to him politely. Sir Leonard, do you have any specific specialization? I need to log the squad's overall combat capability. Before Leonard could even answer, a man sitting nearby let out a mocking laugh. Hey Clara, why bother asking? It's obvious the kid's just a little plaything for that rich lady. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Leonard calmly turned to Francis and asked, Fran, should I take care of him? Francis remained completely composed. No need. This kind of thing happens all the time. Hearing that made the man even angrier.
He jumped up aggressively, drawing his sword and pointing it straight ahead. He's just a filler for a tiny 2-person squad, right?
The very next second, everyone's eyes widened in shock.
Leonard moved so fast that no one could track him.
In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of the man, snatching the sword away effortlessly and placing the blade right against his throat before he could even react. The entire hall plunged into silence. Leonard looked straight into the man's terrified eyes and asked calmly, Do you finally think you've seen enough to judge my skills now?
Clara hastily raised her hands, trying to defuse the situation. Yes, of course.
Oh, by the way, where are you from?
The question made Leonard pause for a moment.
My origins. He thought to himself. Based on Marion's earlier reaction, I probably shouldn't reveal I'm from Arcadia. But staying silent will raise suspicion too. After a brief moment of thought, Leonard finally answered, the kingdom of Kyrgyz.
Even as he said it, another thought crossed his mind. Too bad that's the only country I could think of right off the top of my head. Clara quickly finished writing down the notes and smiled again. And with that, your registration with Aquamarine is complete.
Leonard quietly checked the paperwork he had just received, carefully reviewing the details of his official registration. Meanwhile, over on the side, Francis was practically overflowing with excitement.
Her eyes sparkled as she happily thought to herself, my squad finally has a new member. The eagerness on her face was so obvious that even Leonard noticed it.
Fran, he asked, feeling curious.
The second she heard his voice, Francis suddenly snapped back to reality.
Oh no, my captain's dignity. She panicked internally.
Almost immediately, she straightened up and tried to regain her composure. Good. Good job, she said in a deliberately much sterner tone. You're officially a member of Aquamarine now, Leonard.
With that, she quickly turned around to hide her embarrassment and continued, anyway, that's it for today. You're free to walk around. Why don't you go take a stroll and check out the city? You seem pretty curious about this place.
Then, after a brief pause, she added more sincerely, I really look forward to working with you.
Hearing those words, Leonard gave a slight smile and replied, Then, can I ask you for a favor? Francis looked genuinely surprised when she heard that request. However, the conversation between the two of them wasn't revealed, and the scene cut away before anyone could hear what Leonard had asked for. The next scene showed Leonard standing outside a house that afternoon. From inside, a woman's voice called out to him, You must be Leonard. Fran told me all about you. Come on in.
Leonard slowly opened the door and stepped inside politely. Thank you.
Excuse me.
As soon as he stepped in, the woman sitting inside studied him closely from head to toe and said, You don't look like a mage at all.
Yet you want to learn about magic. Leonard was slightly surprised by the atmosphere in the room.
Many objects were floating gently in midair as if gravity had lost all meaning. Books, cups, paperwork, and magical tools drifted effortlessly while the woman calmly manipulated everything using magic. Just looking at it was enough to show that her mastery of mana was on a completely different level. The woman leaned back relaxedly and said, Now, tell me everything.
Leonard began to explain his situation in detail. After listening in silence, she nodded slowly, I see. So that's how it is.
Yes,
Leonard replied seriously. Ever since I was swallowed by spatial magic, I realized I needed a way to deal with it. I have almost no knowledge or understanding of magic whatsoever.
The woman continued to stare at him intently, studying his expression as if trying to figure out his true intentions. After a short silence, she finally spoke up. I understand, she said calmly. So you don't just want to be a swordsman who uses magic. It was at that moment that her identity was finally revealed. Her name was Esther, currently a fourth circle mage of the Atlantis Magic Tower. Esther looked straight at Leonard and explained calmly, the best way to learn magic is to get familiar with it first. I know a method that even a swordsman can easily grasp. She held up a small, glowing mana stone in her hand and continued explaining, aura users boost their mana by absorbing mana stones, right?
This works on the exact same principle.
We'll make your body adapt to magic using a mana stone inscribed with magic circuits. Leonard frowned slightly as soon as he heard that, but it's not like I actually want to use magic. Don't worry, Esther replied without a moment of hesitation. Unless you have a completely abnormal physique, this is the fastest and safest method available. Then she let out a soft sigh before adding in a more relaxed tone, besides, technically this is my job now. As a member of Aquamarine, I have to guide my juniors properly.
Otherwise, that girl is going to storm in here and yell at me again.
The image of a furious Francis storming into the room seemed to be enough to annoy even Esther a little bit.
Not long after, the process began. At first, Leonard only felt a strange warmth spreading through his body.
But gradually, his condition started to worsen. His breathing became heavy, his muscles tightened, and visible veins bulged on his arms as the magic circuits reacted violently inside him.
Esther instantly realized something was wrong.
Her calm expression slowly vanished as she stared at him intently. What? She muttered in utter confusion.
A normal person should be able to absorb this circuit easily.
Her eyes narrowed as a worrying thought crossed her mind. Could it be this physique?
The very next second, Leonard suddenly let out a loud shout.
A massive wave of energy burst forth from his body. The power erupted much more violently than Esther had ever expected. Surging waves of energy spread aggressively across the room, shaking everything around them. Books flew off the shelves. Furniture trembled, and all the objects floating in the room spun around chaotically in mid-air as the unstable source of energy exploded outward uncontrollably.
Even the air seemed to distort under the pressure of the overwhelming force pouring out of Leonard's body.
Esther witnessed the sight with her eyes wide in shock.
There's no way it's this powerful, she muttered while carefully observing the mana currents flowing around him.
After a few tense moments, the violent surge of energy finally began to calm down. The mana storm gradually dissipated, and the room slowly returned to peace. The floating objects fell back to their places, and the pressure in the air vanished completely. Only when she was sure everything had stabilized did Esther step closer to him and ask cautiously, "Are you all right, Leonard?" Still breathing heavily from the recent experience, Leonard slowly raised his head and replied, "Yes." He stood quietly for a moment, feeling the magical energy flowing through his body in a completely different way than before.
As he checked the internal magic circuits, a shocking realization gradually formed in his mind.
Is swordsmanship not the only thing Cardenas blood is good at? He thought to himself. I rewrote everything as if the original magic itself was flawed from the start.
Then he looked toward Esther and said calmly, "I'm not just all right.
Actually, I even managed to restructure one of the spells inscribed inside the circuit stone.
It's magic missile."
Esther's expression instantly changed when she heard that.
Magic missile is clearly just a basic level spell.
But, can something like that even happen? She asked in disbelief. Right at that moment, magical energy began to swirl fiercely around Leonard's body. Several glowing shards of mana floated around him, while the pressure in the room slowly rose again. Leonard calmly observed the spell structure forming around his hand and explained, "I judged the original spell to be way too inefficient and wasteful. So I restructured it into the shape of sharp blades."
Esther stared at the floating blades with absolute shock written all over her face. "Wait, are you saying you changed the entire original form of the spell?"
Her voice trembled slightly as she continued.
"Even I haven't managed to do something like that. And you created 5 of them at the exact same time." Leonard remained strangely calm despite pulling off something that should have been impossible for a beginner. He simply turned to Esther and asked, "Esther, if you don't mind, could you show me your magic circuits?"
"I don't mind," Esther replied cautiously.
"But why?"
"Because," Leonard answered without hesitation, "I see parts that can be improved." The scene shifted to the Atlantis Magic Tower. Inside the massive tower filled with ancient magic circles
and countless floating books, another mage was waiting.
The moment Leonard and Esther arrived, the man immediately spoke up in an annoyed tone, "Please spare me from all this trouble. I'm already busy enough as an elder of the Magic Tower." The person standing before them was none other than the elder of the Atlantis Magic Tower, the legendary 7th Circle mage Jack Russell. Esther quickly replied upon seeing her master, "Of course I know.
How could the master's only disciple not understand how busy you are?"
Leonard also stepped forward and politely introduced himself. "It's a great honor to meet you.
I'm Leonard from the Aquamarine Squad. Jack Russell glanced at him for a second and replied, I'm Jack Russell.
Outsiders are rarely allowed to step foot in this place. Now, explain the situation. Esther immediately looked toward her master and said, It's true, master.
I've reached the 5th stage.
The second those words left her mouth, Jack Russell's expression changed completely.
You've been stuck at the exact same point for years, he said in disbelief. How could this happen?
Esther stepped forward and activated her magic as she spoke. Please see for yourself, master. A blazing fireball began to form on her palm. But unlike ordinary spells, its shape continuously shifted and compressed under her tight control. As the flames swirled fiercely, the fireball gradually turned into a spinning, thin disc, radiating terrifying heat and pressure.
Like this, Esther explained proudly. I can now change the magical form by compressing and swirling it into a disc shape. I've successfully maximized its destructive power.
Then she looked toward Leonard and added, To be honest, it was Leonard who fixed my circuit and gave me the advice. The moment Leonard saw the unstable mana fluctuations surrounding the spell, his expression shifted slightly. Esther, you really shouldn't use that here, he warned. It was only then that Esther realized the danger.
Sorry.
I still haven't controlled it properly, she cried out in panic. The swirling fire spell instantly lost stability and shot forward uncontrollably. The fierce magic tore through the air with overwhelming force, as if it would destroy everything in its path.
Jack Russell calmly observed the entire scene without budging from his spot.
I didn't expect this boy to have reached the transformation stage, something normally only 6th circle mages achieve, he muttered with genuine interest.
How amusing. The very next second, Jack gently waved his hand.
With just a single motion, the out-of-control spell was erased as if it had never existed.
The overwhelming flames vanished without leaving behind even a hint of heat.
Then Jack slowly continued speaking while staring straight at Leonard. Surpassing the limits of magic, regardless of innate talent or willpower, is something never achieved unless the person realizes the truth themselves. His expression grew much more serious after that. I incurred a debt that I can never repay in this lifetime. Esther bringing you here must be because she understood that. Hearing that, Esther quickly turned her face away awkwardly, clearly embarrassed by the praise. Meanwhile, Jack had already stepped closer to Leonard.
Looking straight into his eyes, the elder asked, Would you like to become my disciple? The room instantly fell silent.
I don't think there's any better opportunity than this for a mage, Jack added calmly. However, Leonard answered almost immediately, without a hint of hesitation, I'm sorry, but I've already decided to walk the path of the sword.
Jack looked at him for a moment and sighed softly, an immediate answer, Huh? What a pity. Even so, his expression didn't show disappointment for long.
Instead, he gave a slight nod and continued, Then, as a return gift, I will grant you authority equal to Esther's. Leonard's eyes narrowed slightly as Jack kept talking. I will give you unrestricted access to the magic tower, along with endless use of all the knowledge and magical tools stored here. Even so, all of those things still cannot match the value of direct teaching from me. Then Jack added one final thing while staring at him intently. Furthermore, regarding the Aquamarine Adventure Squad you belong to, I also promise to maintain a good relationship.
Thank you, sir, Leonard replied. I'll make frequent use of it.
Even as he answered, Leonard thought calmly to himself, a good relationship with the magic tower will also bring massive benefits to Aquamarine.
After finishing the conversation, Leonard left the magic tower and later returned to Zephas Hall inside Bermuda.
Frances was already sitting there waiting for him. The moment she heard where he had been, her eyes widened in absolute shock. You met the elder of the magic tower? She asked immediately.
Leonard nodded calmly, yes. He promised to maintain a good relationship with Aquamarine.
The second Frances heard that, excitement clearly washing over her, she rushed over to him.
Leonard, she cried out happily. Did you just bring us some insane stroke of luck? The Magic Tower is a colossal organization. It stands equal to Bermuda and even the Alliance Council. I never imagined we could connect with a place like that. I still can't believe it.
Leonard listened quietly to her excitement before shifting his attention to the stack of papers in her hands.
Fran, more importantly, what is this list of names? He asked.
Frances quickly regained her focus and explained, These are the people I want to recruit into our adventure squad.
If we don't increase our member count, our scope of operations will never expand properly. Honestly, without Aquamarine's current reputation, I think even reaching B rank would have been impossible for us. The stronger, the better, right? Leonard asked.
Yes, of course, Francis answered right away. Then, glancing toward some nearby commotion, she pointed in that direction.
Actually, there's someone over there who looks pretty useful.
Leonard turned his head to look at the scene and saw a man hanging upside down helplessly. Several arrows had pinned his clothes tightly without causing serious injury, leaving him dangling there in humiliation.
The man roared angrily, "How dare you do this to me? Let me down right now, you elven half-breed woman. Don't think you'll get away with this, you one-eyed slave."
Before he could continue his rant,
another arrow flew over and embedded itself right next to him with pinpoint accuracy, tightening the trap even further.
The girl responsible walked up calmly while glaring at him coldly. "You're lucky you ran into me here, trash." At that moment, several other adventurers appeared nearby and tried to smooth things over.
Hey, isn't that going a bit too far, Neen?" one asked nervously. Another crossed their arms and added, "If the guild finds out about this, do you even make enough money to pay for it?"
Then another stepped up with a more serious expression. "Just drop the stubborn act and join Santa Maria already."
"The ransom for your sister isn't cheap at all, is it?" The atmosphere instantly grew much heavier after those words. Leonard calmly stepped into the middle of the scene and said coolly, "You guys are the ones going way too far."
All eyes immediately snapped toward him. Leonard took a bow from Clara, Francis's female bodyguard, and quickly drew the string. The moment he did, an overwhelming wave of wind burst forth directly from the bow. That sheer force alone shocked everyone nearby, shaking the air violently as if the weapon had just awakened.
Even Nin's eyes widened in surprise. Who are you?" she asked. Without lowering the bow, Leonard answered calmly, "I'm Leonard of the Aquamarine Adventure Squad."
Clara, standing close by, spoke softly, "Thank you for borrowing my bow, Leonard."
Meanwhile, Francis looked at him in absolute disbelief. "Leonard, can use a bow too?" she muttered.
Then she immediately turned to the girl and smiled warmly.
"Ninian, right? Would you like to join us?" Francis continued with full confidence. "Judging from your current situation, I don't think this is a bad deal for you either. I promise you won't regret it."
Neen was silent for a moment, clearly conflicted by what she had just witnessed. In her mind, she kept replaying Leonard's arching form from just moments ago.
That attack just now, she thought.
It's on a completely different level compared to my archery technique that just mimics spirit arts.
If I could actually learn something like that.
However, before she could reply, a man nearby suddenly chimed in with a mocking laugh.
"Regret it? What are you talking about?" he sneered.
"I heard Aquamarine is practically on the verge of collapsing anyway." He stared straight at Ninian and continued coldly, "You should think carefully.
No one's going to save you when you're dying on a sinking ship."
The man kept talking arrogantly, clearly trying to pressure Neen into making a decision.
"Unlike some desperate squad out there, the commander of Santa Maria is..."
Before he could finish his dramatic praise of his leader, a large, muscular man suddenly stepped out from the crowd. His presence alone instantly silenced the surrounding adventurers. "Stop babbling," the tall man said calmly. The moment the others saw him, the arrogant adventurer immediately straightened up and spoke nervously, "Boss." The man stood towering over the area with complete, unshakable confidence and continued, "No need for explanations. Everyone here already recognizes our presence." The person standing before them was none other than Christopher Conrad, commander of the Santa Maria Adventure Squad. Christopher crossed his arms and looked down at the others with a faint smile.
"Well, I guess B-rank adventurers wouldn't understand."
The atmosphere instantly turned tense after those words. Though he didn't openly display hostility, the overwhelming pressure radiating from Christopher alone was enough to put everyone on high alert around him. Leonard quietly observed the man from a distance while carefully analyzing him.
"This guy," Leonard thought to himself. "At first glance he looks simple, but he's an absolute powerhouse. He's only a single step away from reaching the transcendent realm."
His eyes narrowed slightly as he continued to study Christopher's massive physique and terrifying aura. "If I fight him head-on right now, I'll be at an overwhelming disadvantage," he admitted inwardly. However, a talented archer like Neen would become an essential asset in naval battles.
She is precisely the kind of talent Aquamarine desperately needs. His expression grew increasingly determined. She's a talent I absolutely cannot afford to let slip away.
Despite standing before an opponent vastly superior to him, Leonard's resolve didn't waver even a fraction. Even if this situation turns into a fight, I will make sure to turn her into our comrade. Flashing back to the past, digging into Ninian's painful memories, a younger, more innocent Ninian was beside her half-sister, Vivian, someone she clearly cherished deeply. Nin remembered that even though she was only a half-elf, she had found a family in her sister. Vivian was a pure-blood elf and a talented spirit artist. But more importantly, she was Ninian's only friend. Yet the sister's happiness shattered in the blink of an eye when ruthless slave traders kidnapped Vivian right in front of Ninian. The traumatic memory of her sister became deeply etched into her mind. The leader of the thugs, a despicable wretch, captured Vivian to exploit her rare spirit arts, forcing her to sign a life-selling contract. Surrounded and helpless, young Ninian had begged for her sister's life, willing to do anything. But the man just sneered, mocked her weak spirit arts, and kicked her aside for being an impure half-breed. The memory of that helplessness and despair still haunted her to this day. Returning to the present, Ninian was filled with a cold determination. She knew she was the only one who could save her sister now. But she wasn't alone. Leonard stepped forward, his decision made. He boldly challenged Christopher Conrad, commander of Santa Maria, to a duel for Vivian's contract, stunning everyone in the hall. Marion panicked and tried to pull Leonard back from his reckless challenge. She desperately begged Fran to stop him, warning that this meant declaring total war against the A-rank Santa Maria squad. Fran looked at Leonard, demanding an explanation. Leonard calmly told her this was their only chance to recruit not just a talented archer, but also a rare spirit artist. He asked her to trust him. After a tense moment, Fran's eyes hardened with resolve. She nodded quietly in agreement. Seeing Ninian hesitate, Leonard grabbed her wrist to reassure her. He asked if she was losing her cool, then encouraged her to stand firm. That bold action infuriated Christopher, who grabbed Leonard by the collar and roared. The bulky commander mocked him, demanding to know what some wet-behind-the-ears kid could possibly bet in exchange for a precious asset like an elven spirit artist. Nin watched, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and a flicker of hope. Just as the tension was about to explode, Fran stepped forward, raising the stakes sky-high. She declared that Aquamarine would wager full ownership of their ship. To sweeten the deal, she even threw in Santa Maria's A-rank exploration rights. Christopher's eyes widened at the bold offer. Leonard looked at his captain with a confident smile. Finding it amusing, Christopher agreed, but added one major condition to prevent them from hiring outside help. The duel had to be fought by a current member of Aquamarine, mocking that he wouldn't let some aristocratic lady hire a swordsman to do her dirty work. To make it more personal, he declared the match would be one-on-one, him against Leonard. No objections accepted. With the terms set, Christopher and his subordinates left, leaving behind a heavy, tense atmosphere. Afterward, back at the Atlantis Magic Tower, the severity of the situation truly set in. Marion slammed her hand down on the table in frustration, calling Leonard insane for daring to challenge an A-rank commander. She reminded everyone that Conrad wasn't just some brute, he was a powerful and experienced magic swordsman. Fran sipped her tea with surprising indifference, simply saying that Conrad was a disgusting pest who annoyed her. The squad gathered around the table, the mood heavy. Marion argued that even with her and Ninian helping, they stood no chance against a magic swordsman of Conrad's caliber. Nin felt responsible for this conflict and apologized for dragging them into her mess. But Leonard told her not to worry. As he spoke, a brilliant blue aura began to radiate from his sword. He stood up, his entire body enveloped in a powerful blue light, leaving his comrades stunned. Fran gasped in shock, realizing it was the blade technique. She couldn't believe it. According to his records, Leonard should have only been at the third stage of external force realm, a level far below what was required to use this skill. With cool confidence, Leonard smiled and clarified that official ranks were just what was written on paper. He revealed that he had never had a reason to go all out before, and with his true strength, he definitely wouldn't lose to Conrad. Fran was momentarily left speechless, her mind spinning from the massive revelation about the team's newest member. Then the doubt vanished, replaced by a radiant, trusting smile. She told Leonard that she knew she was right to trust him from the start. He simply thanked her for her trust. Impressed as she was, Ninian still brought up a valid point. Conrad might not be a true swordsman yet, but he was a magic swordsman. They needed a plan to deal with his magic. Just as they started strategizing, unexpected visitors appeared. It was none other than Esther and the elder of the Magic Tower, Jack Russell. Jack announced that he fully understood the entire situation. It turned out Leonard had anticipated the possibility of cheating, and had gone to the magic tower to ask the elder himself to act as an official witness for the match. Leonard and Fran stood respectfully before one of the most powerful figures in Atlantis. Jack agreed without hesitation, reasoning that since Leonard was Esther's benefactor, he was also an ally of the tower. With a cunning look in his eye, Jack added that he also suspected someone like Conrad
wouldn't hesitate to use dirty tricks to win.
The scene shifted to a dark room where a new powerful figure was introduced. Christopher Conrad was kneeling before him like a loyal subordinate. It was Pablo L. Orlando Peterson, a member of the Atlantis Alliance Council and commander of the A-rank squad Moby Dick. Pablo smirked, revealing that he had heard about the match. He saw this as the perfect opportunity to seize the coveted aquamarine. To guarantee victory, Pablo handed Conrad a pulsing, dark vial of medicine. This secret potion would temporarily grant Conrad power surpassing even a swordsman. Conrad scoffed, believing he could crush Leonard without needing it, but a single threatening glare from Pablo was enough to silence any objections. Pablo sternly warned him not to underestimate his opponent, suspecting Aquamarine was hiding a trump card.
He ordered Conrad to take the drug and claim Aquamarine at all costs.
Cornered, Conrad clenched his fists and accepted the order, his face set with cold determination.
Back at the office, Leonard's eyes burned with unshakable resolve, ready to face whatever tricks his opponent threw his way. Match day arrived in the magnificent port city of Atlantis. The stage was set in the Bermuda Grand Auditorium, a colossal arena where warriors settled their scores. In the stands, a bustling crowd placed bets on the match with astronomically high stakes. The overwhelming consensus was clear: the A-rank commander Conrad was bound to win. The Aquamarine squad watched with bated breath. Neen tried to keep her composure as the man fought to free her sister. In the middle of the arena, the bulky commander Conrad looked down at his opponent with absolute contempt. Opposite him, Leonard stood calm and poised, his red eyes burning with a silent intensity. The announcer hyped up the one-on-one match, a David versus Goliath battle with the fate of two teams riding on it. But this wasn't some ordinary street brawl. The announcer introduced the official witness, none other than the elder of the Magic Tower, Jack Russell.
Jack's presence was a calculated move, and Fran had a hand in arranging it. We flash back to the scene where Fran made a shocking proposal to Esther. She wanted to wager Aquamarine's entire fund on the match.
Fran grabbed Esther's hands, pleading sincerely.
This wasn't just a gamble, it was a golden opportunity to skyrocket their capital.
Her logic was simple: since everyone was betting on Conrad, the odds for Leonard were astronomically high.
This was the ultimate long-term play. It was all part of the grand plan discussed beforehand. Since there was practically no public info on Leonard, the bookies had overlooked him, creating the perfect trap for the greedy.
Leonard added his own reassurance.
Holding a magnificent sword borrowed from the tower's armory, he told Esther that with this blade, he wouldn't lose.
Seeing his unshakable confidence, Esther's doubts began to melt away.
She asked if he was really sure. Leonard gave a reassuring smile, affirming that her trust was well placed and telling her not to worry. Back in the present, the announcer roared for the match to begin, and Conrad didn't waste time with pleasantries. He lunged straight at Leonard, mocking him by reminding him that murder was completely legal within these walls. Leonard simply replied, asking if the big guy was so scared his mouth wouldn't stop running. Provoked by the cheeky brat, Conrad's calm facade shattered.
He unleashed the power of a fifth circle mage, summoning scorching fireballs,
and promising to wipe that smug look right off Leonard's face. The fireballs hurtled toward their target,
but Leonard moved like a phantom, effortlessly dodging the magic storm.
He assessed the attack and realized he needed to bring out his trump card right away.
The tower sword hummed to life, glowing with a brilliant turquoise aura.
This was no ordinary weapon. It was a high-grade artifact capable of channeling magic. Leonard coated the blade with wind magic, preparing to give Conrad a taste of his own medicine. He easily slashed right through the fireballs, sending the magical energy spinning wildly out of control.
Conrad's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. This kid wasn't just a swordsman, he was a magic swordsman too. Before Conrad could recover, Leonard surged forward. His blade was a dizzying blur of motion. He closed the distance in the blink of an eye, moving at a speed that completely shattered all of Conrad's expectations. Conrad was instantly forced onto the defensive. He stamped hard on the floor, raising a shield of torn earth. That sheer force broke Leonard's momentum. Conrad had secretly placed a gravity manipulation spell on the ground, using flying debris as camouflage to pin Leonard down. With his opponent slowed, he called down a lightning bolt,
confident that speed was useless against gravity.
Leonard was enveloped in the electrical attack,
Seemingly trapped within the powerful magic. The arena floor exploded in a brilliant flash of light and a cloud of dust. But when the dust cleared, Conrad was the one who had been hit. A fresh cut slicing across his cheek.
Leonard had taken the hit and immediately counterattacked. He followed up with a brutal kick to the commander's jaw,
and then another hard stomp that sent the big man crashing down to the ground.
Conrad coughed up blood, completely overwhelmed by the sheer ferocity of the counterattack. Now with his shirt torn down to his waist, looking undeniably badass, Leonard coldly informed Conrad that a magic swordsman who couldn't even draw his primary sword was nothing but all talk.
Conrad pushed himself up, admitting he had underestimated his opponent. He decided it was time to use the secret weapon his boss gave him.
He dropped the black pill into his mouth and swallowed it without a second thought.
The pill took effect instantly.
Conrad screamed in agony as his body began to mutate.
A terrifying purplish-black aura erupted from him, twisting his face into a grotesque expression. Stimulated by the drug, his eyes glowed with a demonic red as he swore to slaughter the brat in front of him.
Leonard calmly assessed the new threat, recognizing that the power surging from Conrad was now on par with a true swordsman.
The mutated commander leaped high into the air with a massive greatsword. Leonard just smiled, so this old dog really did have a new trick up his sleeve.
As Conrad brought his blade crashing down, Leonard met it head-on.
Leonard's blade sliced right through Conrad's leg, blood gushing out. As the limb completely severed from his body, the drug-addled puppet roared in fury, his eyes burning with a blazing red rage.
He swung his sword frantically, but his movements now possessed only brute strength, devoid of any finesse.
Leonard easily vaulted over the attack,
simply springing up into mid-air.
Conrad glared up at his airborne opponent with cold eyes, declaring that playtime was finally over. Turning entirely serious, Conrad leaned into his core training
and unleashed a vicious purple blade aura around his greatsword.
Leonard's expression remained unchanged. Seeing that his opponent was finally ready to use a sword properly, he decided to respond in kind. In the blink of an eye, a massive, pure turquoise blade aura blazed around Leonard's entire body. The two opposing forces, one dark and corrupted, the other pure and controlled, lunged toward each other. They collided in the middle of the arena in a spectacular explosion of power, but there was no comparison.
Leonard's turquoise aura instantly crushed Conrad's corrupted strength.
The commander was blown backward, completely defenseless as Leonard pressed the attack. Conrad stared in sheer terror. He couldn't comprehend how this brat was also wielding an aura blade.
But what Leonard unleashed next surpassed anything Conrad could have ever imagined.
His aura materialized into a colossal ethereal dragon, its immense power shaking the very foundations of the auditorium. Up in the stands, the hall administrator, Carmen, jumped to his feet, howling that the match was rigged.
He tried to declare the match void, screaming that there was no way a real magic swordsman could lose to a brat.
This was Carmen, the hall administrator, and he had just lost a fortune betting on a sure thing. He gritted his teeth, realizing this massive loss would ruin him, all because of the drug that was supposed to guarantee victory. But a calm voice cut through his pathetic whining. It was Jack Russell. The elder coldly asked if Carmen intended to cancel an official match that he himself had witnessed and notarized.
The announcer froze, and the blood drained entirely from Carmen's face. Insulting the elder was a death sentence in Atlantis. He immediately backed down, stammering apologies for his outburst.
A flash of light glinted across Jack's glasses. Everything, including this desperate attempt to overturn the result, had been anticipated by Leonard. With his witness duty fulfilled, Jack turned and walked away, leaving Leonard with a parting question. How did he plan to finish things with that man? All eyes shifted back to the arena, where Leonard stood over the broken form of Commander Conrad.
Following the intense match, the scene shifted to the aquamarine ship gliding smoothly across the waves under bright sunlight.
In the captain's cabin, good news arrived. Their petition had been approved. Fran announced to the crew that they were now officially cleared to explore A-rank sea zones,
though there were still a few conditions left to fulfill. More importantly, thanks to the massive payout from the match, their financial troubles were over for the foreseeable future.
With a genuinely grateful expression, Fran thanked Leonard for making it all possible, and Leonard simply replied that he was honored to help. Right at that moment, two figures approached him. It was Ninian and her newly freed sister, Vivian, thanking Leonard endlessly for saving them. Vivian introduced herself as a wind spirit artist, clearly smitten with her savior. Leonard maintained his usual composure, coldly stating that their interests had simply aligned by coincidence, and as long as they pulled their weight for the squad, that was all that mattered.
The sisters looked slightly awkward at his bluntness, still trying to offer something in return.
But Fran smoothly stepped in, welcoming them as teammates and reminding them that friends didn't need to keep score. She assigned Marion the task of showing the two elven newcomers to their quarters. That night, Fran found Leonard alone on the deck beneath the starry sky. She mused aloud whether his terrifying aura was the reason everyone else had gone to bed early. That quiet moment prompted her to finally share the real reason she wanted to become an A-rank adventure squad. Sharp as ever, Leonard remarked that he had a rough idea of her motives. Fran still asked him to listen, admitting how heavy it was to keep everything bottled up inside. Leonard agreed, ready to hear the story of the woman he had chosen to follow. And so, we flash back 8 years into the past to the Alliance Council, the governing body of Atlantis. A tense meeting was underway, discussing a dangerous swirling red rift in the Fifth Sea. A young captain argued against ignoring it, Nord, the former captain of Aquamarine and Fran's father. But a high-ranking council member named Pablo dismissively brushed off his concerns. Pablo arrogantly insisted the rift was stabilizing and wouldn't pose an issue for decades. Nord countered that their projections meant nothing if an unexpected variable occurred. Pablo dropped his facade, arguing that the rift was a valuable source of byproducts from the other side. Nord's face twisted with rage at such blatant greed. He lunged forward, grabbing Pablo by the collar, furious that he would gamble lives for profit. Pablo remained completely calm, coldly reminding Nord that the entire city of Atlantis was built on the wealth generated by those very byproducts, his eyes flashing with a deep, systemic corruption. Seeing the rest of the council sit in silence, Nord realized they had all been bought off. With a flick of his hand, Nord shoved Pablo aside. The decision was made. Defeated, Nord returned to his ship and slammed his fist down in frustration. He declared they couldn't expect help from any other A-rank squads. With his eyes burning with resolve, he made a fateful decree: Aquamarine would seal every single rift themselves. Donning his pristine white captain's coat, Nord rallied his crew for the impossible mission. The Aquamarine engine roared to life, cloaked in a protective blue aura as it set sail toward the treacherous rifts, its magic core humming with colossal energy as the ship tore through the waves at terrifying speed. They unleashed their power, ready to stand alone against the world's greatest threats. Fran narrates that in its prime, Aquamarine was a formidable force, boasting a 7th circle mage and 3 warriors on the verge of the transcendent realm. Led by Soul Knight Nord, they accomplished the impossible, sealing 4 rifts in under a month. But those heroic feats were met with no praise. Nord received a call from the council. They told him to stop, claiming his actions made other adventurers look bad and interfered with their business. Nord ignored them, declaring he would only return after sealing the final, most dangerous rift, Charybdis. Terrified, council members called it a suicide mission, but Nord was determined. The greater the danger, the more reason he had to seal it. Without hesitation, Aquamarine plunged into the swirling vortex of otherworldly energy. The mighty ship was completely swallowed by the massive, chaotic rift. Back in the present, Leonard asks what happened next. Fran looks away, her voice heavy with deep sorrow as she remembers how powerful they once were. Memories bring a flash of pain to her eyes. Leonard listens quietly, understanding the burden of her past. The flashback continues. Aquamarine returns in triumph, gliding across the waves under a brilliant sunset. The crew celebrates their homecoming. Nord looks toward the horizon, satisfied with buying the world a little more time against the advancing darkness. He smiles, knowing his daughter is waiting for him, even if she might be angry that he was gone so long. Just then, young Fran and her guardian Marion appear on deck. Nord calls out to his daughter. Little Fran cheerfully asks if her dad is really home, but the reunion is shattered by a massive fiery explosion. Their home base is under attack. It's an ambush by Moby Dick. Nord's face twists in horror and betrayal as he realizes Pablo is behind it all. Marion desperately shields a terrified Fran from the chaos. Nord yells at Marion to protect his daughter at all costs. He barks orders at the crew, trying to clear a path to the safety of the main dock. Gritting his teeth, he commands the remaining fighters to hold off the enemy ship. Pablo mocks Nord's worthless pride and orders his subordinates to completely crush Aquamarine's spirit. Furious, Nord unleashes his power, roaring at Pablo to shut up. His eyes burn with unyielding resolve. He vows that even if he dies, Aquamarine's honor and spirit will live on through his daughter. And with that, his ship is swallowed in a final, destructive explosion. The flashback ends, returning to the present, where Fran's eyes reflect that same blazing resolve. She explains that this is why she can never abandon her father's dream. She offers Leonard an out, admitting her path means making an enemy of Atlantis, but Leonard immediately dismisses it. He isn't going anywhere. He smiles, telling her that the chance to fight strong, worthy opponents is what he lives for, a glint of mischief in his eyes. He adds that if they are scum unworthy of mercy, so much the better. Fran is utterly stunned by his unwavering loyalty and thirst for battle. Shock gives way to a genuine, relieved laugh. She tells him he's truly amazing and asks if he will continue following her as a true member of Aquamarine. Leonard flashes a soft, confident smile, telling Fran he's looking forward to it. A few days later, back at the Bermuda branch, the members of Aquamarine are busier than ever. Now with a clear goal ahead, they have no time to waste. Everyone focuses on honing their skills and preparing for the challenges ahead. At the training grounds, Leonard stands in the middle of an intense sparring match. Even facing two opponents at once, he remains completely calm. A wind-infused arrow flies toward him from Ninian, but Leonard simply tilts his body and dodges with the narrowest of margins. At the same time, Marion lunges from another angle, her blade cutting through the air with terrifying speed. Leonard smoothly parries the attack and immediately counters. His sword strikes with overwhelming force, forcing both of them back. After a few more exchanges, Leonard raises his hand and signals the end of the match. Marion and Ninian halt in place, both breathing heavily. Sweat drips down their faces as they try to catch their breath. The training session pushed them to their limits, but the results are undeniable. Leonard nods in satisfaction as he looks at the two of them. He praises their progress, especially how well they've learned to coordinate their attacks. He explains that teamwork will be crucial for the dangerous journeys ahead. Hearing those words, both Marion and Neen fill with confidence. Under Leonard's guidance, they can clearly feel themselves growing stronger by the day. Finishing the workout, Leonard announces that their guest has arrived and is waiting. Standing nearby is a man dressed in a sharp, formal suit. Holding official paperwork in one hand, he quietly observes everything that just took place. As Leonard and the others approach, he introduces himself as Benjamin, head of Bermuda's A Hall. He admits to watching the sparring match from the sidelines and says the rumors he heard were entirely true. Leonard truly defeated Commander Conrad. Even more impressive is how he single-handedly overwhelmed Marion and Ninian, Bermuda's strongest B-rank duo. Benjamin affirms that after witnessing their capabilities firsthand, he has no doubt Leonard's combat strength has reached the A-rank adventurer level. However, Benjamin's expression soon turns serious. Fran immediately senses a problem. Even though Aquamarine has more than enough strength to qualify for promotion, a major obstacle still stands in their way. The team is severely understaffed. Benjamin explains that an A-rank squad requires a specific number of active members, and Aquamarine still falls short of that requirement. Fran promptly asks how many more people they need. Benjamin calmly holds up two fingers. The answer is simple. If they recruit exactly 2 more members, their promotion to A rank will be approved immediately. With their new goal set, Fran and Leonard head into the city to search for potential candidates. Their destination isn't the clean, respectable neighborhoods where adventurers usually gather. Instead, they step into one of the roughest areas of the city. The streets are crowded, noisy, and filled with shady figures lurking in every corner. Looking around, Leonard can't help but wonder if they'll really find trustworthy comrades in a place like this. Fran remains confident, believing hidden gems capable of becoming invaluable assets to Aquamarine lie buried within these streets, if only they can be persuaded to join. But before they can go any further, a harsh voice suddenly calls out from ahead. A group of rough-looking thugs steps out to block their path. The leader mocks them and asks if they know where they're standing. This turf belongs to Big Gano, and outsiders aren't welcome. His eyes narrow with hostility as he warns them to leave before they get hurt. The thug reaches for his sword, but before the weapon can clear its scabbard, Leonard moves. His hand strikes with lightning speed, halting the thug's motion instantly. Leonard calmly announces they aren't looking for trouble. Unfortunately, once a sword is drawn, things change. Without another word, Leonard delivers a devastating palm strike to the thug's chest. The man goes flying like a ragdoll before crashing hard into a nearby wall and passing out cold. The remaining thugs freeze in shock, unable to believe what they just witnessed. Then their attention shifts to a figure stepping out of the shadows. The atmosphere changes instantly. The newcomer steps forward with calm confidence, and even the thugs look relieved to see him. Sensing a stronger opponent, Leonard wastes no time. He lunges forward and unleashes a powerful kick. The man meets the attack without hesitation. With a scoff, he notes the kick was both fast and heavy, then wraps a thick chain around his arm. He unleashes a burst of blue aura crackling with energy. To ordinary townsfolk, such power would be overwhelming, but to a veteran mercenary who has courted death countless times, it's child's play. The next moment, the man swings a giant scythe. The massive weapon slices through the air with terrifying speed. Leonard is forced to drop to one knee to avoid the deadly arc sweeping just above his head. Looking up from his crouch, a smile spreads across Leonard's face. He casually replies that he was thinking the exact same thing. Nearby, Fran's eyes widen in surprise.
Gano, the name escapes her lips almost unconsciously.
The man pauses as he finally recognizes her.
His expression shifts slightly before he asks in disbelief if she's really little Frances. Hearing this, Leonard instantly understands. This is the person they've been looking for. Gano the Were. Fran quickly confirms it. This is the man they came to find. Gano looks genuinely bewildered, asking why they suddenly sought him out after all this time. Taking a deep breath, Fran steps forward.
Determination fills her voice as she explains she is restarting Aquamarine's operations. More than anything, she needs his help. Addressing him by his full title, she reminds him he is one of Aquamarine's legendary heroes and the younger brother of the great storm-toothed Dentuso. Hope sparkles in her eyes as she asks him to lend his strength and fight by their side once more.
For a brief moment, silence blankets the street.
Then Gano's expression hardens.
He flatly tells her to go home. He reminds Fran that Aquamarine's problems run far deeper than she seems willing to admit.
They haven't just made an enemy of Moby Dick, they've made an enemy of all Atlantis. Looking straight at her, he asks if she really expects him to succeed where even her legendary hero of a father failed.
Letting out a heavy sigh, Gano turns his back and begins to walk away.
He apologizes, but he has no intention of joining them. He has no interest in walking a path that leads to nowhere. As his subordinates follow behind, he advises Fran to stop being stubborn and find another path for herself. Fran stands frozen in place.
The rejection hits harder than she anticipated.
Even knowing persuading Gano would be difficult, hearing his answer still makes her feel like her last hope is slipping away. Her shoulders slowly drop as disappointment floods her heart. Then Leonard speaks up abruptly. He tells her to wait a moment. Before Fran can ask what he's planning, Leonard bursts into motion. His body shoots down the street toward the departing Gano. Hearing the sudden commotion, Gano whips around with a flash of anger on his face, demanding to know what Leonard thinks he's doing. Leonard stops right in front of him and brushes off his shoulder. A fierce smile spreads across his face. "If words won't work," he says, "then I'll convince you with my fists." The moment he finishes speaking, Leonard lunges.
His punch hits Gano with a bone-jarring force that echoes down the street.
The sheer impact sends the former hero flying backward, cracking the cobblestone pavement beneath them.
As dust fills the air, Leonard calmly walks over to a spear lying nearby and picks it up.
Looking straight at Gano, he begins to taunt him.
"Aren't you tired of walking paths where you can't even see the destination?" Because from where Leonard stands, it looks like Gano can't even see his own path anymore.
Gano pushes himself up to his knees, muttering curses under his breath as he glares at the young adventurer. He demands to know what game Leonard is playing. Leonard simply lowers the tip of the spear toward him.
He declares he will show Gano the path he was supposed to take.
To be honest, his spearfighting skills aren't on par with his swordsmanship, but they'll be more than enough for what he has in mind. For the first time, a spark ignites in Gano's eyes.
He realizes this isn't empty confidence. The brat's strength is real. Slowly, Gano stands up and grips his weapon.
A veteran warrior's fire returns to his gaze as he faces Leonard head-on.
"Don't get cocky," he roars. "Just because you're holding a spear doesn't mean you'll win a spear fight."
And with those words, tension between the two fighters reaches its peak as battle is joined.
The match between Leonard and Gano grows more intense by the second. Gano clearly struggles to keep up.
As the battle continues, his movements lose their previous confidence, and deep down, he can't help feeling a growing sense of bewilderment.
Staring at Leonard with mounting disbelief, he thinks to himself, "Is this kid reading my moves?"
Before he can process everything happening, Leonard suddenly delivers a powerful kick straight to Gano's stomach.
The impact is staggering, driving Gano back.
Leonard maintains his calm smile as he looks at him and says, "Great spear technique.
It'd be even better if you hadn't neglected your training."
Finishing his sentence, Leonard presses forward, giving Gano zero recovery time.
His attacks flow like an endless current, leaving no room for counterattacks or any chance for Gano to regain his footing. Every movement Leonard makes is precise and overwhelming, completely controlling the flow of battle. However, Gano isn't one to accept defeat easily.
Gritting his teeth, he yells at the top of his lungs, "My brother, my master, the one who showed me the path I should walk is gone." Yet the very next second, his voice catches. His eyes widen in shock as he looks ahead. Standing before him, Leonard is winding up an immensely powerful strike. At the same time, he speaks in a firm, instructional tone, as if teaching a student rather than fighting an opponent.
Your stance is still too weak. Pierce deeper. Keep your grip on the spear half open. Pour all your strength into it. Right at the exact moment you release the rotational force.
The moment Leonard finishes speaking, the attack is unleashed.
A terrifying thrust bursts forward with unbelievable force.
The sheer power alone rips through the surroundings, creating a massive gouge stretching across the entire battlefield.
The display is so overwhelming that Gano can only stare in stunned silence.
He slowly drops to one knee, utterly dazed by what he just witnessed. For a moment, everything falls quiet. Then, with an uncommonly calm expression, he murmurs softly, "So that's how it is." He raises the spear before him and gazes at it intently before continuing, "I feel like time has started flowing again for me.
Thank you sincerely for showing me. Could you teach me a little more?" All anger, disappointment, and resentment vanish from his voice, replaced solely by gratitude and a newly awakened willpower. It's as if the duel has awakened something that had long lain dormant within him.
Hearing those words, Leonard looks at him and simply smiles, of course.
After hearing Gano's sincere plea, Leonard looks at him without hesitation and replies, "Come on. I'll keep going until you're satisfied."
There's no mockery or arrogance in his voice, only the confidence of a true warrior and the patience of a seasoned master. Gano feels the sincerity behind those words, and for the first time in a long while, a genuine spark of drive reignites within him. Afterward, the two of them leave together to continue sparring elsewhere.
Time passes, and when they finally return, Fran immediately notices something different about Gano.
The exhaustion and despair that once weighed him down are gone, replaced by a reborn spirit and a refreshed expression.
Looking at him with curiosity, Fran smiles and says, "Mr. Gano, you look quite refreshed, don't you?" Gano gives a light chuckle and answers honestly, "That's because I met a good master.
It's been a long time since I got beaten this badly, so I'm getting fired up."
There's no bitterness in his words, instead, he sounds more energetic and determined than ever.
Being defeated hasn't crushed his spirit, rather, it helped him rediscover his long-lost fire and drive. Hearing this, Leonard glances at him and calmly states, "Gano will make an outstanding warrior.
Perhaps he might even surpass his brother." The praise is so direct and sincere that even Fran looks surprised. Glancing back and forth between the two men, she can't help remarking, "Do normal men usually become friends by beating each other up?" That's a rare compliment from Leonard. Leonard contemplates her words for a moment before offering a slight smile. "Is that so?"
"Perhaps it also means I finally got to enjoy a real match after a very long time."
Her reply brings a warm smile to Fran's face.
Seeing Gano change so much after the sparring session, she decides it's the perfect moment. Stepping forward, she speaks in a serious yet welcoming tone, "Then,
I ask you once more,
just as my father once recruited Mr. Dentuso, I want to welcome you, Mr. Gano, to join the squad.
Will you become a member of Aquamarine?"
As she speaks, Fran extends her hand toward him. For a brief moment, Gano stares at the outstretched hand before him, thinking of everything that has happened, the people he has met, and the path stretching out ahead. Then a slow smile spreads across his face. Reaching out, he grasps her hand firmly and says, "I suppose I can't refuse anymore."
B-rank adventurer, Gano the Ware.
"I will stand firm against every wave and never tremble before any storm.
I swear it by the sea."
The declaration carries the dignity and pride of a true adventurer. It's not just an acceptance of the invitation, it's an oath, a promise that no matter what dangers lie ahead, he will stand firm and face them without fear. As Leonard witnesses the scene unfold, he thinks quietly to himself, "All right, we're one step closer to achieving A rank." Having successfully recruited Gano, Fran feels the team is finally heading in the right direction. However, one final thought remains on her mind. Thinking of Aquamarine's future and the challenges awaiting them in Rift exploration, she says thoughtfully, "We only need one more person.
I'd like to recruit a mage if possible." With that objective lingering in their minds, she, Leonard, and Gano begin their journey back.
Meanwhile, elsewhere, two familiar figures are heading toward Aquamarine. Spotting the ship, Jack speaks up while observing it closely, "So this is Aquamarine."
Esther, accompanying him, looks around before remarking, "Quite luxurious, isn't it? I didn't expect Master to actually come visit." Before long, they arrive and are spotted by Fran.
Recognizing them instantly, her expression lights up with pleasant surprise. "Elder Jack Russell, Lady Esther.
What brings the two of you here all of a sudden?" Jack nodded politely and replied, "Sorry for the unexpected break-in. I heard that your goal for promoting to rank A is to explore the rift. Coincidentally, my main research topic is also the rift.
To continue my research as a scholar, I need various specimens, all of which are provided by adventure teams in Bermuda.
However, that supply has recently stopped. As Leonard listened quietly from the side, a thought instantly flashed through his mind: the Alliance Council? Could this be because of Pablo?
The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. To manipulate market prices, he was definitely trying to intentionally restrict the circulation of byproducts from rift exploration. The situation suddenly made a lot more sense. If the supply of materials from the rift was artificially reduced, their value would naturally increase and allow certain people to control the market for personal gain. Fran listened carefully before asking, "So the reason you came here today is..." Before she could finish speaking, Jack snapped his fingers and confidently declared, "I want to continue my research while helping you explore here.
With me by your side, there will definitely be many things you can gather besides byproducts." His proposal immediately caught everyone's attention. A scholar specializing in rift research could bring knowledge and opportunities that ordinary adventurers would never have access to. After hearing the explanation, Fran smiled warmly. "Of course we warmly welcome you, but are you really sure?"
Before Jack could reply, Esther finally spoke up after a long silence. "We can't treat him as an official member, but he can board the ship as a researcher."
Well, a guest would be more accurate.
"But his combat capability is outstanding, and he is very cooperative. When necessary, he will be a powerful assistant for Aquamarine."
What do you think, Mr. Benjamin? Are these conditions enough?
The person in charge reviewed the report for a moment and then nodded in agreement. "Yes, there is no problem in terms of combat power, and probably no enemy would dare attack a ship with an elder on it."
All right. Here is the list of rifts currently open for exploration.
As he handed over the information, Fran accepted it with gratitude and said, "Thank you very much."
She quickly glanced through the document before raising her head and asking, "So can we immediately go to the rifts listed here?" The man nodded without hesitation, "Of course." "Then, I wish you good luck in battle, everyone in Aquamarine."
With all necessary preparations finally complete, Aquamarine wasted no time. Before long, the ship could be seen gliding across the vast ocean, tearing through the waves as it headed toward the next destination.
Sea breezes blew across the deck while the crew prepared for the challenges waiting ahead.
As everyone gathered on the ship, a spear-wielding man walked over and said with a slight smile, "I haven't even had a chance to properly greet everyone yet. Your hot temper hasn't changed since the old days."
Hearing that, Fran could only offer an awkward laugh and admit, "I guess I really was too hasty, huh?"
Then she looked toward Gano and continued, "You look refreshed and in great shape."
"It's a huge honor to see you again, Mr. Gano. Everyone is going to be surprised." Gano appeared much calmer than before.
The frustration and burden that used to weigh him down seemed to have vanished, replaced by new confidence and determination.
After listening to their conversation, a newer member finally spoke up, "So where are we going now? It's about time you at least told us the destination." At that moment, Leonard was shown standing calmly on the deck. His expression was serious as he gazed toward the horizon.
Without wasting words, he replied, "C-class scale, B-class difficulty, B+ danger level, the rift in the 5th sea area."
The atmosphere on the ship instantly turned more serious. This wasn't going to be an ordinary expedition.
A rift with a B+ danger level was full of unknown risks, powerful monsters, and opportunities that could change the team's future. As Aquamarine continued cutting through the waves toward its target, the scene shifted to the destination itself. There, countless monsters could be seen gathering all over the area. B+ danger level, the rift in the 5th sea area. As the ship began entering the rift, looking at the gigantic phenomenon before his eyes,
Leonard showed a look of surprise and said this was the rift, much larger than he had imagined.
He added that it felt slightly different from the information Fran and Benjamin had provided, but it shouldn't cause any major issues. At that moment, Fran began explaining the purpose of the expedition. She said the goal this time was reconnaissance, and she had arranged the formation with the intention of giving everyone practical combat experience. According to her plan, Gano would take the vanguard position at the front, while Ninian would support from the rear.
Esther would provide support from all directions, and as for the commander, she handed everything over to Leonard this time.
Fran explained that although Leonard had no prior rift exploration experience, his situational judgment was more accurate than anyone else's. However, she also made it clear that if anyone disagreed with his decision, they had to voice their objection immediately.
If even a single person objected, the entire team had to retreat without hesitation. After finishing her explanation, Fran waved her hand casually and smiled, saying it was time for them to head into the sea. As soon as she said that, Leonard immediately announced that he would go first. Gano quickly tried to stop him, asking why he was in such a rush and telling him to wait a moment. However, before anyone could do anything else, the unexpected happened. All of them suddenly started moving toward the rift as if an invisible force was pulling them in. The very next moment, they found themselves falling through empty space. Esther looked around completely confused and asked if this was the sky, then wondered if they were actually falling. Realizing the danger, Leonard immediately told her to cast a spell. Esther apologized for the momentary hesitation and instantly began chanting. As soon as the magic activated, the vast body of water beneath them froze in the blink of an eye. A gigantic sheet of ice stretched across the sea surface, forming a safe landing spot below. Leonard grabbed Esther and landed safely on the ice surface, while the rest of the team also landed successfully without anyone getting hurt. Looking around the surroundings, Leonard remarked that he hadn't expected them to suddenly fall right into the middle of the ocean. As soon as she stepped into the rift, Ninian immediately replied that they had almost died. She warned everyone that from now on they needed to stay alert because the rift was clearly more dangerous than they had anticipated. Right at that moment, Ninian's gaze shifted into the distance. Something caught her attention on the other side of the sea. Her expression instantly turned serious as she focused on the presence approaching them. Without wasting even a second, she raised her voice and directly warned everyone that something was coming. A moment later, the monsters that had been approaching from afar finally came into view. They were sea orcs, ferocious creatures wielding various weapons, and as soon as they got close enough, they charged directly to attack the group. Leonard reacted instantly. Drawing his sword, he blocked the attacks with flawless precision and completely neutralized the incoming strikes before they could cause any harm. While observing the battlefield, he calmly assessed the situation in his mind, estimating that there were several dozen of them. At the same time, all the sea orcs kept rushing forward, charging at the group from multiple directions in an attempt to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Seeing their movements, Ninian quickly realized what they were trying to do and asked if they were attempting to surround them. Meanwhile, Gano and the others had also started fighting, and a full-scale battle broke out between the expedition team and the sea orcs. Weapons clashed, water splashed across the ice surface, and the sounds of combat echoed throughout the area. While beating back the monsters, Gano shouted that individually they weren't particularly strong, but the team was at a disadvantage fighting on the open sea. He asked how much longer it would take to reach the island. Hearing that, Esther replied that she needed 5 more minutes. However, before she could refocus on her magic, a sea orc suddenly appeared from behind and tried to attack. The monster never stood a chance. Leonard instantly took it down before it could even touch her, and then seriously ordered everyone to leave the defense to the other two. Turning to Esther, he told her to focus entirely on her spells and hurry up with the magic. As Leonard started advancing across the battlefield, Gano looked at him in disbelief and shouted in surprise, asking if he could actually run on water. Ninian, who was already used to Leonard's unusual abilities, just looked at him and bluntly admitted that he was always full of surprises. While dashing forward at terrifying speed, Leonard continued analyzing the situation in his mind. He concluded that if they fought each other sea orc one by one, the enemy would eventually win through sheer numbers. Instead, the best strategy was to crush the leader and completely shatter their morale. With that thought in mind, he accelerated even further and charged straight toward the source of command within the enemy forces. Before long, Leonard came face to face with a sea orc much larger than the others. This monster was clearly different and was wielding a giant spiked chain weapon in its hand. As soon as he saw it, Leonard instantly realized this was the target he was looking for. Soon after, the battle between the two sides began. The gigantic sea orc swung its chain weapon continuously, unleashing one relentless attack after another. The heavy chains cut through the air with terrifying force as the monster tried to crush Leonard with sheer physical strength. Yet no matter how fierce the attack was, Leonard calmly blocked every single blow with his sword, not giving the monster even the tiniest opening. As the fight continued, the momentum gradually shifted in the other direction. At a crucial moment, Leonard skillfully wrapped the chains around his sword, turning the enemy's own weapon against it. Then with perfect timing, he drove his sword deep into the ground beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, the entire situation turned against the sea orc. Its weapon was now restrained, and the advantage it had relied on was completely gone. The monster instantly realized how terrible its position had become, and understood that the battle was no longer under its control. It knew very well that the situation had suddenly turned dangerous for itself. Right in the middle of that intense standoff,
Leonard raised his voice and called out to Gano.
The moment Leonard called, Gano immediately stepped forward and responded as if he already understood the plan without needing further explanation.
He confidently declared that he knew what Leonard wanted and half-jokingly added not to throw spears around carelessly.
The very next moment, Gano unleashed a single destructive attack.
His spear shot forward with overwhelming force, and the impact was so powerful that the giant sea orc's entire body was blown to pieces in the blink of an eye.
The monster didn't even have a chance to resist. With a single strike, the enemy leader was completely obliterated.
With their leader dead, the remaining sea orcs lost all coordination. The battle that had been dangerous just minutes prior ended almost instantly. After dealing with the enemy forces, the group finally reached the shore and set foot on land. After successfully eliminating the reconnaissance squad, they began moving deeper into the island while staying alert for any signs of danger. Looking back at what had just happened, Esther could hardly hide her astonishment. She remarked that the enemy had been wiped out in the blink of an eye.
The speed at which the battle ended left a strong impression on her.
Ninian listened to Esther and nodded before pointing out that they had successfully handled the Sea Orc reconnaissance squad. However, she quickly shifted her attention to the next issue and asked where they should go from here. The mission was far from over, and the true objective of the expedition was still waiting somewhere ahead. Yet before anyone could answer her question, something suddenly caught her attention. Ninian's eyes widened as she looked ahead and her expression instantly changed. The very next moment, she screamed Leonard's name at the top of her lungs. The urgency in her voice was impossible to ignore. Everyone immediately turned toward him. Right at that moment, something strange was happening to Leonard. His body suddenly stiffened, and an intense feeling washed over him. As he stood there, he could feel his heart pounding heavily in his chest. It wasn't fear, nor was it excitement.
It felt more like a warning.
Deep inside, he could feel his instincts desperately trying to tell him something. In his mind, Leonard could only think of one thing: his heart was trying to warn him about something. Somewhere deep inside this island, hidden out of sight and very far from where they were standing, a massive threat was waiting. The feeling was so intense that he couldn't ignore it.
Every instinct he possessed was sounding the alarm. A major disaster was lurking somewhere on this island.
We saw him suddenly clutch his chest, his expression turning serious as a powerful feeling washed over him. With a strained voice, he muttered to himself, "Then I have to stop it."
Is it inside that cave over there?
This is bad. In terms of sheer power, it was even more dangerous than Conrad when he used the secret medicine. The weight of those words made it clear that what was waiting ahead far exceeded an ordinary threat. He realized a terrifying source of power was nearby. And if his instincts were right, they were about to face an enemy completely different from anything they had ever encountered before.
At that moment, Gano ran over in a panic, calling out loudly, "What happened to you?"
Soon after, the rest of the team gathered around him, all wearing worried expressions as they waited for an explanation. Looking at everyone, he calmly said, "It's no big deal, but there's something we need to discuss.
I've found the location of the medium creating the rift."
Hearing that, Esther's eyes widened in surprise as she immediately replied,
"The medium? You mean the substance creating the rift? No way it could be found this easily."
Her disbelief was completely understandable since pinpointing the exact origin of a rift should have been an extremely difficult task. However, he just looked back at her and replied, "I don't know the reason, but I can feel it.
If we go there, we will definitely meet the guardian of the rift. So it's completely fine if we return to Fran right now.
If even a single person objects, the operation will be cancelled.
That's Fran's order."
His voice remained calm and steady, making it clear that he had no intention of forcing anyone into such a dangerous battle. The decision would only be made when every member was ready to move forward.
Without any hesitation, Ninian stepped forward and confidently declared, "I want to go.
Instead of targeting small fish where every shot is guaranteed to hit, I want to see if my arrows work against the strong." There was no fear in her eyes, only excitement and determination to test her skills against a truly powerful opponent.
Almost immediately, Gano grinned and joined in, "Of course I'm going too. Putting your life on the line is what makes a real battle."
As everyone quietly weighed their decision, Esther was lost in her own thoughts.
"I'm a scholar. There's no reason to risk my life unnecessarily."
But after a brief moment of hesitation, she smiled to herself and finally said, "No other choice then."
"I've always been interested in rifts. If successful, I'll definitely brag to my master. Even though she wasn't a frontline fighter, a scholar's curiosity was too strong for her to ignore. The chance to witness the origin of a rift with her own eyes was something she couldn't walk away from on her own. Seeing that no one was backing down, Leonard smiled slightly. Satisfied that everyone had made their choice, the team began following him deeper into the mysterious cave. Before moving any further, Leonard glanced back at everyone and asked, "Is everyone ready? It's going to be a tough fight." His calm yet serious warning reminded the group that the real battle was only just beginning. After heading much deeper into the cave, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The rough stone corridors opened up into a gigantic ancient structure that looked nothing like the rest of the rift. This place resembled a forgotten temple with towering pillars, weathered stone walls, and an eerie silence hanging in the air. Looking around in awe, Gano said, "It's like a temple. I never expected a place like this inside a rift." Even Esther couldn't hide her unease as she carefully observed the mysterious ruins, a bit creepy. "It feels like something could jump out at any second." As soon as she finished speaking, her fear became reality. She suddenly noticed movement in the darkness, her eyes widening as monsters emerged from the shadows. Startled, she immediately screamed, "And right as I said that, something's coming out. Everyone be careful. It's an ambush." Without wasting a second, the monsters lunged toward the group at terrifying speed, filling the ancient temple with resounding roars. Leonard reacted instantly, slashing down an incoming monster with a single powerful blow before shouting orders to his teammates, "Gano, don't let a single one through here." Filled with confidence, Gano tightened his grip on his weapon and replied, "Leave it to me." Leonard then quickly turned toward the next threat and commanded, "Ninian, take down the archer on the pillar." Battle broke out across the temple as every team member immediately executed their assigned roles. Ninian began firing arrow after arrow with terrifying precision, eliminating enemies from afar and preventing the monsters from getting close. Gano stood on the front line, desperately blocking the relentless wave of attacks with all his might. However, as more and more monsters continued pouring into the temple, the pressure became overwhelming. Fighting with all his strength, Gano shouted at the top of his lungs, "Too many. I can't hold them off by myself. Isn't there any other way?" As the intense battle continued, Esther found herself completely overwhelmed by the situation. Seeing the dangerous swarms of monsters closing in on her teammates, she hesitated and thought to herself, "I could use magic, but they're too close. If I cast it now, my teammates will get caught in the crossfire. What should I do?" She knew she had the power to wipe out a massive number of enemies, but the risk of injuring her comrades kept her from acting. Caught between fear and responsibility, she froze for a brief moment, unable to decide. Then a calm and confident voice reached her, "Esther, there's no need to hesitate." The sudden voice startled her, causing her to turn around in surprise. Right at that moment, Leonard appeared beside her just like he always did when his teammates needed him most, effortlessly cutting down yet another monster. He looked at her and said, "You should trust your teammates here. A spell is more effective the larger the number of enemies. You have a spell like that, right?" Those words instantly reminded Esther of the spell she had been holding back. Only a single name echoed in her mind, Chain Lightning. As soon as she realized what Leonard was asking for, her hesitation vanished. Trusting that her teammates would endure the danger, she prepared to unleash her most powerful area of effect spell. Looking toward the front line, Esther raised her voice and called out, "Mr. Gano, this spell is going to hurt a little bit. Is that okay?" Completely surrounded by monsters and struggling to hold them back, Gano didn't even hesitate before shouting back, "I don't care what it is right now. As long as it peels these big bastards off me." Even while fighting for his life, hearing his response, Esther finished preparing her magic. He still flashed a confident smile and added, "Bring it on. Let's see how much it hurts." Mana surged wildly around her as the spell reached its peak. The very next moment, she unleashed Chain Lightning. Brilliant bolts of electricity erupted across the battlefield, leaping from one monster to another in an unbroken chain reaction. Lightning tore through the entire horde with terrifying speed, striking every enemy in its path. In the blink of an eye, every monster caught in the attack was completely wiped out, leaving the once chaotic battlefield shrouded in silence. Looking down at the pile of monster corpses under his feet, Gano laughed with satisfaction and confidently declared, "These pests." With the immediate threat eliminated, the team gathered around Leonard and continued heading deeper into the ancient temple. As they walked, Leonard calmly shared another lesson with his teammates: when fighting large numbers of enemies, you must consider your own role. After the intense battle finally concluded,
we saw the battlefield littered with the corpses of defeated monsters. Looking at the aftermath, Leonard calmly continued explaining his strategy, because a single, highly efficient, and powerful blow can reverse the tide of battle. Those words perfectly described what everyone had just witnessed. A well-timed and destructive attack had completely changed the flow of the battle, allowing the team to overcome overwhelming enemy numbers. Hearing that, Gano lowered his gaze to look at his hands before speaking. About that lightning just now. Maybe because it spread in the blink of an eye, I didn't take much damage after all.
Esther immediately understood his meaning and replied, I see.
For someone with as much high-level capability as Mr. Gano, you're completely fine against this level of magic. Leonard nodded in agreement before continuing, that kind of coordination is crucial. We'll push further. And at this rate, we're gradually getting closer to the rift's medium. Encouraged by the successful coordination, the group continued their journey deeper into the mysterious temple, carefully moving forward while remaining alert for whatever might be waiting. As they kept walking, faint traces of lightning still lingered on the ancient stone walls,
reminding everyone of the battle that had just taken place.
Looking around the area, Gano said, looks like this area has been mostly cleared out. For a brief moment, it felt like they had finally reached a peaceful part of the temple.
However, that feeling didn't last long.
Ninian suddenly noticed something unusual ahead, and the expression on her face changed instantly.
Realizing something was wrong, she quickly signaled everyone to keep absolute silence.
The group immediately stopped and carefully looked toward the darkness ahead.
Standing there was a gigantic monster radiating an overwhelming aura.
Its presence alone was enough to make it clear that this creature was in an entirely different league compared to any enemy they had faced up to now.
This time, Esther didn't let fear take over.
Instead, she calmly began gathering mana while preparing her magic enchanting. At the same time, she thought to herself, that guy is definitely the guardian of the rift.
Right now, while it's engrossed in prayer, is the perfect opportunity.
Believing the guardian was completely focused on its prayer and unable to react, she decided to seize the chance and launch a surprise attack before it could defend itself.
But the guardian's senses were far sharper than anyone expected.
The very moment it detected Esther's hostile intent, it abruptly opened its eyes and lunged toward her at terrifying speed, intending to kill her before she could finish her spell. Even though the giant monster was charging straight at her, Esther didn't budge a single step from her spot. She remained completely focused on finishing her magic, placing all her trust in her teammates instead of trying to save herself. Right as the Guardian's destructive attack was about to hit Esther, Leonard suddenly rushed forward without a moment's hesitation and blocked the blow himself. A fierce collision shook the entire room, and a large amount of blood splattered onto Esther's face, leaving her momentarily dazed. Standing right in front of the Guardian, Leonard calmly said, "You're not the only one who wanted to launch a surprise attack." The two sides now faced each other, their overwhelming fighting wills clashing right in the center of the ancient temple.
A tense silence hung in the air
before the Guardian unleashed another crushing attack with terrifying force. This time, even Leonard couldn't completely withstand the monster's horrific strength. The impact caused him to slide heavily backward across the stone floor until he finally came to a stop. Blood gushed from his mouth as he struggled to stand firm, making it painfully clear that the Rift's Guardian was a monster with strength far exceeding anything the team had ever encountered before. A gigantic and terrifying boss stood before them, holding a massive weapon that radiated overwhelming power. The creature's very presence was enough to make it clear that this was no ordinary monster. As Leonard blocked one of its destructive attacks, he instantly realized just how dangerously powerful the opponent was. Keeping his gaze fixed on the Guardian, he thought to himself, the Guardian of the Rift.
This is a level where you can't win unless you're at least a swordsman, and on top of that, it even had the intelligence to use traps. That realization made the situation even more alarming. This wasn't simply a beast relying on brute strength.
It was smart, calculated, and capable of setting deadly traps for anyone who underestimated it.
As Leonard continued observing the battlefield, he realized the Guardian wasn't fighting alone.
Several powerful monsters were gathering around it, acting as companions and support. Seeing that terrifying force gathered together made Leonard's teammates clearly shaken. The overwhelming pressure of facing so many dangerous enemies at once was enough to make anyone hesitate.
After quickly assessing the situation, Leonard understood that a single mistake could make them lose everything.
Raising his voice so everyone could hear, he warned, "If we take one wrong step, we'll be wiped out." Without wasting another second, he made a firm decision and shouted to his teammates, "Leave the Guardian of the Rift to me.
Everyone handle the other side." Even with one arm missing, this guy is on a different level. Don't let your guard down. Standing beside her teammates, Ninian tightened her grip on her weapon and confidently replied, against a monster like this? As if I'd let my guard down. There wasn't even a hint of hesitation in her voice. The group sprang into action immediately. Each member unleashed their own unique abilities as they charged toward the surrounding monsters. Their attacks flooded the battlefield from every direction as they worked together to hold back the Guardians' minions. At the same time, Gano stepped forward with complete confidence, agreeing with Leonard's plan. He declared his full endorsement of what had just been said before plunging straight into a monster with his spear. His attack was extremely fast and precise, and the monster barely managed to dodge the fatal thrust at the very last moment, escaping a lethal blow by a hair's breadth. Meanwhile, Leonard kept his entire attention locked onto the Guardian of the Rift. With unshakable determination, he charged straight toward the boss, knowing that every second that passed increased the danger for his teammates. Deep down, he couldn't guarantee that everyone else would survive their own fights. As that thought flashed through his mind, he quietly resolved, I can't say for sure everyone will win. I need to end this quickly. At the same time, Leonard had closed the distance and was now standing right in front of the boss. Giving it not even a second to recover, he immediately engaged in close combat. The Guardian swung its giant chain weapon with terrifying force, but Leonard reacted quickly, catching the heavy chain with his sword and trying to stop its momentum. He even tried to destroy the weapon by locking it against his blade, but despite putting in all his strength, he failed. The chain was much harder than expected and refused to break. While Leonard remained focused on the Guardian, a smaller monster tried to take advantage of the distraction. However, before it could do anything, Leonard quickly struck it down, killing it instantly without letting it interfere with the battle. On the other side, the boss became even more enraged after witnessing everything that had just happened. Unleashing its fury, it unleashed another horrific attack. But as Leonard closely watched the Guardian's movements, something suddenly felt wrong. Narrowing his eyes, he thought to himself, its strike was off. I see. I get it. It's trying to destroy this entire place. His expression turned serious as he finally understood what the monster had been trying to do from the beginning. The Guardian's giant chain weapon smashed through the battlefield once again, but instead of focusing solely on the enemy, it slammed into the gigantic stone pillars surrounding the area. Pillar after pillar was crushed to pieces, filling the air with clouds of dust and falling debris. Witnessing the destruction unfolding before him, Gano stood frozen in shock. Confused by what he was seeing, he couldn't help but wonder what on earth was happening to this world. At the same time, Leonard continued analyzing the situation and thought, this is a spatial-scale rift. We even have 3 B-rank adventurers. That realization only made this situation even more unbelievable. Meanwhile, the monster standing in front of Gano released an overwhelming aura, its terrifying power spreading across the battlefield and making the air feel even heavier. Concurrently, Leonard continued dodging the Guardian's relentless chain attacks with precise movements. As he avoided another deadly swing, countless questions filled his mind. Strange. This thing is the Rift's Guardian. Why would an entity created to protect it carry out destructive actions? Nothing the monster did made sense. A Guardian was supposed to protect the Rift, not tear it apart with its own hands. A moment later, Leonard leaped to the top of a high rock, gaining a better vantage point of the battlefield. From his elevated position, he kept his gaze locked on the Guardian, watching as it continued its frantic rampage, smashing everything around it like a creature that had completely lost its mind. As he carefully observed its actions, another possibility suddenly crossed his mind. Staring at the rampaging Guardian, Leonard quietly thought, is the Rift's medium not here? Leonard remained standing on the high rock, his eyes glued to the battlefield as countless thoughts raced through his mind. He recalled the strange sensation he had experienced the exact moment he first stepped into the temple, and everything gradually clicked into place. Thinking it over, he said to himself, but I definitely felt it when I entered the temple. Then once again, those two feelings couldn't be a coincidence. They convinced him that the source of the Rift's power had to be somewhere nearby, hidden beneath everything right in front of them. Without saying another word, Leonard slowly closed his eyes and focused entirely on his senses. The chaos of the battlefield seemed to vanish as he concentrated on searching for the hidden energy source. Gradually, a massive aura began gathering around his body. Waves of power surrounded him, growing denser by the second as he carefully traced the flow of energy beneath the ground. Then after finishing his detection, Leonard suddenly opened his eyes. An expression of absolute certainty appeared on his face as he declared, "Underground. The search is over. It's time we end this."
The moment those words left his mouth, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from his sword. Radiant power surrounded the blade, making it glow with terrifying intensity. Leonard released all that gathered power at once and charged straight toward the Guardian of the Rift. With perfect timing, he unleashed a single destructive attack. The blow was so powerful that even the Guardian couldn't withstand it. It desperately raised its giant chain weapon to try and block the strike, but the force behind Leonard's sword was simply too immense. The impact completely overwhelmed the monster's defense, and the horrific pressure sent the Guardian flying backward before it slammed violently into a massive rock formation. The collision shook the battlefield, and after hitting the rock, the boss finally stopped moving. Leonard stood atop the fallen Guardian's body, carefully watching for any sign that it might get back up.
After a brief moment of silence, he softly muttered, "Is it over?"
Right at that moment, something unusual caught his attention. Floating serenely in midair was a mysterious crystal that hadn't appeared before. Its existence completely defied the laws of physics, still hanging suspended without any support point. The moment Leonard laid eyes on it, everything became clear. Staring at the crystal, he thought to himself, "That's the rift's medium." Just as Leonard started walking toward the floating crystal, believing he had finally found the true medium of the rift, something behind him suddenly shifted. From afar, the Guardian of the Rift slowly began to stand up. An overwhelming wave of energy poured out from its body, far greater than before, making the entire battlefield tremble beneath its presence. The monster reached out once again and clenched its giant chain weapon, preparing to launch another attack.
However, instead of panicking, Leonard calmly turned around and faced the Guardian.
Looking straight at it, he said,
"Why don't you put down that muddy anchor? If you swing that around randomly here, you know what's going to happen, right?
That might be an anchor you obtained by becoming a Guardian, but your training is still lacking. Come at me with the fighting style you're actually confident in." For a brief moment, the Guardian fell silent. Then after hearing Leonard's words, it let out an angry roar that echoed throughout the temple. To Leonard's surprise, the monster actually responded to his challenge. It threw its giant chain weapon down to the ground, abandoning it completely and slowly raising its fists into a proper fighting stance. It no longer relied on the bulky anchor-like weapon and was now ready to fight using only its own body. Seeing this unexpected change, Leonard couldn't help but analyze its posture. Oh, hand-to-hand.
No openings. Looks easier to deal with than Conrad when he used the secret medicine.
The Guardian stood in a perfect boxing stance, its movements disciplined and balanced, making it clear that its bare-handed close-quarters combat skill was just as terrifying as its brute strength.
Even so, Leonard had already made up his mind.
Tightening his grip on his sword, he stepped forward while keeping his gaze locked on the Guardian. "I'd love to have a proper match, but unfortunately, I'm out of time." Instead of engaging in the hand-to-hand duel the Guardian wanted, Leonard suddenly changed direction and slashed his sword straight at the floating crystal. His blade struck the rift's medium with horrific force, but to his surprise, the crystal remained completely unaffected. Not even a tiny crack or visible damage could be seen. At that moment, Leonard instantly realized the truth: ordinary attacks were utterly useless against the rift's medium. Before he could think of another solution, the Guardian closed the distance in the blink of an eye, appearing behind Leonard at terrifying speed.
It unleashed a destructive punch. The impact released a massive shockwave that rippled across the area, shaking the entire battlefield.
Leonard managed to raise his sword to block the blow, but the sheer force behind the punch still pushed him back and placed terrible pressure on his body.
Even though he successfully defended, it was far from easy. The Guardian didn't give him even a moment to recover. It lunged forward again at incredible speed, relentlessly pressing the attack. Watching the monster charge at him once more,
Leonard narrowed his eyes and softly muttered, "The Guardian of the Rift." The scene shifted to Ninian, who shouted a warning to the others while they continued fighting.
She told everyone that the monster was extremely fast, so they needed to be extremely careful.
Soon after, we saw the three remaining fighters coordinating together as a team against the terrifying beast. Gano rushed straight toward the monster, refusing to let it advance a single step further. Standing firmly in its path, he declared, "I will absolute not let you pass." The monster responded with a resounding roar before suddenly launching itself forward with unbelievable speed. Its movements were so fast that they were almost impossible to track with the naked eye.
At the final moment, Gano barely managed to dodge the incoming attack. Even though he avoided it, he instantly realized just how overwhelming the opponent truly was. He thought to himself and admitted, "I don't want to admit it, but I can't handle this thing alone. I have no other choice but to trust my teammates." Knowing everyone was counting on him, Gano gripped his spear even tighter and prepared for a decisive strike. Looking straight at the monster, he said, "Just 1 second is enough. I need to create an opening." Without wasting another moment, he thrust his spear straight toward the monster with all his might. The attack was so powerful and sudden that even the monster was caught off guard for a brief moment. However, despite being surprised, the monster still managed to react and narrowly avoided a fatal blow. Even so, Gano's attack wasn't completely avoided, it cleanly sliced off one of the monster's arms. On the other side of the battlefield, Ninian witnessed the entire exchange unfold before her eyes. Seeing Gano successfully create the opening they desperately needed, she recalled Leonard's words and thought to herself, according to Leonard, channeling soul power into an arrow is just like magic. Ninian realized this was the perfect opportunity and thought, if I miss this chance now, there won't be a next time. Without hesitating, she immediately began the process again, carefully controlling the soul energy flowing within her body. Maintaining her focus, she channeled that energy into her attack before unleashing a flurry of wind arrows, shooting straight toward the monster at terrifying speed. Arrow after arrow rained down on the monster, giving it not even a moment to recover. After enduring the relentless assault, the creature was driven into an extremely dire state, its body heavily damaged and barely capable of movement. From the other side, Esther observed the monster closely before a smile appeared on her face. Seeing the creature finally come to a standstill, she confidently said, "It's finally stopped moving. Now it's my turn." The moment those words left her mouth, a gigantic fireball suddenly formed high above the monster's head. The fireball was so massive that even the monster lifted its head in shock. Before it could react, Esther unleashed the spell, and the blazing fireball crashed directly into the monster with overwhelming force. The explosion completely engulfed the creature. And when the flames finally cleared, the monster had been completely obliterated. Witnessing the terrifying power of Esther's magic, both Gano and Ninian stood frozen, unable to hide their astonishment. The scene shifted to the boss monster still locked in an intense battle with Leonard. The two sides continued trading blows at high speed as the fight grew increasingly brutal. Leonard continuously unleashed a series of fast and precise attacks, striking from every possible angle. However, despite taking numerous hits, none of them seemed to truly affect the boss. Looking at the minor wounds scattered across the monster's body, Leonard was confused and thought to himself, "I completely severed its neck. This should be the end." Just as Leonard was standing there, he suddenly sensed an extremely powerful and unfamiliar energy source spreading across the battlefield. The overwhelming presence immediately caught his attention, and he thought in shock, "What? This bizarre presence." The very next moment, the monster's entire body began to transform. Its appearance changed completely, and an even more terrifying aura erupted from it. Before Leonard could process everything happening, the monster suddenly lunged at him with unbelievable speed and unleashed a relentless assault. As Leonard struggled to keep up with the monster's new level of strength, he realized what might have happened and thought, "Has the rift's power taken over it?" The monster continued attacking without giving Leonard a single chance to breathe, forcing him back step by step while he desperately defended. He was pushed further and further away, falling into an extremely fierce predicament because he could no longer fight the usual way. Realizing that regular attacks were now useless, Leonard decided to use Sword Aura. He gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful strike. But to his disbelief, the attack didn't even leave a single scratch on the monster's body. Seeing the result with his own eyes, Leonard couldn't help but wonder just how impossibly powerful this creature had become. Before he could recover from the shock, the monster suddenly delivered a destructive punch straight to his stomach. The impact force was so overwhelming that blood immediately gushed from Leonard's mouth, and his condition rapidly deteriorated. Even while enduring intense pain, Leonard clenched his teeth, refusing to give up. The scene focused on the monster once again as its transformation continued. Its appearance kept shifting bit by bit, becoming more terrifying than before. A deep crimson armor gradually formed across its entire body, making it look like an unstoppable force. With its transformation nearly complete, the monster raised its arm, preparing to unleash a final destructive strike that would finish Leonard once and for all. However, right at that moment, Leonard slowly stood back up. Still gripping his sword tightly, he glared straight at the monster with burning determination and unshakable anger, ready to continue the fight despite enduring everything. Leonard rushed toward the monster once more, moving faster than ever with the determination to end the battle. As he charged forward, he felt something changing inside himself and said, my heart is starting to beat again. As he continued pushing forward, making his attack even more overwhelming, a gigantic dragon formed entirely out of sword aura took shape around the blade. Even while facing the terrifying boss head-on, Leonard remained calm because he had figured out the monster's true weak point. He thought to himself, my target isn't this guy. It's that thing over there, right? A confident smile appeared on his face as he put his faith in his judgment and softly added, let's trust it. At the same time, the boss lunged straight toward Leonard at terrifying speed, determined to kill him before he could act. Its fury had reached its limit, and with a horrific roar, it prepared to unleash a destructive attack. Leonard responded by pouring every last bit of remaining energy into his sword, releasing an overwhelming amount of sword aura, as both sides rushed toward each other for the final clash. Meanwhile, Esther was observing the battle from a distance. As she monitored the battlefield, she suddenly noticed something unusual and said in surprise, what? Don't tell me it's collapsing. Then she looked toward the other side of the battlefield and continued, we somehow managed to burn through the enemies here, but who knows what happened to Leonard's enemy? Ninian stood nearby, also monitoring the situation. After sensing the changes around them, she said, looks like the other side is finished too, and a gigantic presence has vanished. The scene shifted back to Leonard. His condition was far from good after everything he had endured, but he continued fighting without a moment of hesitation. The boss was charging toward him, ready to deal the final blow. However, Leonard released his attack. Instead of aiming directly at the monster itself, the dragon-shaped sword aura flew straight toward the mysterious crystal hidden behind it. The attack struck the crystal head-on, and cracks instantly began spreading across its surface. The cracks grew larger and larger, until the crystal finally shattered into pieces. Leonard witnessed the entire scene unfold before his eyes, knowing his gamble had ultimately succeeded. Back on the aquamarine, the crew waiting on deck saw the giant energy vortex begin to die down. Marion spotted it first and shouted, pointing at the sight. Fran looked over, completely stunned by the view. Fran asked if this meant the rift was closing, and Marion confirmed it. Leonard and the others must have destroyed the medium. Marion realized they would pop out any second and told Fran to get ready to welcome them. But Fran just stood there staring, completely spaced out. Marion looked over with a worried expression, asking if the young miss was okay. She broke into a slight sweat, calling Fran's name again, trying to pull her out of her trance. And it worked. Fran grabbed Marion's hand. An absolute radiant smile. She shouted that they had closed the rift. This was a massive achievement for their very first voyage, and she had finally taken a step on the path her father once walked. Right at that moment, the rift finally collapsed, shrinking down into a blinding point of light. The subsequent explosion created a massive column of water and energy shooting straight up into the sky, and riding on that column of water, shooting out of the sea surface, was the entire group. Leonard, Gano, Vivian, and Esther were all sent flying. Leonard immediately shouted for Esther to use a landing spell, but she was in deep panic, screaming that she couldn't do it. Before she completely lost control, a calm voice cut through the chaos, telling her she was as green as ever. A complex magic circle appeared out of thin air. It was Elder Russell. He had appeared on the deck and effortlessly cast a spell, catching the entire team in soft, cushiony magic bubbles. Russell lowered them gently onto the deck with a smile, telling everyone they had achieved something truly incredible. Russell asked what on earth had happened inside the rift. Leonard looked pretty exhausted but fine, simply replying of course before preparing to explain everything. He started from the end of the battle. He said right when he was about to finish off the rift's guardian, his heart started beating heavily. This time it wasn't a warning. It was a surge of power pushing him past his limits. It granted him the strength to defeat an opponent he shouldn't have been able to beat, the strength to locate the rift's medium and destroy it. Leonard explained that it was all the result of being guided by the heart of the Cardini's bloodline. Russell listened closely, finding the whole story fascinating. He pieced it together. Leonard used the power of his heart to detect the medium, then awakened even greater potential while fighting the Guardian. Russell told him that if all of this was true, Leonard's existence alone was worth more than an entire adventure team. Leonard added that that power vanished the moment he left the rift, speculating that it was likely a specialized power meant only for sealing rifts. This got Russell thinking, if the entire Cardini's bloodline possessed this power, then it made complete sense why their name was so famous. After hearing everything out, Russell made his decision. He announced that he would accompany them on their next rift expedition. Leonard thought that would be a good experience for everyone, but he left the final call to the captain, saying the decision belonged to Fran. Russell seemed to respect this, saying he would try talking to her about it. With the mission successfully in the books, the Aquamarine set sail back. Their first rank A mission was a resounding success. Back on land, the crew stepped onto the dock. Leonard found Fran and asked what brought her to this area of the city. She explained that since everyone was tired after the expedition, she figured they would gather here and then go look for the next teammate. She was eager to take action, saying that if they didn't meet this person soon, another group might snap them up. The person in question was the disciple of Surfer Hina, the former great mage of the Aquamarine. According to rumors, after parting ways with her master, she had devoted herself entirely to magic and had now become a sixth circle mage. Hina's name caught Russell's attention. He said that as an old friend, he couldn't just ignore it. Fran was surprised to see he was still around, asking why he didn't rest on the ship. He simply replied that he was feeling stiff and remarked that Marion probably felt the same way. Marion was lost in thought, feeling like she was falling behind everyone else. She thought that at this rate, she wouldn't be able to protect the young miss. Driven by that insecurity, she clenched her fists and turned to Leonard, begging him to teach her how to become stronger. She looked straight into his eyes, declaring she didn't want to be a useless burden anymore. Leonard was as calm as ever, simply replying, "All right. When we're done with the current business, we'll spar." With that settled, Fran smiled and led the group forward, declaring it was time to go meet the new teammate. They arrived in front of a giant, solitary tower standing tall over a desolate wasteland. This was definitely the place. A large crowd of adventurers and mages was gathered at the base of the tower. People were whispering about the sixth circle mage living here, saying no one had ever seen her step outside. A group of mages wearing white hoods remarked that the sixth circle mage was a rare genius. They had decided to invite her to support the Magic Guild's research. This infuriated a nearby mercenary commander, who shouted that they shouldn't use a cash cow for research. He claimed she would be better off joining his mercenary group and told the mages to back off. A worried-looking woman in a simple dress was listening to all of this from a hiding spot on top of the tower. It looked like she was the very person everyone was looking for, softly muttering the name Lady Hina, clearly feeling pressured by the noise. One of the white-hooded mages spotted our group approaching and rudely asked what they were doing here. Russell stepped forward and told them to leave before things got ugly. His voice was cold. He said even if she was a sixth circle mage, she was still a young girl and they shouldn't frighten her. The eyes beneath the mages' hoods widened. They instantly recognized him as Elder Russell. They immediately bowed and apologized. Russell just told them to obediently go home, and they scattered without another word. The mercenary from earlier wasn't impressed at all. Drawing his sword, he sized up Russell and asked, "Hey, old man with glasses, are you supposed to be some kind of big shot?" Russell's eye twitched slightly. He coldly replied that it had nothing to do with him. The mercenary snorted, asking if they were just bluffing. Before he could react, Marion closed the distance, grabbed his head with one hand, and in one smooth motion, she smashed his face straight into the stone pavement, cracking the sidewalk. Extremely effective. She calmly turned to the remaining mercenaries and asked if anyone else had a problem, but the guy lying on the ground started laughing like a madman. He said just as Lord Pablo had said. Then he pulled out a familiar red orb and shoved it into his mouth, his eyes glowing with malicious intent. Marion instantly recognized it as the substance from the rift that Conrad used to use. The mercenary and his entire squad were enveloped in a bizarre red aura, their power skyrocketing. Before she could process the situation further, the mercenary lying on the ground delivered a vicious punch to her stomach, causing her to cry out in pain. The force of the punch pushed her back, completely caught off guard. She shouted to Leonard that their strength had jumped from rank C to rank B. Leonard just smiled, saying, "Awesome. Looks like sparring with you won't be necessary anymore." Overwhelmed, Marion admitted she couldn't handle this many opponents alone, so Leonard replied, "Then you need some doping too." He held out a glowing blue orb of light. He explained it was an orb that had absorbed his mana. Marion looked at it, hesitating to accept such a powerful item. He told her it was useless to her because it was concentrated mana that even he couldn't fully absorb. Then he said, if anyone should eat this, it's Fran's bodyguard, Marion. That was all the motivation she needed. Without another word, she stuffed the entire glowing orb into her mouth. The mercenary commander just laughed, boasting that Lord Pablo had anticipated all their moves. He revealed their entire plan. They knew the team would come here to recruit the disciple. Their goal was to crush the Aquamarine's glory right here and right now, but he was a bit too late.
Powered up, Marion told him to shut up, declaring she wouldn't show mercy to anyone who dared trample on her master's dream. A wave of energy flooded her body, and she could barely process the surging power inside. The doped mercenaries didn't stand a chance. She moved like a phantom, cutting them down before they could even react. The commander lost his mind. He watched his entire squad get wiped out and decided to change tactics. If he couldn't beat the bodyguard, he would target the captain directly. He screamed that if he killed Fran, it would all be over. But just as his sword was about to reach her, Leonard appeared out of nowhere, grabbed his face, and with a single motion, the mercenary's eyes widened with intense anger. Leonard stared at him darkly with overwhelming intimidation. He slammed the mercenary down into the ground, so hard it formed a crater. Marion rushed over to check on the young miss. Now that the immediate threat was gone, she apologized. She admitted she got carried away by the new power and forgot her duty. Fran just waved it off, saying it was fine. Leonard and the elder were right there anyway. Leonard stepped forward and asked Marion a simple question: could she still fight the last guy? The final mercenary was shaking. He was looking at a whole team of monsters. Marion, now fully focused, replied that she could handle it. Realizing he had no hope of winning, the mercenary grew desperate. He screamed that going back a failure meant death anyway. He bolted frantically toward the tower behind them. His new plan was to kill the Sixth Circle mage. If he destroyed their objective, he would still win. He made a huge leap up the tower and started climbing, howling that he would personally kill the mage. He boasted that a sheltered mage, with no combat experience, would be easy prey. And there she was. He had found her. He sneered that apologies were in order, but she had to die here. But as the mercenary closed in, something snapped. A massive stream of fire erupted from her hands. The explosion was intense, blasting out from the tower like a cannon. The mercenary was completely vaporized. Only a shadow of ashes remained. Up on the tower, Laura the mage was panicking. She stammered apologies for not controlling her power. Down on the ground, Leonard watched the spectacle with a bit of cold sweat. Now he understood why Fran was in such a rush to recruit her. A little while later, the Aquamarine set out to sea once again. Gano formally welcomed the newest member of the team. Laura was a bit awkward but thrilled to be part of the crew her former master once belonged to. She practically sparkled, saying she rarely left the tower and found all of this so fresh and new. Meanwhile, Russell watched with a smirk. He thought a Sixth Circle mage would be great motivation for his own lacking disciple. Of course, Esther overheard and was not happy at all. She asked him what exactly he meant by that. Fran stepped in to introduce Laura as an official crew member. This sent Esther into a full panic. A Sixth Circle mage. She worried her spot on the ship was about to vanish. Leonard remembered that Fran had originally wanted to replace Esther, who was only considered temporary. He wisely decided to keep quiet. Russell was clearly enjoying the show. Leonard thought the old man could be pretty vicious sometimes. With the powerful new mage secured, Fran gathered everyone to decide their next destination. Marion pulled up a hologram map displaying the list of rifts compiled for them by Mr. Benjamin. She explained the device tracked other teams and known hazards, helping them choose a target. And now there was really only one choice left for them: a place called the Devil Octopus Cave. It was a rank A danger rift, home to a deep-sea monster specializing in mental attacks. Hearing that, Leonard suggested inviting Elder Russell along this time. Fran agreed immediately. A Seventh Circle mage was always a very welcome addition, especially when dealing with a psychic octopus. Russell just smiled, revealing he had already talked to Leonard earlier. Esther asked if he was actually joining the fight this time. He replied that he was. He was a bit worried about them. Besides, he also wanted to gather some research materials. Esther saw right through him. She accused him of just wanting to drag Leonard down the path of a mage. Russell didn't even bother to deny it. Fran figured that mental attacks probably wouldn't work on Leonard anyway. Leonard turned to her, asking why she was so sure. Russell and Esther chimed in together, saying anyone who knew him would think the exact same thing. It was too obvious. Fran looked at Leonard and said he was versatile, so she'd have him join all sorts of missions. Then she asked him a direct question: "You like fighting, right?" He admitted that he did. To Fran, this confirmed she was right to bring him onto the team. With the plan ready, she ordered departure. The Aquamarine tore through the water, heading toward their next big challenge. Before long, they arrived at the rift. It was a swirling purple vortex on the ocean surface, the Devil Octopus Cave. Gano told the main team to be careful, saying the rest of the crew would be on standby like last time, but Fran cut him off with a smile.
She said she forgot to mention one small detail. For this mission, the entire crew of the Aquamarine would enter the rift.
Everyone on board was ready for battle, from the main team to the elf navigators.
Fran gave the final order. They moved in. The massive ship plunged straight into the purple energy,
ready to face whatever was waiting inside.